Chapter 701. Granting a meeting, the junior brother looked at the mountain and then at the senior brother. "Senior brother, should we?" asked the man. "No, senior, for help," the junior brother questioned. But the senior brother didn't answer right away and stayed silent, as if thinking about it. "Senior brother, you've seen how this senior is proficient in the formations. He must be a great formation master. Where else would we find someone that can do all this? Even if we go to your friend in the Long Cloud sect, we have no guarantee that they would be available to do that. Plus, the time needed to travel back and forth will be more than 15 days. And even if we manage to convince your friend, I doubt they would be able to set up a tribulation accentuation fomentation array that quickly. This senior seems like our best choice," the junior brother pleaded. "Fine, we will try, but we will not bother him. He has no obligation to help us, and seeing his skill and cultivation base, I doubt he is anyone without a background," the senior brother stated. "Yes, of course, the final decision about accepting our request is up to him, but I guess we can try," the junior brother replied. "All right, let's go and see if he is willing to help us. Don't talk and let me speak first," the senior brother ordered. The two of them then flew to the base of the mountain and cupped their hands while bowing their heads. "We too are disciples from the Noon Grass sect and couldn't help but notice the senior's great skill in formations. Can the senior please grant us audience?" the senior brother asked in a humble tone. His voice was normal, yet it managed to reach all across the mountain. While they were doing this, inside the cave of the mountain, something else was happening. A man appeared out of the ground and looked at another man who was standing at the entrance of the cave while gazing out. The man who had appeared was none other than Lin Mu, of course, while the other being Jiang Luo. They took the bait. It actually went far better than expected. Lin Mu spoke. "Good. Since they are the ones asking us for a request, we will now have an upper hand," Jiang Luo replied. "Should we let them enter?" Lin Mu asked. "Not so fast. Let them wait a few more minutes," Jiang Luo replied. "He hasn't responded yet. Is he in seclusion already?" the junior brother asked his senior brother. It has been an hour since he entered it. I doubt he would start this fast, as he would need to set up more things inside the abode," the senior brother replied. "Then is he perhaps ignoring us?" the junior brother questioned. "That could be possible. He doesn't really have an obligation to help us anyway," the senior brother answered. "Even the name of our sect doesn't help this," the junior brother replied. "Our sect has always been low-key and prefers to stay out of conflicts. This also includes any debts and favors. It's usual for other cultivators to not pay much attention to us at this point. Some normal cultivators might, due to our identity as one of the top sects, but those who know more will probably not care much about it. Plus, this senior definitely has a much higher identity than us," the senior brother explained. Hearing this, the junior brother nodded his head. "Now that I think of it, doesn't he look younger than us?" the junior brother compared. "That's another way to confirm that he may actually have a higher rank than us. Even if we are the direct disciples of the sect master, there are many geniuses out there in the world. This is one of the things Master wants you to learn," the senior brother replied. Despite hearing his senior brother's words, the junior brother couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy from comparing himself to the senior who had made the formation array. To him, the beefy man not only had a higher cultivation base than him and his senior brother, but was also of a younger age. The two of them looked like they were in their late 40s right now, while the beefy man looked to be in his late 30s. While they couldn't confirm his actual age just by this, before one reached the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm, using appearance to judge was still enough. The junior brother himself was over 200 years old, while his senior brother was twice as old as that at the age of over 400. Just as the two of them were about to give up, they heard a deep voice come from the mountain. "Enter," the voice stated. The eyes of the junior brother lit up after hearing this, and he looked at the senior brother. "Seems like we are in luck," the senior brother said. "Let's enter, best not to keep him waiting." The two of them then approached the mountain and saw the barrier materialize in front of them. A small door opened up for them, and they were able to enter it. Upon entering, they could see the mountain change slightly, and the cave which had disappeared was now visible again on the mountainside. The two of them quickly reached the cave and came to a stop there. "Senior, may we enter?" the senior brother asked in a polite tone while cupping his hand. His junior brother followed his lead and did the same. "Come in," Jiang Luo said from the inside. "Thank you, senior," the senior brother said and took a step in while his junior followed. Upon entering, they could see the completely different look of the cave. There were several sets of furniture that had been arranged in a simple, yet elegant manner. Seeing this, the two felt a bit better since they realized that they weren't being ignored, just that the senior was busy. Chapter 702. Hua San and Hua Wu, the two brothers, saw Jiang Luo sitting at a table while working on something. There were a few components lying around that they couldn't fully identify. The only thing they could tell was that they were of a high quality from the spirit chi fluctuation that was coming from there. "Thank you for giving us the chance to talk to you, senior," the senior brother spoke. "MMMHMM, so who are you two?" Jiang Luo questioned. "I am Hua San, and this is my fifth junior brother, Hua Wu. Both of us are direct disciples under sect master Hua of the Noon Grass sect," the Hua San introduced. "You took up his surname. He made you his legacy disciples?" Jiang Luo asked, finding their names to be same. "Indeed, senior. All of us were orphans before the sect master took us in from the secular world. We take up his surname to show our eternal gratitude. Our master is our father as well," Hua San answered. "I see. Seems like sect master Hua Dan had far more disciples than I thought. I've only ever seen his first disciple named Yi and the second disciple named Jiang Luo replied. "You know eldest senior brother and senior sister?" Hua Wu was surprised. I've never met them, but I believe my clan did have some interactions a few hundred years ago," Jiang Luo spoke, elevating his status in the minds of the two. "I see," Hua San muttered, wondering if they had really lucked out today that they met an acquaintance of their master. "May we know the name of senior?" Hua San questioned. "I am Jiang Luo, heir of the Jiang clan," Jiang Luo answered. "Jiang clan," Hua Wu muttered and tried to recall if he could remember the clan. "The Jing clan," Hua San was shocked. "If you mean the great weaponsmith Jiang clan, then yes," Jiang Luo confirmed. "This, I never knew," Hua San said, finding it hard to speak. Hua seeing his senior brother like this, was also quite surprised. He had not heard of the Jiang clan and didn't know their significance. But from his senior brother's tone, he could tell that it was very important. Hua felt curious and wanted to ask about the Jiang clan, but knew that doing so while Jiang Luo was here might be a bit rude to him. Thus, he kept his silence and decided to ask him later when they were alone. While Hua San was surprised, Jiang Luo was surprised as well. He had not expected that there would still be someone that remembered his clan. Till now, they had actually tried to inquire and gather information about the Jiang clan, but all of it had come empty. Even Lin Mu had searched for information on the Jiang clan in the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect and the Hong Lin kingdom. He was unable to find the information in either of the places. Just from this, Lin Mu assumed that the information about the Jiang clan was far more hidden than they had thought. Jiang Luo didn't know how far the empire had gone in their attempt, but knew that the sects must have had a hand in this obviously. "If someone from the Noon Grass sect knows about my clan, then it means that the Noon Grass sect still maintained records about our clan. If they were involved in the extermination back then, they would have erased all of them," Jiang Luo thought to himself. He felt like they now had a sect that can be somewhat trusted, even if it was not fully assured and could change any moment, depending on whether Gu Yao manages to take control of others. Jiang Luo took a deep breath, pushing aside these thoughts for now. He needed to focus on the task at hand and thus decided to talk. "So what is it that you wanted to talk about?" Jiang Luo questioned. Yes, we are in a little bit of a problem, senior," Hua San replied. What kind of a problem? Jiang Luo asked. It's like this. Hua San then started to explain the complication that they had. He told Jiang Luo about their mission and why they came to Hong Lin Kingdom and what the king wants. While the information about the king breaking through was confidential, he didn't think it was necessary to hide it from Jiang Luo. After 10 minutes, Hua San was finally done speaking, leaving Jiang Luo to continue. So you want someone to make a tribulation attenuation formation for you, so that the king can use it so that you can get the 1,000-year-old Hong Lin wood. Jiang Luo summarized. Yes, senior, Hua San nodded his head. If I decided to help, what do I get? Jiang Luo asked. Anything within my capabilities, I shall offer senior, Hua San replied hurriedly. I'll assist as well, Hua Wu added, not wanting to miss out. I do need your help with something if you are willing to listen to a problem I have, Jiang Luo said. Of course, please do tell senior, Hua San replied. Very well. This thing is a bit sensitive, and it would be better if you don't let others know about it, for your own safety as well, Jiang Luo said, making Hua San furrow his brows. A serious expression appeared on Hua Wu's face as well, and the two disciples decided to listen on. Jiang Luo then explained to them about the threat about Gu Yao and how he has been controlling the sects and even the people from the imperial court. He told them about the truth behind the Zither Wind Alliance and the northern tribes. It took Jiang Luo 2 hours to explain it all, and the two disciples were shaken after hearing all this. No wonder Master said not to interact with those from the sects asking for an alliance. Hua San muttered in shock. Chapter 703, Agreement with the two disciples hearing that the sect master of the Noon Grass sect was wary about the actions of the other top sect. Jiang Luo was a bit intrigued. Sect Master Hua knows about this, Jiang Luo asked. I don't exactly know how much he knows, as even we don't know. All that he to us before leaving was to not get involved with the sects that are asking us to join their alliances and to keep away from them. I never knew there was such a problem behind it, Hua San replied. I see. Sect Master Hua certainly has a great foresight to be able to see the problems even when the top 3 sects could not, Jiang Luo said with a sigh. Hua San and Hua Wu didn't speak and waited for Jiang Luo to continue. All right, I can help you guys out as long as you can contract Sect Master Hua and tell him about Gu Yao. You should be able to tell that this matter involves the entire world and can lead to a lot of people dying, Jiang Luo stated. Of course, senior, this can actually be considered a favor from you to us. By telling us this, you may have just saved our sect perhaps, San Hua spoke. We shall certainly inform Master about this. Currently, we can't contact him since we are too far from the set, but once we return we shall definitely do so, Hua Wu added. Ah, yes. You do not have a high-grade communication jade slip, do you? Jiang Luo questioned. Yes, we don't. I think in the entire sect, only the Supreme Elder and Master have one. They are far too rare for us to be able to get one, Hua San said with a little embarrassment. Well then, here you go, Jiang Luo said before handing 2 jade slips to the disciples. High-grade communication jade slips. The 2 disciples were shocked upon seeing this. They had never expected that they would just get one like this. And it was not just a single one, but 2, one for each of them. One must know that even if a communication jade slip was also a spirit tool, and that it would not be that hard for them to get a high-grade spirit tool from the sect, jade slips were still hard to make. The higher the grade, the more difficult it was to make them. But there was also the matter of the components required for it. They were simply far too difficult to find and expensive to use, since they could be destroyed if the production failed. This was the reason why high-grade communication jade slips were even rarer than the other high-grade spirit tools and weapons. As for peak-grade communication jade slips, it was said that a peak-grade communication jade slip would work no matter where someone was in the world. My communication jade slip is linked to those 2, so once you link that with your masters, we will be able to communicate, Jiang Luo spoke. We shall do that then, senior, Hua-san replied. Before I get to making the tribulation attenuation formation, though, there is one more person you should meet. Jiang Luo spoke. Oh, who is it? Hua-san asked. Originally, Lin Mu and Jiang Luo had wanted to talk a bit more with the two disciples and thought that they would need to do a lot more convincing. But everything had gone much easier, and there was no need for Lin Mu to come in with his planned act at all. And since that was out of the way, Lin Mu had no chance to appear and was still listening to the entire thing while hidden in the walls. Of course, he couldn't appear directly out of the walls upon being called, as it would seem inappropriate and work against the act they had done till now. Thus, Lin Mu waited for Jiang Luo to contact him, using the communication jade slip. The two disciples looked outside the cave as they suddenly felt a presence outside. There were spirit chi fluctuations coming from there, and they could tell that they were at the nascent soul realm as well. Tilde gulp tilde. Finally, they saw a handsome man enter the cave. He was far younger than them and looked to be barely 20 years old. But the spirit chi fluctuations coming from his body showed that he was no less powerful than Jiang Luo here. Greetings, senior. The two of them hurriedly cupped their hands, realizing that it was another strong person. Greetings, I am Lin Mu. He introduced himself. Come sit, we'll talk for a bit, Jiang Luo said, and quickly explained the situation to him. Even though Lin Mu knew about it already, they needed to do so to keep up the act. They were too far in and could not break it anymore. Thankfully, Jiang Luo was able to wind it up in just 5 minutes. I see. Well, I'm in agreement with everything and am thankful that you two are willing to talk to the sect master on our behalf. Lin Mu spoke. It is fine, Senior Lin Mu, we shall do our best, Hua-san said. Though you two are also looking for 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees like us, Lin Mu spoke. I guess we can join up in finding them, he added. Seniors are looking for them too. Do you want the wood as well? Hua Wu questioned. Well, Jiang Luo wants the sap of 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees, but I just want the living trees themselves, Lin Mu answered. We tried searching but couldn't really come up with any clues other than asking the king's chief advisor. While they do have the 1,000-year-old Hong Lin wood in their reserve storage, I don't know if it is enough, Hua-san spoke. I know. That's why I have been searching for them myself as well, Lin Mu replied. Chapter 704, Clarifications. Hearing that Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were looking for 1,000-year-old Hong Lin wood as well, the two disciples were surprised. They even felt that they might have a little bit of a competition when it came to that now. Senior wants 1,000-year-old Hong Lin wood as well. Why? Hua-san questioned. Well, not 1,000-year-old Hong Lin wood itself. Jiang Luo needs the sap of 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees, while I need the actual living tree, Lin Mu explained. Ah, I see, Hua-san said, feeling a bit relieved. He thought at least this way, they wouldn't have a complete clash. Though getting 1,000-year-old Hong Lin tree sap would be difficult. It can only be extracted when the tree is alive, and even then it is quite hard to keep for long periods of time. I don't think even the Hong Lin kingdom has any in storage, Hua-san spoke. Yeah, I guess that. That's why we prefer finding an actual living tree, Lin Mu replied. But why does Senior need a living tree? Are you going to make something from it as well? Hua-san asked. I don't want it for making anything. Rather, I want it for a cultivation technique I practice, Lin Wu informed. Oh, that's something I didn't know was possible. Hua-san spoke, feeling truly surprised. Are there even cultivation techniques that use it? What are they even used for? Hua Wu asked. Well, it's a fire elemental cultivation technique, and as you may know, the Hong Lin trees are abundant in fire attribute spirit chi. While I can use 100-year-old Hong Lin trees as well, as my technique progresses further, I'll need at least 1,000-year-old Hong Lin tree to complete it, Lin Mu explained. He didn't really feel uncomfortable telling them about this, since they couldn't really do much with it. Even if they knew that it was a body cultivating technique, they would be helpless as they would have to first complete all 13 stages of the body tempering realm, and obtain a Xianshan physique before they could even begin with the 5 treasures realm. When the first king of the Hong Lin Empire made their technique, he had only made it as a body-tempering realm technique, which switched to a normal qi cultivation technique when one reached the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm. This same technique would allow them to absorb spirit qi from the trees and boost their speed of cultivation. This was a fire element spirit qi cultivation technique and would allow the cultivator to get fire elemental spirit qi for use. Lin Mu, though, could not use the spirit qi aspect of this technique since he didn't cultivate spirit qi directly using a cultivation technique. Senior Zhukong had told him to continue following the primordial path, and that was what he was doing. Lin Mu absorbed spirit qi naturally with the pathways he had learned himself, and they were the most appropriate for him. Naturally, he would not switch to a cultivation technique that was inferior and had a slower speed. Thankfully, Lin Mu was merely using it for 5 treasures realm cultivation and didn't really care for the spirit qi aspect. Hopefully, we are able to find them so Senior can practice his cultivation technique, Hua Wu stated. I think if we look long enough we will find it, Lin Mu said. This was true since it was only a matter of time till they found a 1,000-year-old Hong Lin tree. With little Shrubby manually looking around at his speed, it was quite likely for them to find it. If needed, little Shrubby could literally scan every inch of the Hong Lin forest to find some 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees. Lin Mu had currently refined 43% of his heart and needed a lot more before he could reach the peak. He knew that eventually, he would need a 1,000-year-old Hong Lin tree as every use of a 100-year-old Hong Lin tree, lesser the amount of vital essence that was obtained by him. While the normal Hong Lin trees won't even make a difference. The normal Hong Lin trees that were younger than 100 years were only useful for cultivators that were in the body-tempering realm. By the way, have you two chosen a location for the tribulation attenuation platform, or perhaps the king has chosen one? Jiang Luo questioned. No, he hasn't specified anything. They only told us that they want one. I reckon they should be fine with any place as long as it has a tribulation attenuation platform. They can't really be choosy with the location since even a single-use tribulation attenuation platform has very specific requirements. Hua-san answered. I see, Jiang Luo muttered, not telling them that he could make one essentially anywhere to save him some work. How about this mountain itself? Jiang Luo asked after thinking for a bit. It would actually be quite good, Hua-san said. Not only does Senior have the other illusory formations set up, the location is also distant enough that the entire session should be a bit private. Indeed, I'll get to working then. You guys can talk with Lin Mu and do other things, Jiang Luo replied. Oh yeah, speaking of the king, we would like to meet him as well, Lin Mu spoke. Meet the king, Hua-san asked. Why would you want that? Hua Wu felt a bit confused. The two of them thought that Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were intentionally concealing themselves from the king, and that's why they were here so far away. For the same reason that I wanted to talk with Sect Master Hua, Gu Yao, we'd like to inform them and see if they are willing to join our cause. Plus, I'd like to clarify some things with them as well. Lin Mu explained, Chapter 705, back to the Hong Lin capital. Having heard Lin Mu's words, Hua-san and Hua Wu couldn't really reject them. They were reasonable requests, and besides, if Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were to go to the royal palace, they would be willingly given an audience with a king. Their cultivation base gave them the authority to ask for such a thing, though the only reason why Lin Mu hadn't done that was because he was unsure if Gu Yao had his spies here as well. But now that he knew about the situation of the Noon Grass sect and how they have been careful since the start, they reckoned it would be fine. Plus, Lin Mu himself had spied on their records and could tell that the Hong Lin kingdom was still relatively safe. Even though Lin Mu had some doubts, he felt a bit more confident in himself that he would be able to resolve any problem that came with his cultivation base. He was no longer the weak qi refining realm cultivator that had barely been able to stand against Gu Yao. He was now an adolescent soul stage nascent soul realm cultivator. Lin Mu also had the confidence that he would be able to fight Gu Yao in an open fight and even defeat them. But that was the very problem. Gu Yao would never do this unless it was the final option he had. The old man liked to scheme and control others, as could be seen from the skills he used. This was why he was someone even more dangerous than someone who was at the Dao treading realm. After all, Gu Yao himself had at least one cultivator that was at the Dao treading realm in his control and multiple Dao shell realm and nascent soul realm cultivators. So far, Lin Mu hadn't felt the presence of anyone being controlled in this kingdom. He had felt the full aura of Gu Yao and the effect his human-controlling blood curse had. At first, Lin Mu couldn't really differentiate them. But now that he had reached the nascent soul realm, his sensitivity had increased, and he was able to tell the difference. In fact, any nascent soul realm cultivator would be able to do the same for granted they had felt the aura of Gu Yao himself. This was also the reason why he hid himself somewhere and refused to come out, using others to do his bidding instead. This way, no one would see him and sense his aura, thus making it close to impossible for others to figure out others were being controlled. Lin Mu reckoned other than him, only Wu Hai should be able to do this. After all, the man was also under the control of Gu Yao temporarily, but had managed to break free due to his bloodline and the cultivation technique. If Senior Lin Mu wants a meeting with the king, we can ask him right away. After all, Senior Jiang Luo is setting up the tribulation attenuation platform, and this would be something the king and his advisor would be happy to hear. Hua-san stated. Very well then, I guess we can head out now. Lin Mu spoke. Sure, Senior, Hua-san replied. Contact me if anything happens. I'll get to work in the meantime, Jiang Luo added. All right, Lin Mu said, and the three men flew away. The two men had a bit of a hard time catching up to Lin Mu's speed. Thus Lin Mu had to intentionally slow down. If I really went at my full speed using blink, they won't even be able to see me at that point, Lin Mu thought to himself. The comparison was enough to make him a bit happy, as it meant that he would be able to stand his ground against even stronger cultivators or multiple weaker cultivators with ease. The three men flew for about an hour before they finally reached the Hong Lin Kingdom's capital. Let's walk from here, better to not attract extra attention, Hua-san said. Is that fine with you, Senior? Hua-wu asked. Some cultivators would find it offensive that they needed to walk like commoners, and thus they thought it was appropriate to ask. Oh yes, I am of the same thought as you. It's better to be low-key for now, Lin Mu replied. Hua-san found Lin Mu to be even better now that he heard this, and Lin Mu's image in his heart rose up by a bit. The three men made their way through the city, weaving through crowds of people. Is it just me, or are there a lot more people out today? Lin Mu questioned. Hua-san furrowed his brows and looked around, finding it to be really more crowded. It does seem to be more crowded than before, Hua-san replied. I remember, it's nearly the time for the autumn festival, Hua-wu suddenly spoke. It is, Lin Mu asked. Yes, while many kingdoms have the autumn festival, it is especially more important in the Hong Lin Kingdom. Since autumn signifies the end of summer and the change in weather to winter, it also signifies the fall of the fire element. Since the Hong Lin Kingdom reveres Hong Lin trees, they bid farewell to fire at the end of autumn. Plus, the leaves of Hong Lin trees that are naturally red become even more vibrant in autumn before they start to fall, Hua-wu explained. I see, Lin Mu nodded his head. Looks like you researched quite a bit before coming here, Lin Mu added. Indeed, it is my first time leaving the sect in 30 years. Master prohibited me from leaving the sect unless I reached the nascent soul realm, Hua-wu explained. Hearing the stringent requirement, Lin Mu was a bit astounded. Didn't know sect would put such restrictions on their disciples, Lin Mu thought to himself. Oh, there are far more than just these. You will see many peculiar conditions later on. Zhukang chimed in, chapter 706, directly entering the palace while Lin Mu had seen some special requirements that cultivation sects had on their disciples in the memoirs of the lost immortal. they were mostly to do with their cultivation talent. There were none that Lin Mu had come across that wanted for their disciples to stay cooped up in the sect till they reached a specific cultivation base. He wondered what other condition they could put on them without it becoming problematic. I see, Senior. I'll keep that in mind for future reference, if it ever comes to use, Lin Mu said before continuing ahead. He looked at Hua Wu and spoke. How long does this festival last? The autumn festival lasts for about a week. This is the last week of winter, and seeing as it has started today, it will last for 6 more days till the beginning of the next month, Hua Wu answered. That's long enough for a festival, though since there aren't really proper winters and autumn here in the south-central area of the continent, I guess it isn't really as restricted by climate, Lin Mu replied. He remembered the harsh winters of the north and how the people in the northern town had to struggle with food all the time. The winters would lay several feet thick layer of snow on the doorsteps of people sometimes. There were even a few years when the snow had been 2 meters deep, which was enough to basically bury most of the houses. That was said to be one of the worst winters in the past few centuries and had happened about 200 years ago. A lot of people had died at that time, though the help was also sent from the Shuang Kayan Kingdom's capital at that time. But the event was still terrifying enough for many generations of people to know it by heart. When Lin Mu was just 5 years old, his mother had told him about the dangers of winter and how to prepare for it. He knew what things needed to be done absolutely, and which things could be kept off for later. The past is in the past, the present is important, and the future is far, Lin Mu said to himself in his mind. The 3 men weaved through the crowds of people as they observed the various new goods that were being sold along with new food items that Lin Mu had not seen before. Oh, they added even more new things for me to buy, Lin Mu said with surprise. Hua-san and Hua Wu ignored the words of Lin Mu as they thought that he was just talking about something general. If they knew Lin Mu was talking about food, they would definitely be astounded. It took them almost an hour to reach the outermost wall of the central district. They were stopped by the guards there, but managed to enter quickly just by showing their identity as a cultivator. For the second ring, the 2 disciples showed the new entry pass that was given by the king's uncle to them and entered as well. They had originally thought that they might need to let Lin Mu wait while they went and talked with the king, but they didn't have to. The guards easily allowed the 2 disciples in along with Lin Mu as well. This was mostly because of the specification on the entry pass. It stated that it allowed entry to nascent soul realm cultivators, but not how many nascent soul realm cultivators. And so, when the guard looked at it, while they were surprised, they still let Lin Mu enter with the 2 men. Of course, this was not a free method for a ground of nascent soul realms cultivators to enter, since the guards would probably become suspicious when more than the entire city's number of nascent soul realm cultivators appear at the doorstep. The other 2 gates were also crossed with the same method, and they got the final entry to the place. Of course, to Lin Mu, this was a rather long and winded method, but due to the official nature of this visit, he had to keep up with the etiquette. Otherwise, he would have just entered using phase from the ground. The formation array around the palace was as good as paper to him, and he could freely enter it without being detected now. Even in the palace, the guards seemed to recognize the 2 of them and let them enter, though they did stare at Lin Mu for a tad bit longer than normal when they saw him. But this time, Lin Mu had his cultivation revealed slightly. While they were unable to tell what stage he was at, they could very well tell that he was at the nascent soul realm just like the others. Just from this, they knew he was not anyone common. Normally, they should have become concerned with the appearance of an unknown nascent soul realm cultivator inside the royal place, since it could be a threat to the life of the king. They weren't as much because of the other 2. They had gotten specific instructions that those 2 were honorable guests of the king and were not to be offended in any way. And since Lin Mu was accompanying them, they expected that prohibiting Lin Mu might offend the other 2, which might end up causing them problems. They could only hope that Lin Mu was not here to cause trouble. though they did escort them to the courtroom of the royal palace. This was to both keep an eye on Lin Mu's behavior and also to serve as cannon fodder while the king got the time to react if Lin Mu turned out to be an enemy. All of these were general tactics that they had learned over the years, and it had served handy quite a few times till now. But at the doors of the courtroom, Lin Mu had to halt. Chapter 707, Meeting King Hong. Pardon me, seniors, but the presence of any additional guests needs to be informed to the king. The guards that were standing outside the courtroom blocked their path. Hua Wu furrowed his brows, but Hua San took the lead. That is fine. We shall go talk with the king first and then invite Senior in. Hua San spoke. That's fine with me. I'll wait here, Lin Mu replied. The guards also nodded to this and watched as Hua San and Hua Wu entered the courtroom. Tilde rumble tilde. The large doors of the royal court made a slightly high sound that spread throughout the entire courtroom. One could tell that the doors were not normal and were made from some high-quality materials. They were also heavy and sturdy, able to withstand attacks of core condensation realm cultivators and even nascent soul realm cultivator if push came to shove. Of course, to Lin Mu, this might be nothing, since he could use skills to get in. He still wanted to get in through the front part to show sincerity. The door closed the moment Hua San and Hua Wu entered the courtroom, and no sounds could be heard coming from inside there. The guards who were standing near Lin Mu were sweating in their boots. They didn't know what would the king be talking about to them, and whether this was even appropriate. Usually, the common public ended up waiting several weeks, if not months, to get a chance to talk to the king, but now Lin Mu was just getting an express pass. Lin Mu, of course, didn't just stay still there and used his spirit sense to probe the room. And just as he had expected, the room was covered in a separate layer of formations that protected the king and prevented spirit senses from coming closer. Oh, they are indeed talking to the king all right, and even the king's uncle is here already. Lin Mu muttered to himself upon seeing the scene inside the royal court. While Lin Mu couldn't hear what they were saying, he could kind of guess based on their lip movement and body postures. Overall, the expression of Hua San and Hua Wu were normal throughout the short conversation, but those of the king and his uncles were changing. At first, they were surprised, then became calm, and when they heard the words of the two disciples, they became even more shocked. The king gestured them to stop with his hand and said something to them while pointing to the door. Ah, seems like this is it for my turn, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Tilde rumble tilde. The door of the royal court opened up again, but this time it was opened by Hua San and Hua Wu. The king is calling Senior in, Hua San informed. Very well. It won't be good to leave him waiting, Lin Mu said and walked into the court under the eyes of several guards. Only when Lin Mu had fully entered the royal court did they take breaths of relief. To them, if Lin Mu were to be a bad person who came to kill the king, they would have a very hard time battling him. At most, they might serve as cannon fodder while the king himself escapes, though they also recalled that there was the king's advisor and also uncle waiting to help him out in case of trouble. Welcome to the royal court of the Hong Lin kingdom, the king's uncle spoke. Lin Mu took a look at the man and also the king. While the king had a normal expression, Lin Mu could see the fine tremors in his body. While he is a bit unnerved, he is still observing, Lin Mu thought to himself. And while Lin Wu was observing them, the king was doing the same. While they already said that the help they got was stronger than them, I didn't expect it to be someone at such a high cultivation base, the king thought to himself. As a king, he couldn't let his weaker emotions be shown to the public, lest it just becomes more problematic. It is nice to meet His Majesty, Hong Kikyang. I am Lin Mu, he introduced himself. The king looked at Lin Mu deeply and took a breath himself before speaking. So Senior's name is Lin Mu. It is an honor to meet you, the king also said with a bit more respect than others. He could tell that Lin Mu was stronger just from looking at him, as the pressure and aura radiating off him were on a completely different level. And while the king wondered about Lin Mu's strength, His uncle focused on the name. Lin Mu, that seems familiar, the king's uncle thought. Sect Master, Hua's 2 disciples say that they have a proposal for us, the king questioned. Indeed, King Hong. I, along with my other companion, are willing to help the king safely break through to the nascent soul realm. We will be getting the tribulation attenuation platform ready for you, Lin Mu answered. Hearing the words directly from Lin Mu's lips, the king and his uncles were astounded to say the least. While they had indeed asked for help from Hua San and Hua Wu, they had not expected it to come this quick. King Hong doesn't need to worry now. Senior Jiang Luo is highly proficient in formations and will be able to set up the platform in just a few days, Hua Wu chimed in. The king furrowed his brows and looked at his uncle. Since it is you 2 vouching for brother Lin Mu, I guess I can believe it, the king's uncle stated. Fear not. You will get to see the tribulation attenuation platform with your own 2 eyes and can actually confirm that it works, Lin Mu said. Besides, from what I can tell, King Hong still has about 23 days till the time for his heavenly tribulation arrives, Lin Mu stated, surprising the king and his uncle as well. Chapter 708. Hard to believe hearing his own expected time of heavenly tribulation, King Hong was shocked. Usually, this was information that only the person who is about to undergo a heavenly tribulation should be able to know. If it was to be anyone else judging, they would have to be at a very high cultivation level to be able to do so, since it was not simple. Heavenly tribulation was related to the restrictions of the heavens, and it was not something anyone could just casually pry into. Even I didn't know it was going to be 23 days from now a week ago. How did he know it so easily? King Hong wondered. The king's uncle was stunned as well and didn't know what to think of it. This man is not simple, was all he could think for now. Tilda, what is it that brother Lin Mu wanted to talk to us about more? The 2 brothers mentioned it. I heard this will be the compensation you want from us instead of anything material, the king's uncle asked. Yes, that part. I believe you may already know about me, Lin Mu said. Know about you. The king furrowed his brows, and the uncle did this as well. Your name is relatively common, so it's hard to tell, the king's uncle said, but after a few seconds his brows were raised. No, wait. There is only one Lin Mu that comes to mind in the recent times, the one wanted by the sects and the empire, the king's uncle said. Aha, uncle, you jest. It's surely not that, the king said upon hearing this, for the fear that they might offend Lin Mu. He was here to offer them help, and they were certainly not going to deny it by just saying things casually. No, Advisor Liu is actually right. That is indeed me, Lin Mu admitted. This, the king's eyes went wide, and so did his uncle's. They didn't expect it to truly be like this. According to the general thinking, no one would admit them being Lin Mu like this, even when they weren't actually Lin Mu and were just joking. Doing something like that would be problematic and would end up with them in the hands of law. How can this be? No, you are surely joking. I've seen the portrait of Lin Mu that they sent out. You look nothing like that. The original Lin Mu disguised as a young boy but was actually an old cultivator, the king's advisor replied. Oh, that's one of the least problematic things they made up about me, Lin Mu stated. It was now that the 2 disciples thought they should speak up. There is a lot more hidden than meets the eye, King Hong, Advisor Liu. Senior Lin Mu is telling the truth, and even our sect has had our doubts about all that has been happening recently, Hua San stated. Indeed, please hear out Senior Lin Mu and then you can decide on your own, Hua Wu added. Hearing the 2 disciples also pleading on Lin Mu's behalf, the king still felt doubtful, but knew that it was worth listening to it at the very least. All right, please go ahead and explain to us, the king finally said. The king's uncle also decided to hold his tongue and decided to listen in. Very well, Lin Mu said before explaining the entire series of events from the start, while omitting things that should not be said, of course. 2 entire hours passed by and the king and the advisor listened closely. Learning more about Gu Yao and his ability to control others made them shiver involuntarily. To them, Gu Yao being able to control the zither wind sect and the entire alliance meant that they were mere fishes on a chopping block if Gu Yao truly decided to target them. When Lin Mu was finally finished, the king and his uncle took deep breaths. This time, though, the first one to speak was the king's uncle. "How can we truly believe you? You must understand what you are saying goes against all that the top sects and the empire are saying." Advisor Liu spoke. "I know, and that is exactly why Gu Yao's plan is incredibly nefarious. He is making the sects and empire target each other, while the northern tribes take this opportunity to infiltrate the empire secretly. In the months that I've been investigating this now, I have seen signs of Gu Yao's interference in many places, but yet I haven't seen the northern tribes people. This only makes me wonder where exactly they are and what they have in plan. But I can tell one thing: if they are hidden for this long and are not acting, they must be waiting for the right opportunity. Perhaps when Gu Yao has the control over most of the powers of the world, they might appear and snuff out the resistance from the remaining. Now it is up to you whether you want to keep your free will or become the pawns of Gu Yao as well," Lin Mu explained. Silence descended in the room for about 5 minutes, in which no one spoke. Unlike the two disciples who had seen the undercurrents of the events happening through the lens of their sect, the king and his advisor didn't have access to information, such as what Lin Mu had brought forward. In fact, they didn't even know the proper history of the continent and about the existence of the Jiang clan, and how they were once one of the strongest powers of the world. Lin Mu was observing the two the entire time, and realized that they weren't fully believing him even now. "Seeing as how Gu Yao works, I'm pretty sure there is already someone in your kingdom's higher-ups that are being controlled as well," Lin Mu stated. Hearing this, advisor Liu furrowed his brows and spoke. "That is a tall assumption to make, brother Lin Mu." Chapter 709, Doubts over Lin Mu accusations, as what Lin Mu had made could not be taken lightly, and if were taken as false, could bring a lot of problems. But the same could be said if what Lin Mu said turned out to be true. It would mean that the Hong Lin kingdom was already compromised, and perhaps puppets, in the hands of a second party. It was not a good feeling for a king to experience, and could even be said to be a bit humiliating. "What if I can prove it?" Lin Mu asked. But didn't you say that the people being controlled by Gu Yao couldn't be differentiated? If they were, the top sects should have been able to tell something was wrong, shouldn't they?" Advisor Liu questioned. "Of course, that is true for most people. In order to be able to tell if someone is being controlled, you would have to know the source aura of the human controlling blood curse. And this source aura could only come from none other than Gu Yao. Now, if no one has seen the man, they would be unable to tell if someone they meet is being controlled by Gu Yao or not, since they would have no standard to match it with. But I've personally seen and fought Gu Yao before. There is also the additional restriction that one needs to be in the nascent soul realm to be able to sense it as well. I admit I was unable to do this back when I was at the core condensation realm, but now I can," Lin Mu answered. The king thought for a bit before speaking again. "Let's say, for argument's sake, I believe you and your words. Who do you think is being controlled in my kingdom, and how would you prove it?" the king questioned. "Before I met you today, I did some investigations on my own," Lin Mu said, making up an excuse. He had, of course, done them, but it was different from normal. He had actually spied on them. He couldn't tell the king and his advisor that he sneaked into the law enforcement department and looked through their records, and neither could he tell them that he had seen through their repository. "And the person I have my suspicions about is Minister of Law, Fu Delun," Lin Mu stated. "Fu Delun, that's impossible," Advisor Liu said outright. "If you bring him here, I assure you that I'll be able to verify my claims," Lin Mu stated. "And if not, I'll let you arrest me. I'm pretty sure King Hong can activate the formation arrays of the palace at any time," he added. "Senior, you can't do this." Hua-san was surprised at the level of risk that Lin Mu was willing to take. Though he was unaware that Lin Mu wasn't really at any risk right now. There were very few people who could fight Lin Mu now, and if he wanted to escape, they would not be able to stop him either. The king looked at Lin Mu deeply, and then turned to his uncle. "Call Minster Fu de Lun. Let's get to the bottom of it," he ordered. Advisor Liu seemed to be a bit unconvinced, but he still nodded his head. "As you wish, Your Majesty," Advisor Liu stated. He then took out a communication jade slip and contacted the Minister of Law. The man in question was somewhere Lin Mu had not seen yet. Since last time, Lin Mu had not come to the Central District, though upon seeing the way how the Office of Law Enforcement was working, he was truly suspicious. Even in the records of High Court that he had found in the repository, Lin Mu had learned that the arrest and hunt were all done under the orders of the Fu de Lun. Normally, this would be what the minister would only do for high-profile criminals. But what stood out was the fact that the man had personally gone out of his way to find and capture the culprits. Those were the things written in the records. Lin Mu had not thought much of it at first, but then seeing the state of the poor head of the law enforcement department, Lin Mu wondered if something else was wrong. He went over the information gathered over and over again and started to make links. He recalled the mismanagement in the law enforcement officers and how the information was a bit misplaced. This led him to believe that perhaps all of this was done intentionally. From the memoirs of the lost immortal, Lin Mu had learned that one of the best ways to defeat a country was to weaken its internal systems first. No matter how much military power they might have, if their own house was in disarray, there was little they would be able to do. Then, thinking of Gu Yao's methods of working, Lin Mu realized that this is something he would obviously do. The Honglin Kingdom was known for its Honglin trees, and the more old ones of these were certainly quite useful in several things. Lin Mu reckoned that Gu Yao wanted a part of this too, and decided to bring this plan. Lin Mu even wondered if what Gu Yao did here was thought on the side as a little extra project, because if he truly wanted to take over this place, it wouldn't even take the man a single day. He does want the resources here, but it's not that urgent to him. But if he is doing it right now, it means that he will be needing them in the future. It is best if I can prevent that from ever happening. This was Lin Mu's conclusion. Now all that was left was for Lin Mu to wait for Fu de Lun to appear and see if he truly was being controlled. Lin Mu knew that there were better ways he could have gone about this and prepared. But for now, this was all he had and could do. Chapter 710, Secret Sabotage. Lin Mu and the rest ended up waiting, or about 30 minutes before Fu de Lun actually appeared. Lin Mu could tell that King Hong and Advisor Liu had stern appearances on their faces upon seeing the time required for the man to appear. Lin Mu looked to the entrance of the empty court and saw the Minister of Law appear. The man was about 6 feet tall and wore the uniform robes of a court official along with his designation, which was imprinted as the crest on his robe, Minister of Law. The man had a long mustache with no beard and had broad eyes. Lin Mu couldn't tell anything from him directly, but the moment he used his spirit sense, he knew it. There were traces of the human controlling blood curse on him. Lin Mu kept his cool, though, and didn't show any change in expression on his face. He didn't know the details of how Gu Yao communicated with the people he controlled. He knew that he had to verbally give them commands, but the exact methodology over long distances was unknown. Even the information that Lin Mu got from Wu Hai back then was not fully accurate, as Wu Hai's scope of action was reduced to the Shuang Kaiyan Kingdom, and thus he never got to come in contact with the more complex operations. According to the theories Lin Mu, Jiang Luo, and Senior Zhukong had come up with, they were most likely using communication jade slips to do it. And that was exactly what could make it very difficult for them. If someone was found out that they were working for Gu Yao and managed to send out a message, their entire plan might end up failing due to Gu Yao becoming aware of them and directly acting against them. Lin Mu certainly didn't want that to happen and already had made a few plans about what to do with people such as those. The first thing Lin Mu did after confirming the fact that the minister was truly controlled by Gu Yao was to see where his communication jade slip was. Normally, cultivators hung it on their waists, but some also had custom ones made for them, which were in the form of bracelets and pendants. In the case of Fu Delun, Lin Mu quickly spotted it on the left side of his waist. But this was just one of the communication jade slips. While most cultivators only had one communication jade slip, some of the more affluent ones will keep more than one in case of emergencies. After all, the problem with keeping communication jade slips on their bodies was that they could break during a battle or get lost. And while communication jade slips were hard in themselves, while also having reinforcement formations on them, strong attacks could still break them. These extra communication jade slips would, of course, be kept in the spatial storage treasures of that cultivator. While they could be of various forms and hid on one's body, to Lin Mu this was the easiest part to control. Lin Mu easily sensed the two spatial storage treasures the man had on him. One of them was the ring on his left hand, and the other was a pendant hidden underneath his robes. One low-grade spatial storage treasure and one mid-grade one. I doubt even a minister should be able to obtain a mid-grade spatial storage treasure. This is definitely suspicious, Lin Mu thought to himself. Within 3 seconds of seeing the minister, Lin Mu had already obtained the facts that were needed for him. This might be the best time for you to try out that trick I showed you before. At your skill level, you should be able to execute it, and even if you don't, it will still be fine in this situation. Zhu Kang suddenly spoke. Zhu Kang had actually been watching the entire series of events for the past few hours. He had decided to take a break from cultivating to see how his disciple takes care of the current situation. Hearing Zhu Kang's words, Lin Mu understood what he was talking about. Lin Mu had a hunch that he would be able to destroy or break spatial storage treasures if he wanted to a long time ago, but he had never actually gotten to do it. While he could have figured it out on his own at one point, Zhu Kang showed him a faster trick to do the same. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu said, and focused on the two spatial storage tools using his spatial perception. The first one he targeted was the low-grade spatial storage tool, which was none other than the ring Fu Delun was wearing. Then, Lin Mu's spirit sense condensed into a very fine thread before shooting towards the ring. There, it quickly met with the formations on the spatial storage rings while avoiding alerting the man. The formations Lin Mu was targeting were not the surface one, but the deeper ones that interacted with the space directly. Usually, these were buried deep within the formation array to protect them, but this also made it difficult for most average cultivators to sense them. Thus, when they got damaged, one would not know until it was too late. There, Lin Mu found the node he wanted and attacked it with his spirit sense. A wave of spatial fluctuation arose from it and impacted the ring. The formations within the ring subtly changed, but the surface stayed the same. Success, just the second one left now, Lin Mu thought to himself. By the time he was done with the ring, Fu Delun had reached the end of the court where Lin Mu and the rest were sitting. Fu Delun had, of course, noticed Lin Mu and the other two nascent soul realm cultivators and was a bit confused. He could sense their cultivation bases and was a bit unnerved, but seeing the king sitting there calmly, he didn't panic either. To what do I owe this visit, King Hong? Fu Delun questioned. Chapter 711. Questioning Fu Delun, King Hong looked at the Minister of Law in front of him, and so did Advisor Liu. Both of them were a bit upset at the time Fu Delun had taken to approach them. Usually, any minister that was within the city would be able to reach them in less than 20 minutes. As for the ones that were in the central district, would be able to do the same in less than 10 minutes. As far as King Hong was concerned, Fu Delun was supposed to be in the Ministry of Law, and thus it should have taken him at most 10 minutes, if not even less. Was Minister Fu Delun busy? It is uncommon for you to take this long. Advisor Liu took the lead this time. Lin Mu accusing on their people had already put a bad taste in his mouth, and now seeing that very same accused delaying royal summons only made him that much upset. It instead made it seem like it was the king who was actually incompetent and allowed his official to be lacking. While Lin Mu didn't really think about them like this, to Advisor Liu and King Hong, this would be the norm. If one of the court officials acts in a manner that is ill of their position, It reflects the situation of the royalty. Ah, indeed, Advisor Liu. Work has just been more and more hectic these few days. With the autumn festival on our heels and His Majesty taking time due to his imminent breakthrough, the work is just even more intense. I am working to ensure that His Majesty is not troubled, not now and not after his successful breakthroughs. Fu Delun skillfully spoke. He knew he was at fault here. He had not spent years in the royal court for nothing and knew how to read people. That minute change in the tone of the advisor was enough for him to know that the king had asked him here for something important. And who are these three? Their cultivation bases. That one is at the nascent soul realm, and the other two, I can't even sense them. Fu Delun thought to himself. While he didn't get fully nervous, he still became a bit more cautious. Right now, he was in a situation where he didn't know why he was called here, and there were even unknown people here. I see. I have called you here to meet three very respected cultivators. Meet disciples Hua San and Hua Wu. Their master is the sect master of the Noon Grass sect. And finally, we have brother Lin Mu. He is also someone of a standing equal to the previous two. King Hong introduced. Fu Delun raised his brows upon hearing this, as the gears within his brain started to move. Did the Noon Grass sect decide to help His Majesty? Minster Fu Delun asked. Indeed, King Hong nodded his head. Good, good, good. Fu Delun nodded his head. But what is it that respected seniors need of me? He asked again. I am the one that asked King Hong to call in Minister Fu Delun today. It's just that I had certain questions to ask of you regarding some incidences and policies. Lin Mu replied. Hearing this, Fu Delun became even more confused. Incidences and policies? What does Senior need specifically? Did something happen to cause trouble for Senior? Fu Delun asked, thinking that this might be the only reason why he would be summoned. It was obvious to him that Lin Mu was a strong and influential cultivator, and thus he was offended somehow and ended up contacting King Hong, who then ended up summoning him to give the answer. Fu Delun now started to sweat and wondered what could have been the problem. You see, I found Minister Fu Delun's previous words to be a bit confusing. A few days earlier, I visited the Law Enforcement Department and saw quite a bit of disarray there. Most of the officials there seemed to be inept, and the only qualified official, the head of the department, seemed to be handling all of the work. He not only seemed overworked, but also troubled by the others working in the department. In addition to this, I also found some past actions of Minister Du Delun that interested me, such as the fact that you personally went ahead and arrested a certain group of suspects that go by the name of High Corps. Lin Mu laid down the facts. Fu Delun was confused at first, but the more he heard, the more he sweated. And when he heard the name of High Corps, he became alert instead. As I said before, work is piling on due to unavoidable circumstances that have led to all of us officials becoming very busy. As for the matter with the High Corps, it was of utmost importance. After all, it was according to a decree sent by the Empire itself. Fu Delun stated as a matter of fact. Is that so? May I ask Advisor Liu, what are the policies on keeping official documents related to law enforcement? I mean the specific protocol of storage and records keeping. Lin Mu questioned. Advisor Liu was also a bit confused by Lin Mu's question, but answered it nevertheless. For any ministries, including the Law Ministry, all official records are to be stored in their designated records departments. Advisor Liu replied. I see. Then what if someone higher in power gives an order to shift certain records to a different location not officially designated? Lin Mu asked further. That will be a gross misuse of power and will be met with swift punishment. Records are only to be withdrawn when needed for official work, and the official designation for storage cannot be changed unless the king approves of it, Advisor Liu stated. Then I must ask King Hong a question. Did you permit Minister Fu Delun to shift records to the royal repository? Lin Mu asked. Chapter 712. Treasonous confirmation. Hearing Lin Mu's question, King Hong was confused. I haven't had any official actions in the past 3 months, and I have certainly not given any permission to Minster Fu de Lun, King Hong stated. I see. Then I wonder why Mr. Fu de Lun ordered some records to be moved to the royal repository, Lin Mu asked again. King Hong and Advisor Liu narrowed their eyes as they looked at Lin Mu. This is absolutely wrong, Your Majesty. I have never done such a thing. Fu de Lun lied right away. Lin Mu could feel the nervousness of the man and the faint tremble of his legs rather easily. Oh, is that so, Minster Fu de Lun? Then King Hong should be fine with us checking the royal repository, shouldn't he? Lin Mu questioned further. Fu de Lun was now stuck. He didn't know how to proceed. It was now that he suddenly had an idea. You are lying. There are no such records in the royal repository. After all, they have not been accessed since the king began preparing for his breakthrough, Fu de Lun stated. Like I said, if King Hong or Advisor Liu checks it, I believe we will find what are facts and what is fiction, Lin Mu replied calmly. King Hong deliberated on it a bit and seemed to be hesitating, but then he took a deep breath and looked at his uncle. Please go and check the royal repository, Advisor Liu, King Hong ordered. At once, Your Majesty, Advisor Liu said. And just as he said this, it happened. Fu de Lun threw out an explosive talisman that blasted the flooring and the chairs around, which knocked up a lot of smoke and dust. Got you, Lin Mu said as he disappeared the next instant. Tilde catcha, tilde. HNGMPGF. The sounds of multiple things cracking could be heard along with a muffled cry. Your Majesty. Advisor Liu flew to the protection of King Hong, while Hua San and Hua Wu also became alert. They looked for Lin Mu, but found him to be missing. What? Hua San suddenly detected something with his spirit sense hidden behind the smoke. Tilde whoosh tilde. He waved his hand and executed a technique, blowing away all the smoke. Once the smoke was gone, they could finally see the scene behind it. Lin Mu stood there with his hand extended. In front of him, Minister Fu de Lun was as if frozen, while there were also shattered pieces of objects on the floor. If one looked at it, one would see that they belonged to a communication jade slip and 2 spatial storage tools. He made the wrong choice, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Escaping in front of Lin Mu was an impossible option. Even the use of the explosive talisman by Fu de Lun was something under Lin Mu's control. Lin Mu knew he would need to show proof of action to the king, and thus he simply made Fu de Lun think that he was caught and act accordingly. If Lin Mu truly wanted to, he could have frozen the man in the very first second he saw him move. But Lin Mu intentionally let it happen. Now there was inexplicable proof that the minister was acting against the interest of King Hong. Even if he was not under the control of Gu Yao, he would have still been arrested for an action like this. The action of using the explosive talisman went beyond any common misdemeanor that the king might tolerate and was now the same as an attempt on his life. After all, the explosive talisman that Fu de Lun had used could very well hurt the king, and the smoke was enough for him to take advantage of and kill the king. Alas for him, there were 4 nascent soul realm cultivators in the room, and all he wanted to do was escape. Fudlun, you dare. King Hong was now truly angry. He stood up with a bang and pointed his finger at the frozen man. Of course, he didn't know that Fu de Lun was frozen, and he just thought that the man was looking away from him. Advisor Liu didn't speak about anything right now and closely protected his nephew while keeping an eye out for danger. He looked at Lin Mu, who was holding back Fu de Lun with some unknown technique. Of course, due to being at the child soul stage of the nascent soul realm, his senses were also stronger, and he was able to tell what the objects broken on the floor were. A communication jade slip and 2 spatial storage treasures. Advisor Liu was shocked now as well. He would have understood Fu de Lun having 1 spatial storage treasure, but 2 was beyond anything that the man should have been able to afford at his current income. Even he himself only had a single spatial storage treasure, and only the king had 2 such. In their treasury as well, they only had a couple of spatial storage treasures. And even those were just low-grade ones and not the mid-grade one that Minster Fu Delun had. Advisor Liu knew at this moment that even if Fu Delun was not being controlled by Gu Yao, he was obtaining ill-gotten wealth from somewhere. He finally looked at Lin Mu, who was casually standing there with his right hand extended out flat towards Minster Fu Delun. He then saw Lin Mu mutter something in a very low voice. Upon hearing the words, he couldn't understand them and even felt strange. It felt like a daze, and he certainly didn't want that to happen to him in this situation. Thus he de-iced to ask the only person who could answer him. "What is happening, Brother Lin Mu?" Advisor Liu questioned. King Hong watched on as he came back to the front from his uncle's back. "I believe this should be enough of an explanation," Lin Mu said, pointing to Fu Delun. "Yes, it is enough," King Hong finally spoke. Chapter 713. Another ally to King Hong who had seen Minster Fu Delun for a long time, he knew the nature of the man. He also knew that the man would have never acted like this before. A sudden change like this could only be attributed to a few things. Either it was that the man was an imposter, or that he was being controlled, just like Lin Mu had said. "King Hong, perhaps we should still confirm this first," Advisor Liu asked. "Go ahead, check the royal repository," King Hong replied before looking at Lin Mu and the other two disciples. "I believe you all can hold him," he asked. It was now that Lin Mu spoke. "Oh, he won't move anymore," Lin Mu said as he moved towards Fu Delun and pushed him back with one finger. The man helplessly fell on his back and did not react at all. His expression was stuck in a strange daze, and his eyes were glazed over. "He'll stay in this state for a couple of hours. You don't need to worry anymore," Lin Mu explained. While there were many questions arising in the minds of King Hong and the others, they knew it was best to process and not think too much. Lin Mu had certainly used a skill that was beyond them, and they didn't want to pry into his secrets for the fear of offending him. Lin Mu's might was already established by now, and there was no need for them to test it beyond this. King Hong sat back down on his throne and wondered where was it that he had gone wrong. He questioned himself if he had noticed all this earlier, perhaps none of this might have happened. Lin Mu, who looked at the perplexed expression on the king's face, guessed what he was thinking. "Is King Hong wondering how all this happened?" Lin Mu questioned. "How did you know?" King Hong raised his brows in surprise. "It is not hard to guess. With Gu Yao, a lot of people have the same reactions. That is just how he operates. One day everything will be fine, then a few days later you would find people betraying you and everything flipping around. That is how Gu Yao controls people and causes devastation," Lin Mu answered. King Hong sighed and didn't know what to make of this. He waited for Advisor Liu to appear and just kept on looking at the minister, whom he knew very well. "Your Majesty," Advisor Liu's voice could soon be heard from the side. In his hand were several documents, and a troubled expression was also on his face. "Looks like what Brother Lin Mu said is true," Advisor Liu stated. "Let me take a look myself," King Hong said as he took the documents in his hands. He went through them one by one and saw the stamps of approval on them. The more he read, the more infuriated he got. "This is atrocious. This is a joint seal of authority. How did Minister Fu Delun even get access to it?" King Hong said out loud. "I wouldn't be surprised if they have forged even more documents and seals by now, King Hong. You may want to do a full audit of the officials. While I'm sure there won't be any more people being controlled by Gu Yao directly, since he has limited numbers that he can control like that, I wouldn't be shocked if there were corrupt officials within," Lin Mu explained. Advisor Liu and King Hong understood what Lin Mu meant and nodded their heads. "Seems like we were this close to drowning, and we would have never even realized it had it not been for you, Senior Lin Mu." This time, King Hong addressed him with even more respect. "It is fine, King Hong. After all, this is what I set out to do. I want to prevent Gu Yao from completing his goals, and I want your help in it as well," Lin Mu proposed formally. King Hong cupped his fists formally and spoke. "You have my word now, Senior Lin Mu. You have saved the Hong Lin kingdom from a grave disaster. And seeing the severe implications of it, I don't think we will be able to keep ourselves away from the muddied water. It is best that we join you now." Lin Mu nodded his head in approval, as this was exactly what he had set out to achieve. "I'm happy that we could come to an agreement," Lin Mu spoke. "This is great," Hua Wu chimed in as well. "Forgive me, Senior Lin Mu, but I need to get the things in order quickly. Can you pardon my leave?" Advisor Liu asked. "Sure, please go ahead and do what you have to do, Advisor Liu," Lin Mu replied. "Thank you once again," Advisor Liu said while cupping his hand. He then rushed out of the court hurriedly. Midway, his expression turned fierce, and one could imagine the anger boiling over in the heart of the man. After all, today he had been through a lot. Not only did they find out about a massive plot to take over the entire Great Zhou Empire, but also about people being controlled. And now that he learned that there were other corrupt officials as well, Advisor Liu's cap had blown off finally. King Hong sighed once again, and he now seemed a bit more fatigued. Perhaps King Hong should focus on his breakthrough for now. We shall wait here for today, at least till things get somewhat in order and nothing problematic occurs, Lin Mu said. "If you can do that, I will be grateful, Senior Lin Mu," King Hong stated. "I believe you two are fine with this as well," Lin Mu questioned Hua San and Hua Wu. "We shall follow the words of Senior Lin Mu," the two answers right away. And with this, Lin Mu had added another ally to his alliance. This time an entire kingdom. Chapter 714. Hidden problems the day after that passed rather quickly, and a lot of new discoveries were made during that time. Lin Mu, Hua San, and Hua Wu were still in the court, so they got to see everything firsthand. King Hong also realized that his kingdom was in a lot more trouble than was being led on to him. It had become especially severe in the past months, ever since he entered the seclusion for his breakthrough. There were piles of criminal matters that had accumulated, and the poor department head of the Law Enforcement Office was handling it as much as he could. He was also the reason why the entire structure had not collapsed yet. That single man had somehow managed to keep the department running while pushing the incompetent fools he had for subordinates. This also kept the other departments running somewhat. The king was highly impressed by this, and even Lin Mu was, since he had personally seen the man back then. The name of the man was Xian Po, and he had been the head of the department for less than 2 years. He had been made one when the last department head died 2 years ago due to an unexpected illness. Of course, Lin Mu found this suspicious, and so did Advisor Liu. Upon a bit more investigation, it was found that the death of the former department head was also due to the orchestration of Fu Delun. The Minister of Law had been in control of Gu Yao for a long time now, and according to what Lin Mu could analyze, had been in that state for at least 3 years. Lin Mu felt where this was linked, since there was no way Gu Yao came to the Hong Lin kingdom to personally control the man. He thus asked Advisor Liu for the records, and even the king agreed since he wanted to know the weak link in his administrator, and where was it that everything started to go wrong. It was then that he found out that Minster Fu Delun had attended the wedding of one of the sect elders of Light Harmony sect. This was a mid-ranked sect of a similar size as the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. It's located to the west of the Hong Lin kingdom and is also part of the Zither Wind Alliance now. It wasn't just Minister Fu Delun that had attended it either. A lot of high officials from nearby kingdoms had done the same, and now it was safe to assume that all of them could be under the control of Gu Yao. In the case of Hong Lin Kingdom, it was especially bad since Fu Delun was the Minister of Law, and thus his position was rather special. Other than the king and Advisor Liu, he was the only man who could command the military power of the kingdom and also influence the policies of the kingdom. Whenever a problem happened and something needed to be done, he was the first one to hear it. And then, if it was deemed worthy, he would elevate it to Advisor Liu, who would then present it to King Hong. But with Fu Delun in Gu Yao's control, one could only imagine the level of changes he could cause. Corruption was one big thing which he used to influence other ministers and officials of the kingdom. Right now, the Hong Lin kingdom was in such internal peril that over half of its officials were corrupt. The public had long since felt their impact, but the king was grossly unaware. Advisor Liu had his suspicions too all this time, but due to the many diplomatic changes occurring across the empire, he had been busy outside. One could only imagine the luck of King Hong, that it wasn't Advisor Liu, that was controlled rather than Minster Fu Delun, as it would have meant the end for the Hong Lin kingdom effectively. One must know that if the king died, the next in line for the throne would be his heirs. But Advisor Liu, being their grand uncle, would be able to usurp power rather easily. After all, he had his nascent soul realm cultivation on his side. Though Lin Mu also knew that there was an additional nascent soul realm cultivator hidden underneath the royal palace. But he didn't let that out. He also gave an excuse about how he found out about the records kept at the repository and the law enforcement department. The excuse he gave was that he had some special skills. Seeing his standing, King Hong and Advisor Liu didn't question him in detail, of course. They could care less that Lin Mu may have just spied on their secrets, as their entire kingdom was close to grave danger right now. But in addition to this, there were still more shocking things to come. Lin Mu and the rest were drinking some tea in the royal court, nursing their headaches when an official came running in frantically. My king, Advisor Liu, disaster. It is a disaster." The voice of the official could be heard coming right from the corridor. Hearing this, the brows of everyone in the room furrowed even more. The headache that they had borne came back, and the tea they had drunk was wasted. "What is it?" King Hong questioned, no longer caring for decorum. The Royal Reserve storage. It's empty," the official spat out with difficulty. "What?" both King Hong and Advisor Liu said out loud. Lin Mu and the two Hua brother also focused on the official as they quickly scanned him from top to bottom with their spirit senses. They couldn't help but be suspicious about everyone now. "Are you sure? I literally checked the storage a week ago and everything was right there," Advisor Liu stated. "That's the thing. The things in the storage were never there. We went to do a manual inventory today and discovered that the entire place is under an illusory formation. There are no actual items in it." Chapter 715, Empty Reserves. Hearing this information, the king didn't know what to think of. "How can this even be?" King Hong said before looking towards his uncle. "When you checked it, was it the same?" he asked. "No, when I checked it, I just did a visual check with my spirit sense. I didn't actually touch them physically," Advisor Liu said in a sorrowful voice. "I should have checked it, damn it. If I did, then perhaps we would have found all of this earlier." Advisor Liu cursed himself. "It is not your fault, Advisor Liu. If they were able to set up a formation that could fool even your spirit sense, then there was nothing you could do. They may have even taken a harsher approach if they were outed back then. At least now, we have several excuses for the discovery of the corrupt officials. Even if Gu Yao finds out that his plan has been derailed, he wouldn't know that we know of him. All that he will know is that some investigations were done and the truth came out." Lin Mu consoled the man. But he knew that no matter how much he did, the advisor would likely blame himself for a while. "Senior Lin Mu is right. There is nothing you could have done, Uncle Liu," the king said a bit more affectionately. "You cannot blame yourself. We need you to be in the right place in these tough times." Advisor Liu took a deep breath and closed his eyes before looking up. "That is right. I can't be like this. Rather than mopping about it, it's better to focus my energy on making things right," Advisor Liu said with determination. "Indeed," Hua Wu chimed in. Hearing him, the king looked at him and sighed. "I'm afraid we won't be able to give you a payment for the help you've provided us," King Hong said to the two disciples. To this, Hua-san just smiled and spoke. "There is little we can do now. Besides, the Hong Lin wood matters less now as we are in a more complex situation. While we do really need it in the sect, I'm sure the sect master will be able to figure out something else." The reserve storage being emptied out also meant that there was no Hong Lin wood that was promised to the two disciples. What exactly is it that you need the Hong Lin wood for? Lin Mu questioned. He wondered what could be so important to them that they would need it. Hua Wu looked at Hua San before seeing the approval in his eyes. Our supreme elder, he experienced qi deviation and is now injured. To heal that, we need to make a pill which needs the 1,000-year-old Hong Lin wood as one of the ingredients. Hua Wu answered. Master is looking for other options while we are here, and we aren't the only ones looking for resources. There are some others that we need, and my fellow disciples are looking for them. Thankfully, our sect is located near the edge of the Grand Southern Forest, and most of the spirit herbs can be found there along with other beast materials. It's just some special herbs and minerals that can't be found there, Hua San added. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded his head and understood their situation. If you are willing to wait a month or a bit more, I may be able to help you with the 1,000-year-old Hong Lin wood, Lin Mu said, much to the surprise of the two brothers. Lin Mu then looked towards the king and asked, King Hong, you must know if there is still the possibility of 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees in the forest, right? Your clan has been revering them for centuries now. There are 2 locations where there are definitely 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees. King Hong spoke after thinking for a bit. There are, Lin Mu asked. Indeed, one of them in the home of the first king. It is also the sacred land of our Hong clan. But going there is prohibited, and the 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees there are not to be touched. They are the trees that keep the entire Hong Lin forest alive, and even if one of them is damaged, the entire forest away suffer, King Hong revealed. I understand. That is indeed a very important location, but what about the second one? Lin Mu questioned. Even the 2 Hua brothers were surprised, as they were not told this information when they came to ask them for help. They could understand about the sacred lands, as that was something they could definitely not ask for. The second location, that is a difficult and dangerous one. Over the many years, many rumors have sprung up about that location. It is called as the Wandering Sinkhole. King Hong spoke. The Wandering Sinkhole, Lin Mu questioned. I think I've heard of this before. Hua Wu suddenly spoke. It is said to be a mystical location that is rarely stumbled upon by travelers and woodcutters. It has no fixed coordinates and has been reported to be in multiple locations. But whoever truly enters it either doesn't return or dies, he explained. Lin Mu was intrigued by this and wondered what could be the reason. What you said is correct. We do have confirmation that the location is real, but it is also filled with a myriad of dangers. The only problem is that we have no method to enter it. The location is filled with treasures through, and 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees aren't the only spirit plants there, King Hong answered. If you don't know its exact location, then how do you know what things it has? Someone must have seen and returned to tell the tale, right? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, someone has indeed seen it and recorded his experience, King Hong answered. Can't we just ask them for more information then? Perhaps we'll get some clues, Lin Mu suggested. Chapter 716. Former advisor hearing Lin Mu's words, King Hong sighed. The person who returned and recorded his experience is already dead, King Hong replied. Who was it? Lin Mu asked. Back then, he was just a common woodcutter that went a little too far to get some good timber and stumbled into the Wandering Sinkhole. 500 years later, that man found a way to leave the Wandering Sinkhole and return to the kingdom. He then became an advisor for the king, due to the extensive knowledge he had gained during his time in the sinkhole. He is the royal advisor from 3 generations ago, surnamed Chu. He died about a year ago and had been serving as the protector of our kingdom all these years. He simply ran out of lifespan. That is also the reason why I am in a hurry to break through, since we only have a single nascent soul realm cultivator in our kingdom now, King Hong replied. Wait a minute, how did you know he died? Lin Mu questioned, remembering a certain someone. We stopped sensing his spirit chi since then, Advisor Liu spoke. Hearing this, Lin Mu was quite sure that these people were mistaken. If it really is that old man downstairs, then it's no wonder that they don't really have a proper clue. Lin Mu thought to himself. Just to confirm, did you see his dead body? Lin Mu questioned. To this, both King Hong and Advisor Liu shook their heads. No, we don't even know where the former advisor's seclusion chamber is. All that we know is that it is somewhere in the central district. King Hong spoke. Hearing this, Lin Mu was absolutely sure that these people were mistaken. Well, if that is true then, I have both good and bad news for you, Lin Mu said. Good and bad news? What? King Hong asked, feeling curious. I think I know where your former advisor is, and the good thing is he is still alive, Lin Mu replied. What? King Hong and Advisor Liu said in shock. Indeed, but not for long. His life is slipping away as we speak. I can still sense him. I understand that you all might not be able to sense him, but my spirit sense is far greater than most others, Lin Mu explained. We have to see HIM. King Hong stood up urgently. Before we go, let me just inform you that he might not even be conscious. If his spirit chi's signature fell this much, then there is a great chance that he didn't do it himself, but rather his body did it for himself, Lin Mu warned. He couldn't just say that he had seen the old man, and thus this was the best excuse he could come up with. We understand. If I get to see him just once, I'll be content. A man like that needs a proper burial, King Hong stated righteously. Lin Mu nodded his head and hoped the old man was still having a bit of life left in him, at least enough to talk with them. Where do you sense his spirit chi? Advisor Liu asked. Far in the depths of the palace, Lin Mu replied. Below, but there's only the repository and the meeting room there. What else? Advisor Liu muttered to himself. If it is the former advisor, perhaps he got a seclusion chamber made for himself unknown to us. After all, he has been part of the royal court for over 500 years, King Hong suggested. That could be it. It isn't unheard of for certain experts making their secret seclusion chambers. A lot of elders in the cultivation sects do the same. Hua-san spoke up. Very well, we should hurry then. Every second is precious, King Hong stated. Follow me, Advisor Liu said and brought them downstairs. The Hua brothers had already seen a few of the floors, but the ones below it were only seen by Advisor Liu and King Hong. Lin Mu had seen them too, of course, but that was under different circumstances. About 5 minutes later, Lin Mu and the rest reached an old room that was filled with old and dusty furniture and objects that were not used for a long time. What is this room? Hua Wu questioned curiously. As far as I know, this used to be the personal study of some of the advisors in the past. Later on, we added more floors to the palace upward and expanded it a bit. Thus, the past 2 generations of advisors have been using a different place, Advisor Liu answered. Is the seclusion chamber really here? If it was, we should have known or discovered it at some point. King Hong spoke doubtfully. It's below this. I can sense it to be stronger, Lin Mu spoke. Then how do we get there? King Hong asked. Lin Mu closed his eyes and let his spirit sense wander. Advisor Liu and the 2 Hua brothers did the same and tried to see if there were any hidden entrances. When Lin Mu had used phase to go below, he hadn't really paid much attention to the entrance. He observed the area and realized that there really wasn't a specific entrance to it. He may have sealed it entirely when he entered it. He probably decided it to be his final resting place. Zhukong suddenly spoke. Seems like it, Senior. They even placed a spirit sense dampening formation below the floor, thus they can't even tell there is empty space there, Lin Mu replied. Just go in directly. If there is no entrance, make one, Zhukong suggested. Lin Mu internally nodded and looked at King Hong. If you don't mind, I can just make an entrant for us, Lin Mu asked. King Hong thought for a bit but agreed. This matter is of grave importance. You can go ahead. It doesn't matter if this place gets damaged, we can always repair it, King Hong replied. Chapter 717, Old Generation's Gift. King Hong's reply was exactly what Lin Mu wanted, and he was pleased. Very well then, please get back, Lin Mu spoke. He picked a location that was a bit far from the old man's position, just so that he would not be disturbed excessively. Tilda shing tilde. The short sword was summoned from his ring and floated in front of him. Lin Mu had stopped keeping the short sword on his waist for a few weeks now. It was mostly because of the new disguise he had taken up, though. King Hong and advisor Liu gazed at the short sword, finding it to be of impeccable quality. Excellent blade. I don't think I've ever seen anything of this level in our sect, Hua-san praised. Where did you get this, Senior Lin Mu? Hua-wu asked. Oh, I got this from the patriarch of the Jiang clan, Lin Mu said, stunning the three. While he had told them that the Jiang clan was still alive, they had not expected Lin Mu to have a weapon like this. No wonder, Hua-san muttered. Tilda shing tilde. Lin Mu controlled the short sword expertly and let it slide into the floor as if it was a hot knife sinking into butter. Seeing this, the others were even more shocked. The floors were tough and made out of dense rocks that were hard to break. Yet here Lin Mu was cutting through them as if they were paper. A circular opening was quickly carved out onto the floor. No, you can't fall, Lin Mu said as he quickly grabbed onto the circular piece of floor that he had cut. His fingers directly dug into the solid rock, as if they were a block of tofu. Tilde gulp tilde. Seeing this, Hua-wu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He knew how much strength a nascent soul realm cultivator had, and it was even different when just physical strength was considered, excluding spirit chi. And from that, he knew for sure there would be very few that would be able to puncture through a meter-thick rock with the same ease as Lin Mu did. Having grabbed the piece of the floor, Lin Mu set it to the side, and the 5 men finally felt the gush of spirit chi coming from it. So much spirit chi, but how? King Hong couldn't help but feel curious. Seems like there is a spirit chi gathering formation, along with several spirit herbs in here, Lin Mu said. They breathed in the dense spirit chi for a bit before coming to their sense. Let's get in, Lin Mu said and flew down. The others followed behind him, and they finally reached the seclusion chamber, which was made out of several halls and a huge outer courtyard. There were spirit herbs planted according to formation array, which promoted their growth and increases spirit chi. I could have never believed this. So many rare and precious spirit herbs, King Hong said in surprise. I believe this might have been an additional security that the former advisor had for the kingdom. I reckon once he died, the formation array that concealed this place would have stopped working, and you would have sensed the place. Lin Mu spoke. That does seem like what the former advisor would think. He was that kind of a man. Advisor Liu spoke. You met him, uncle? King Hong asked. I have indeed, though only a few times. Back then I was quite young and was barely in the chi refining realm. Advisor Liu spoke. How far ago was this? King Hong asked. About 200 years ago, I suppose. The advisor back then was your grand uncle, and the old advisor here is 2 generations before that. Advisor Liu replied. That was a long time ago, King Hong muttered. I wasn't even born then. The 5 of them looked around a little bit and finally reached the end of the corridor where an old hall was located. At the center of this hall, a cushion was on which the old man was sitting. It's really him. It's former advisor Chu, Advisor Liu said in disbelief. The others were a bit taken aback by the old man's appearance, though. This was perhaps the oldest-looking person he had seen. Senior brother, is he? Hua-wu whispered. Indeed, he's undergoing the final decay of mortals, Hua-san replied. Lin Mu heard what the 2 brothers were speaking and knew of the final decay of mortals. This was nothing but a term that was used when a cultivator used the end of his lifespan. The strange thing was, it was actually a rather rare thing to see. Most cultivators never actually reached the true end of their lifespan and would mostly die before that due to other reasons. Either they would die due to a mistake during cultivation or die due to some other external danger, including being killed by cultivators, beasts, heavenly tribulations, and many more. Another reason why it was hard to observe it was because most cultivators that underwent it would enter seclusion and would thus not be seen. By the time people found out about them, they would have already turned into dust and bones. The old man, who was named Chu, did not respond when the 5 men got close, and it was obvious that he was in an unconscious state. "What do we do now?" Hua Wu asked. "Seeing his state, I don't think we can wake him up directly. That may just end up killing him," Advisor Liu spoke. Now they were in a dilemma about what to do. While they had managed to come here, waking up the old man and gaining information was another obstacle. It was now that Zhukong spoke again. "Use the healing technique. While it won't heal his deep-seated injury due to aging, it should still give him enough to wake up. If we're lucky, it might just work," Zhukong suggested. "Let's try it then," Lin Mu said and walked ahead. Chapter 718, third attempt at healing. Lin Mu placed his hands on the old man's chest, gently, while keeping an eye on whether he would respond or not. Usually, cultivators such as these that entered such a deep seclusion would only wake up in times of distress. Thus there was a chance the old man might still wake up if Lin Mu touched him, but surprisingly, he did not. He's far deeper in this, Lin Mu thought, and used his spirit sense to check the body of the old man. There he could see the years of damage and aging. Over 60% of his meridians were damaged, and the spirit chi flowing within them was weak. His muscles had already degraded to a dangerous level, and there was no chance of them getting healed. The same could be said before his skin and bones, which had turned weak. His blood vessels were also blocked with hundreds of small clots that obstructed the blood flow and prevented proper circulation. While Lin Mu was checking the old man, the others were observing him. They didn't know what he was doing, but for now, Lin Mu was the best option that they had at getting out of this situation. After about 5 minutes of a detailed check, Lin Mu finally decided to peer into the man's dantian. Why is it like this? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. The old man's dantian was like a stone, and it was hard for him to enter it. But with Lin Mu's spirit sense, he did manage to penetrate it, of course. Finally, in the dantian, he could see a dried-up spirit chi sea, which was more like a small pond now, and a nascent soul that looked similar to the old man floating above it. Seeing the scene, Lin Mu understood that this might be one of the effects of the decay of mortals. But having observed it all, Lin Mu now had an idea of how to use the healing technique. This would be the 3rd time he was using this technique, but compared to the last time, his cultivation base was vastly different. Lin Mu started injecting gentle streams of spirit chi into the old man's body, and they entered his meridians. There they started to first clear up some of the blockages made from injuries and impurities gained over the many years. Lin Mu had to take it slow to ensure that no extra harm was brought to the old man. Bit by bit, his meridians recovered, and by the time he was done, the old man's meridians were about 70% functional. While they were not fully repaired, it was still far better than before. Lin Mu then moved on to his other tissues and muscles, trying to fix as much as he could using the spirit chi that circulated within the old man's body. Due to being old, the man didn't have much of his own vitality left. That was what the technique used to heal a person, but in this case, Lin Mu had to supply some of his own vital energy to the man. Hua-san and Hua Wu, that were watching Lin Mu, were shocked at this point. Is he healing him? Hua Wu said in shock. What? That's not possible. Advisor Chu's injuries aren't direct but due to his age. They aren't something that can be healed with a pill or something like that. Advisor Liu said, unable to comprehend that a technique like the one Lin Mu was using even existed. The king, though, kept his silence and let Lin Mu do whatever he was doing. An hour passed like this, and by the end of it, the observers could certainly see some differences between the previous state of Advisor Chu and the current state. While his body was still old and wrinkled, the skin had eased up a bit, and the age spots on his skin had also reduced. Lin Mu took a deep breath and lifted his hands from the old man's body. How is it, Senior Lin Mu? Hua Wu questioned. I've done all I could. Now the rest is up to him. He is in a deep slumber caused due to his body slowly shutting down. I managed to heal some parts, thus he should at least be able to wake up. Lin Mu answered. How long will it take? Advisor Liu asked. Can be anywhere from an hour to a day. Lin Mu replied. I see, Advisor Liu muttered. A day is nothing if we can get something out of this and get to talk with former Advisor Chu. King Hong nodded. Exactly, Lin Mu said, and sat down on one of the cushions that were lying around. Lin Mu noticed one thing, that this hall was clean, unlike the other ones. He spread his spirit sense around and found the reason for it. There was actually a cleaning formation embedded into this hall as well. Lin Mu remembered his own cleaning formation that he had placed in his old house in the northern city. While he had abandoned that place now, he had taken away the graves of his parents, and thus his home could be wherever he wanted it to be. The others also sat down and waited for the old man to wake up. The spirit chi on the floor was concentrated, and thus it was not like it was uncomfortable for the others. They could very well stay here for days, if not months here, with no problem. Lin Mu took this time to observe the area in better detail. Last time he was afraid that the old man might wake up, and thus he had not used his spirit sense as much, but now he had the full freedom to do so. Though what Lin Mu was looking for was any old records or documents that might come to his use here. Seeing how old the former advisor was, Lin Mu reckoned there must be something. Chapter 719, Advisor Chu wakes up. He's moving, Hua Wu said out loud. Lin Mu and the rest ended up waiting about 12 hours, after which the old man moved for the first time. Their attention went to the old man, and they could see his fingers trembling. After a few more minutes, his face started to twitch as well, and then his eyes opened with great difficulty. Tilda who Tilda? The old man took in a breath and looked around with his hazy and glazed eyes. One of his eyes was possibly blind already, as there was a cloudy layer on it. His left eye, though, looked to be fine enough. The former advisor noticed the people sitting in front of him, and for a second there, a strong wave of spirit chi emanated from him. Everyone except for Lin Mu trembled at the pressure that was exuded by the old man in that moment, and a cold sweat broke on their backs and foreheads. That, strong, Hua-san muttered. The pressure that the old man had just emanated was no less than some of the elders of his sect that he had met. This was a lot compared to most cultivators that did not belong to sects. Tilda gulped Tilda. Hua Wu and Advisor Liu couldn't help but swallow their saliva upon feeling that pressure. King Hong, on the other hand, didn't really feel it accurately since he was not at the nascent soul realm like the others. While he did feel the spirit chi fluctuation, he did not feel the oppressiveness from it. Lin Mu, on the other hand, only felt like a breeze of wind passed by him, though he was aware that this was emanated by the old man. Lin Mu stepped forward and spoke. Can you hear me, Advisor Chu? The old man slowly lifted his gaze and looked into Lin Mu's eyes. Lin Mu felt as if the old man could almost peer through him and gaze into his soul. It made him shudder a bit, but he held on. The old man let out a sigh and lightly shook his head. The youth, overcome the elderly, the old man said for the first time. Hearing the hoarse and old voice of the man, Lin Mu felt uneasy. He was once again reminded of the mortality of humans and the limitations that they had. His determination to grow stronger was reaffirmed again. King Hong and Advisor Liu also came forward and kneeled on the ground before cupping their hands and lowering their heads. It is a great honor to meet you again, Advisor Chu. I am Hong Liu. Advisor Liu introduced himself first. And I am King Hong Kikyang, grandson of King Hong Likyang. King Hong said, relating himself to the king 2 generations ago. Since he had never seen the Advisor Chu before, there was no chance he would recognize him. Even his father's name might not do well since the man was very old, and he didn't know if his memory would allow him to remember his father. After all, when Advisor Chu held his position, it was during his grandfather's and great-grandfather's time. After hearing these words, the old man did not respond and simply stared emptily at the people. How long has it been? The old man questioned. It has been 200 years since the reign of King Likyang, Advisor Chu. King Hong answered. It has been too long. I have been on this earth for far too long. The old man spoke in melancholy. If Advisor Chu allows it, we would like to formally venerate you in the ancestral temple. We know that your lifespan is at its end, and there is little we can do, but we can't afford to let your contributions go to a waste. King Hong spoke. Spare me the trivialities, child. I have seen far too many of them in my time. Speak, what is it that you need? This chamber is not something anyone should have discovered unless I was dead. Advisor Chu spoke in a calm voice. We have a request of you. King Hong spoke, calculating his words. Advisor Chu looked at King Hong's face and suddenly spoke. You want to ask me about the wandering sinkhole, don't you? Hearing this, King Hong and Advisor Liu were shocked and wondered if the old man had read their minds. How did you? King Hong muttered in surprise. When you've lived as long as I have, making prediction becomes easier. Besides, there are very few things that would be worth getting from me, and my knowledge about the wandering sinkhole is the only thing that might be worth this effort. I do not know how you managed to wake me up like this, as I was sure my meridians had already shut most of my body down. Advisor Chu explained. I see. Well, yes, we do want information about the wandering sinkhole. Lin Mu was the one to speak this time. Fine, I'll tell you all that I know. I don't know how much time I have right now anyway, the old man stated. Hearing this, the ears of everyone in the room perked up and they got ready to listen to it. The old man closed his eyes for a couple of minutes and seemed to be meditating. Only after he was done with it did he opens his eyes. The wandering sinkhole is a unique phenomenon that occurs in the Hong Lin forest. Most people think of it as a mystery or even a curse, but in reality, it is nothing but the entrance to a minor plane. I entered it accidentally when I was a teenage lad and fell into it. Thankfully, I fell into a body of water and managed to survive, otherwise I would have been dead. But even then, a fall from that height into straight water was not without injuries. I broke several of my bones and got a lot of bruises in the process. The old man said and took a pause, his breath heavy. Chapter 720. The story of Advisor Chu. Having rested for a few seconds, Advisor Chu began to speak again. After falling in, I barely managed to pull myself out of the water. Only after coming out of it did I realize that it was a deep lake. I laid on the ground, tired and in pain, as I stared up at the sky. It was then that I realized another thing. It didn't look like the top of the sinkhole anymore. Rather, it looked just like a normal sky to me with no borders. I was naive and didn't have any cultivation base back then, and didn't know how all this happened. Terrified and confused, I laid there until eventually, the pain became too much for me to do nothing. I crawled around to find something that may help me. I knew of some herbs and plants that could help with pain in the Hong Lin forest, and I wondered if I could find one of them here. Since my body tempering realm cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the body tempering realm, I couldn't heal my bones faster either. I ended up spending 2 days in a helpless state. In the end, I was far too exhausted and fell unconscious. When I woke up after an unknown amount of time, I found my body to be completely fine. My broken bones in my legs and ribs were fully recovered. But that was not all, as I also discovered far more strength in my body than before, and along with it, a different kind of an energy in my body other than the vital energy. I later realized that this was spirit qi. The old man spoke. You directly broke through to the qi refining realm. How is that possible? Hua-san asked. Back then, I didn't know either. But after spending about a month there, I started to learn more about the place. The large lake I had fallen into actually had mysterious properties that healed my body and even increased my cultivation base. I started to explore and wander around the area and learned more about it. The lake was just one part of the sinkhole, and there were many more unique areas in it. There was the forest that was filled with dangerous beasts who could easily kill me at that time, and poisonous plants that would kill me if I got too close to them. The dangers were many, and, knowing that I was in the blind about that place, I just observed from a distance. For food, all I could eat were some tubers I found growing near the lake. Making fire was easy enough, and water was easy to procure as well. What I didn't know was that everything around that lake was beneficial for one's cultivation. The water contained medicinal properties, while the tubers contained spirit chi. I spent about a year in that area, unable to proceed any farther because of the danger. The beasts would kill me the moment I would step out of a certain radius. Advisor Chu explained. Wait, then why did the beasts not attack you near the lake? Lin Mu questioned. It was due to the water of the lake as well. Apparently, it was good to repel beasts, though, for plants and humans. I guess it was very beneficial, though in that 1 year I had a lot of gains. My cultivation base reached the late stage of the chi refining realm in that span. I, of course, took full advantage of the lake water and the tubers around it, but I realized the lake water started to lose its effects after a few months. While the tubers still provided me with spirit chi, they started to run out of numbers. By the end of the first year, I had no tubers to eat. At that point, I realized that I had to leave the place or I would starve. I had no cultivation technique, and thus all I could do was to use my raw strength while strengthening my limbs with spirit chi. My first battle was with a small beast that looked like a mix between a dog and a raccoon. It was the most difficult battle I had gone through, and I was quite injured by the time I managed to kill the beast. It was a bit strange since the beast was actually at a far lower cultivation base than me. I realized that unless I gained better control over my spirit chi, I would probably not be able to fight many more beasts. I did my best to learn about spirit chi while also hunting more and more beasts. Another 2 years passed like this before I was able to continue onwards. It was also during this time that I broke through to the core condensation realm. After that, things became a bit easier for me, and I could see the rest of the sinkhole. The area was rather large, and even after 10 more years, I had barely covered half of the area. There were many different areas in the sinkhole, from lakes to swamps to forests and even some tombs. I had not given up my search for an escape route, but was unable to find anything. Even now, I didn't have any cultivation technique and had to depend on external resources to increase my spirit chi. If I depleted my spirit chi, I would not even be able to recover it actively. I would just have to wait for the spirit chi to passively regenerate. This often led to some rather dangerous situations in the sinkhole. The beasts, along with the dangerous areas, made for a bad combination and could make you stuck in one area for a long time. It wasn't until 100 years passed that I actually found a cultivation technique in one of the tombs. It was made by another cultivator who had perhaps fallen in an unknown amount of time ago. The old man spoke in detail. Chapter 721. The story of Advisor Chu. Lin Mu was stunned by hearing the time for which the old man was stuck there and the struggles he had gone through. Lin Mu compared himself to him and realized that he at least had some people to talk to during the past few years, but Advisor Chu had no one. He too was blind to the ways of cultivation and had gone through it due to a fortune. But Lin Mu had managed to figure out his own method of cultivation, and Advisor Chu had not. Lin Mu even wondered if the way he figured out his cultivation method could even be replicated or not. Senior Zhukong called it the path of the primordial, but Lin Mu didn't know what that exactly meant. Though according to Senior Zhukong, this method of cultivation would allow him to have many paths of progress in the future, unlike a lot of cultivators that become restricted to a few avenues of growth. With the time that Advisor Chu had, he should have been able to learn something about his meridians and cultivation base right. Since he was not able to do it, then what was it that made me different? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder to himself. Even though he had these questions, he did not ask them and let the old man speak. They didn't know how long he had, and it was better to listen to all his words before asking him more. The old man lightly coughed and took a few breaths before speaking again. A lot of us had heard rumors of the wandering sinkhole and how it would take away people never to return them. When people encountered it, they had 2 options. either to succumb to greed and enter it, or be scared and run away. Though there was also the fact that a lot of people fell in it, involuntarily, since it was hard to spot the wandering sinkhole. There were a lot of cultivators that seeker it out as well, and wanted to learn about its secrets with the hope that there was something powerful in it. Which, from what I could see, wasn't actually false. The wandering sinkhole contains a lot of treasures, spirit herbs, and even spirit stones. Thus, a myriad of cultivators came here to test their luck. Alas, none of them succeeded, or perhaps some did, but the world never found out about it. Of the ones that were unsuccessful, I learned about cultivation. The dead were my teachers and I their student. Upon discovering the tombs, I spent time uncovering them and learning about their secrets. Various tombs contain the various inheritances that the cultivators who entered Sinkhole left behind. I do not know for how many centuries or even thousands of years this had been going on, but an unofficial record of some kind had been made by the survivors of the sinkhole. While they were unable to leave the place, they still learned from their predecessors and wrote down the things they say. They had hoped that perhaps someone would come to rescue them, or maybe their information would help someone else in the future. And that information certainly came in handy for me. Not only did I learn about the ecology of the sinkhole, I also learned about cultivation. The cultivation technique I gained was left behind by a nameless cultivator, and I had to spend 10 years in order to learn it. And after those 10 years, it took me another 100 years to perfect it. By that time, I was already over 250 years old. I knew my lifespan would end soon, thus I took that time to make my breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. 30 years passed before I was finally able to complete my breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. But even then, my troubles did not end, and there was no path to escape in sight. I spent the rest of the time learning about the sinkhole and the beings that lived inside it. And from that I learned there was always a bigger fish behind a big fish. I thought I would be strong enough to handle anything once I was in the nascent soul realm, but I was foolish. There were plenty of beasts and plants that were at the nascent soul realm, and even a few that were at the Tao shell realm. I, of course, avoided as many fights as I could and continued my escape plan. It was only when 450 years had passed since my arrival into the sinkhole did I find a path to leave. Once I learned that I waited for the opportune moment and escaped the sinkhole. Advisor Chu explained. The old man took a deep breath and rested for a bit. What was it that you used to escape the area? Lin Mu questioned. It was a formation array. Making it was a throw in the dark that I tired, and it ended up working. Advisor Chu answered. I see, but then why didn't you speak of your experiences in the sinkhole? Lin Mu questioned. If it were him, he would probably learn about everything there and give the answer to the juniors in the world. Hearing this, the old man sighed to himself. I have seen the sinkhole. While there is fortune there, it is a mere trap. I did not want the juniors of this world to be tainted, and thus I never revealed it to the world. All I wanted to do after escaping it was to meet my family. Alas, they had long since perished. After all, there are no mortals that lived as long as the cultivators. I had gained increased longevity and didn't even get to share that with my family. Then the king noticed me and offered me a position after hearing my situation. A person like me was very useful for the king, and thus I was made an advisor's. Advisor Chu explained. Chapter 722, 3 Routes of Entry and Exit. Hearing the story of the old man, Lin Mu was intrigued. Yet there were questions that were still unanswered. Advisor Chu, how can we find the wandering sinkhole? And if we do enter it, what is the method to get out of it? We also want to know where a 1,000-year-old Hong Lin tree can be found within it. Lin Mi shot off a series of questions. Aha, a bit impatient, I see. Well, young men like you must have drive. Advisor Chu chuckled. But I fear I won't be able to tell you about it. Not because I don't know, but rather because I don't want other people to succumb to the greed and get trapped there. Advisor Chu spoke, shocking the others. Please, Advisor Chu, tell us so that we may save our kingdom. King Hong pleaded. Save the kingdom? What happened? Advisor Chu was now worried as well. well, how to begin this. But King Hong and advisor Liu then told them how the kingdom was faring and how it had almost become a puppet in the hands of others. Once King Hong was done, advisor Chu seemed visibly agitated. His tree bark like skin trembled while the veins underneath it throbbed. The northern tribes I see, so they have finally returned, advisor Chu stated with a sigh. He took a pause for a few seconds and then spoke again. Seems like the situation is far more dangerous than I had thought. This no longer concerns just our kingdom, but also the rest of the world, advisor Chu said, his voice gaining a bit of volume. Will you tell us then, advisor Chu? Lin Mu asked again. I shall tell you then. Listen carefully. I'll start with the easiest question, the one about the 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees. Yes, they can be found in the sinkhole, but if you want to get to them, you will have to pass through the territories of several dangerous beasts, most of which are in the nascent Soul realm and even Dao Shell realm. Advisor Chu answered, reliving Lin Mu and the two disciples a bit. But even if they had heard the confirmation, the approach was still difficult, as the danger was quite high. Now about finding the wandering sinkhole. The only way is to just search the entire Hong Lin forest. The sinkhole has no rhyme or reason and can be found moving around anywhere, hence the name wandering sinkhole. As for getting out of it, there are 3 methods. The first one is to exit through the same opening that you entered through. But the problem with this is that the opening moves around, and there is a great chance you won't find it in the same place that you entered through. The opening moves around at a rather fast pace as well, and even if you spot it, the chances of you reaching it becomes rather less. The second method is to make your own passage. I don't even know if this can be done by anyone in this world, even if they are from the top sects. The cultivation base needed to do it is simply massive. Within the sinkhole, I've seen graves that belong to Dao treading realm experts as well, and if they were unable to escape it, someone at the nascent Soul realm escaping is far less. Then there is the third and final method that I used, using the intended exit of the sinkhole, advisor Chu explained. Hearing all the answers, everyone was intrigued. They did not know which ones were viable for them fully, but knew that they would have to take the risks regardless. Lin Mu, on the other hand, felt like the first and second methods might be viable for him even if the others did not seem like that. Though the greatest doubt he had was about the third method. Advisor Chu, if there was an intended exit, then why did you not use it all those years? Was it perhaps hidden somewhere? Lin Mu questioned the man. From all that I learned about the wandering sinkhole, I believe it was supposed to be a sacred ground or trials ground for some power a long time ago. But then it fell into despair, and no one maintained it. This caused it to return to the main world and develop to become a minor plane instead. It took in several plants and animals from our world and then isolated itself. But even then, there are several traces of its original structures remaining. One of these original structures is the intended exit I spoke of. It is hidden, or rather I must say protected by strong spatial phenomena that would kill you before you can even approach it. The only reason I was able to escape using that was that there are moments in time when the spatial disturbances reduce in intensity, allowing one to push through the phenomena. Of course, since I escaped it and never returned there, I am not sure how often that reduction in spatial phenomena occurs. But from the comparisons I made earlier there, I reckon it happens at least once a month or so. While I used the exit only once, I had been observing the area around it for years. I was simply unable to approach it due to the danger it held. But I was lucky as I ran out of all options and decided to take a do-or-die initiative. This allowed me to learn about the increased stability of the exit, and I didn't hesitate to leave at that point. I even left behind most of the things I had gotten there. Advisor Chu answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu and the rest took breaths of relief. To them, as long as they had at least one viable option, they were fine with it. Lin Mu even more so, as he realized all 3 of those options might be viable for him. Chapter 723, Gratefulness and Regrets. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us, Advisor Chu. I am grateful to you, and I believe the entire world will be grateful for you as well. Lin Mu spoke. Indeed, Advisor Chu, if it were not for you, perhaps our Supreme Elder would not have a chance either, Hua-san added. And the Hong Lin Kingdom might not have lived past this either, King Hong added. The work of our ancestors was saved due to you, Advisor Chu, Advisor Liu said with gratitude. Hearing the kind words of his visitors, the old man felt pleased, but at the same time he felt a bit regretful. Perhaps my choice of entering seclusion was wrong. I should have been actively involved with the kingdom these years, Advisor Chu stated. No, don't blame yourself, Advisor Chu. If you had not gone, perhaps we would not have had the pressure to reach the nascent soul realm. With you there, we would have just relied on you and forget to be prepared ourselves. It was a very wise decision on your end. Advisor Liu spoke without hesitation. The old man sighed and shook his head. If only I had more time, I would have taken care of this. Breaking through at this juncture is also impossible for me. I simply don't have any longevity left, Advisor Chu said with regret. With the technique I used, you should still have at least a week left, Advisor Chu. I'm sorry I can't do any more. I am helpless in that aspect, Lin Mu said, finding it to be a bit sorrowful as well. But he knew this was the harsh truth of the world, and perhaps only a miracle could save the old man now. The others seemed to resonate with Lin Mu's thoughts and felt sad as well. Do you have any solution, Senior Zukong? This man has done so much for his kingdom and even for us. It seems unfair for him to die like this, Lin Mu asked, grasping for some hope. I can't do much here either. Unless he got some immortal pills to extend his longevity or managed to break through, it is impossible for him to live on, Zukong replied. What Zukong didn't tell Lin Mu was that these were the orthodox methods he knew of. There were some other unorthodox methods that existed and he knew of, but those weren't something that were appropriate here. Some were rather cruel, while others could greatly harm themselves. He also didn't think cultivators of this level were mature enough to handle it and not be tempted by them too much before falling into depravity. I'm sorry I can't help, but if it were you though going through this, I would not hesitate in using each and every means in my arsenal, Zukong secretly thought. Having got what they needed, Lin Mu and the rest decided to depart. Wait, the old man suddenly spoke. Yes, Advisor Chu, King Hong asked. The old man's hands trembled before they entered within his robes and pulled out an old and mottled jade slip. While it looked rather bad, it was fully functional. Take this. It's my understanding of the wandering sinkhole and has information about the things there. It also has a map I made of it, though beware that things change there quite often and you might get lost, regardless. There's also the fact that it has been over 500 years since I left the sinkhole, and thus there might be many changes that have happened since then. The map and intimation might become entirely useless, Advisor Chu explained. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt even more grateful. Thank you, Advisor Chu. With a map it will be far more easier for us. And don't worry, even if the sinkhole has changed and the map is useless, we shall still find a way out. We can't die yet. The world needs us, Lin Mu spoke. The old are the torches of the youth. It is my honor that I managed to be helpful to you, the old man replied with a little smile on his face. Lin Mu nodded his head and took the jade slip from his hands before storing it away. Having gotten the last item they needed, Lin Mu and the rest cupped their hands before leaving the underground hall. They would give Advisor Chu some privacy in his last few days on the world and let him pass on his own terms. Back at the court, Lin Mu looked through the jade slip while the others sat around. The more Lin Mu read, the more shocked he got. The information recorded in the jade slip was rather large, and he didn't even know if he could read it all soon. Can't believe so many things can be written about a single place, Lin Mu muttered to himself. King Hong and the rest looked at Lin Mu, waiting for him to proceed. After looking through the jade slip, Lin Mu looked at the rest of the people in the court. Looks like we are in for a rather dangerous journey, Lin Mu spoke. Even if it is dangerous, we need to go through it. A lot of people are relying on us, Hua-san affirmed. Plus, if we go together, our chances of survival will be higher, Hua-woo stated. No, Lin Mu rejected right away. Huh, what happened, senior? Hua-woo was surprised and also a bit anxious at Lin Mu's negative reaction. From all that I've heard and read about the wandering sinkhole till now, I don't think you all should go there, Lin Mu replied. What, but we have to do it, King Hong said anxiously. Yes, we do indeed. That's why I shall be heading there alone. I have confidence that I can escape it with my skills, but I don't know if I would be able to do the same if I had other people with me. Please understand my concern, Lin Mu expressed. Chapter 724, convincing the team. Hearing that Lin Mu wanted to get to the wandering sinkhole on his own, the others felt concerned and didn't know if it was good. You can't do that. It will be too dangerous to go alone. Plus, with more people, we would be able to cover more ground, Hua-san replied. That is exactly why I don't want you all to go. It will be too dangerous. If it's just me alone, I can deal with danger and escape if I want to. The greatest confidence I have is in my speed and ability to retreat. Plus, I won't be going alone completely. I'll be having another companion with me, Lin Mu spoke. Hearing this, they were a bit confused, but then realized that Lin Mu might be talking about Jiang Luo. Why can Senior Jiang Luo come with you then? Hua-woo asked. Oh, he won't be coming either. He is needed here more. Not only will he need time to set up the tribulation attenuation formation, but he has his own preparations to do, Lin Mu said, remembering that Jiang Luo had yet to fully assimilate the knowledge he had been given. Not to mention the entrance token to the ancestral land of the Jiang clan that he still needed to make. Plus, it would be far more safer if Jiang Luo was still in this world, as there was no guarantee that Gu Yao won't just attack. Even if these two disciples were from the Noon Grass sect and were at the nascent soul realm, Lin Mu didn't know if they would be strong enough to fight against the tricks and schemes of Gu Yao. Heck, from what Lin Mu had heard, they didn't even go out of sect that much and didn't have enough experience with the world, despite being significantly older than him. Not Senior Jiang Luo, then who's going to come? It won't make sense if they are weaker than him or us, Hua-san asked. Oh, the one I'm taking is far faster than anyone here, even faster than me and has decent strength, Lin Mu stated. And who's that? Now even Advisor Liu was curious. So far they had met 2 adolescent soul realm cultivators, and now he heard there was an additional expert. Advisor Liu wondered how they were just popping up now, or if Lin Mu was hiding even more than that. While he hadn't seen the full might of Lin Mu, he could tell that the young man was not normal. Casual actions of him exerted strength that seemed unusual. The one I'm taking is my tamed beast, Lin Mu answered. You have a tamed beast too? Hua-woo asked, feeling excited. I do indeed. He'll also be the one to help us find the wandering sinkhole in less than a month, Lin Mu stated. Huh, can he really do that? I mean, even if one is fast, just how fast would they even have to find it in a month? Hua-san was doubtful, and so was Advisor Liu. It was understandable since finding the wandering sinkhole was the same as searching the entire Honglin forest for it. And that was a massive area to cover. Even with the spirit sense of a nascent soul realm cultivator expanding the area that could be observed at once, there were still several thousand square kilometers of the area to cover. Not to mention the wandering sinkhole did not have a set location and would move around, which meant that it might appear in a location one had already searched, in which meant that one would have to search the entire forest multiple times. It shouldn't really be a problem. He's actually out looking for Honglin trees now that are 100 years or older than that, Lin Mu spoke. The people in the hall didn't really know what to think of it now and asked a few more questions while Lin Mu tried to convince them. After several minutes, though, they agreed, albeit reluctantly. They were anxious that Lin Mu might not return and get trapped or something. But Lin Mu assured them that trapping him won't be possible, not to mention that spatial manipulation was something he was good at. Senior can do spatial manipulation, Hua-san and Hua-Wu were shocked. This was not a skill that anyone could have. Even Dao-treading realm cultivators struggled with it, and the only way most cultivators could come in contact with it was through formations. Otherwise, doing it on their own was close to impossible, since not only did it require great comprehension ability, but also the spirit chi to back it up. Lin Mu had a great advantage in this, since the skills granted by the ring didn't have as high of a spirit chi usage as compared to the other crude spatial manipulation skills cultivators had in this world. Indeed, I can, so don't worry. Worst comes to worst, I get trapped in an isolated space. If that does happen, I would just choose the second option that Advisor Chu told us. I'll just make my own exit by carving out an opening in the void, Lin Mu said. Hearing Lin Mu speak casually about manipulating the space and interacting with the void felt surreal to them. If this was some great elder from a top sect like the Sky Precedent sect, they would understand, but this was not. Lin Mu was only at the adolescent soul stage of the nascent soul realm. After a few minutes of shock, they came to a complete agreement and decided to let Lin Mu go on his own. Lin Mu contacted Jiang Luo and told him about what he was going to do, and Jiang Luo agreed that it was better for him to go on his own. If one knew Lin Mu and his skills better than anyone else now, it was Jiang Luo. After all, it was due to Lin Mu that he had managed to escape the isolated fragment of the sacred ground of Ripple Mist Sect. Chapter 725. Putting the kingdom back on track with the agreements made, Lin Mu and the rest came up with a pipeline for the events. They hoped for the best and planned for the worst, making contingencies for contingencies. They even made plans in case Gu Yao decide to directly come out and attack them or even start his takeover of the empire. Jiang Luo also agreed to set up some better formation arrays around the Honglin kingdom, just in case they needed to protect from attacks. It was needed since they were their allies, and their survival was essential to them in the long term. Plus, King Hong was going to use the entire kingdom to provide the resources now. He knew it was no time to skimp on things and put the administrative machinery into work. While this was happening, Advisor Liu efficiently weeded out the corrupt officials of the kingdom and replaced them with the right people. During the reign of Minister Fu Delun, a lot of good workers had been wrongfully dismissed or transferred to other positions. Advisor Liu rectified these mistakes and checked the records to see who actually did well. This was not easy as the records were heavily manipulated as well, and they had to take a lot of direct testimonies from people and then cross-reference them before actually checking the differences. It was a long and hectic process, and it would have been impossible if not for the people's support. When it was announced that Minister of Law Fu Delun has been arrested along with several other officials on the charges of corruption and forgery, a lot of the other good officials that had been suppressed were overjoyed. Even the commoners who had suffered during this time were pleased that their king and advisor were taking action. In the royal court, half of the people were either greatly fined or arrested entirely due to their involvement with Minister Fu Delun. As for Fu Delun himself, since he was under the control of Gu Yao, there was always a chance that he would try to escape and contact Gu Yao. As long as Gu Yao didn't know what was happening in the kingdom, they would have the advantage. Thus, to prevent Gu Yao from discovering what had happened, Lin Mu and the rest put Minister Fu Delun in a tranquilized state perpetually. The royal physicians and an alchemist combined their skills to make a strong tranquilized which won't harm the body, but would truly put the person it was used on in a deep sleep. They wouldn't wake up even if the person was beat up and was rather deadly if one thought about it. It was fine to use on cultivators, but if it was used on normal humans, they would die of thirst before they could even wake up. For Fu Delun at least, the physicians set up a nutritional solution made of several herbs that would prevent the man from dying. Because in the end, Lin Mu and the rest knew that Fu Delun was a victim too, and wasn't doing this on his own. Killing him would be a grave injustice when they still had the capability to restrain him. King Hong and Advisor Liu had spoken of how Fu Delun truly took his responsibilities very seriously all these years. In fact, it was that very reputation that led to them overlooking all the mistakes that had been made in the past few years. Had it not been for that, Advisor Liu and King Hong would have been more hands-on in their approach with administrative matters. A wise man once said, "Having competent subordinates makes one's life easier, but it also makes one dependent on them, thus taking away their caution." This was one of the reasons why strong clans and sects always chose to let their juniors train and experience the world and get some setbacks. Otherwise, if they were given a smooth, carved-out path by their seniors, they would get complacent. Of course, doing all these changes brought their own set of problems. The new people for higher positions were hard to find, and for lower positions, they needed to be trained from the start. The biggest issue, though, was finding a suitable replacement for the Minister of Law. So far, Advisor Liu had taken over the duties for that, but it was no longer viable for him to keep on doing that as his duties were expanding by the day. They needed someone to replace Fu Delun. Plus, since the mess started from this position, the eyes of everyone in the kingdom would be on this position. Thus, anyone who took over would be facing great pressure. For this, Lin Mu actually had a suggestion. The person he suggested to King Hong and Advisor Liu was none other than the head of the Law Enforcement Department. Lin Mu himself had seen how hard the man worked, despite the bad hand he was dealt, and still managed to keep the department running. Advisor Liu had already seen the work ethic and productivity of the man and accepted it right away. But when they actually called in the man to offer him the position, he cried. He said that he would die if he took on more work. Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this and gave a few solutions. First, they gave the man a well-deserved vacation, and secondly, they gave him enough resources so that he could break through to the core condensation realm. Xian Po was stunned and had not expected this at all. To him, it was completely out of his scope that he would ever reach a higher cultivation base. They knew that he was a hard worker and was pushed to the limit, but these limits were also there because of his cultivation base. Thus, the easiest option was to simply upgrade it, and that's what they did. And thus, Xian Po's vacation week also turned into a secluded cultivation session, which he did like. Chapter 726. The new court session, with a new Minister of Law set up, and the rest of the administrative machinery working in proper order, King Hong felt pleased. To him, this was one of the most necessary things that needed to be addressed. Lin Mu was also happy with the progress and got to experience the inner workings of a kingdom for the first time. He got to learn how different matters were handled and how it was to deal with complex people, all of whom had their own agenda. While this was not useful to him directly right now, he reckoned he may as well learn all that he could. Zhu Kong was of the same mind and told him to do so, while Little Shrubby continued his search. Littler Shrubby had been looking for the wandering sinkhole right on the day when Lin Mu made the agreement with King Hong and the two disciples. He gave the description of the sinkhole to Little Shrubby and told him to search across the entire Hong Lin forest for it. Little Shrubby was fine with it and did so. Jiang Luo, on the other hand, was busy with making formation arrays. The tribulation attenuation array was already completed and ready for use at any moment. He was now setting up the formation arrays for the Hong Lin Kingdom's capital city. Upon hearing the plan that Lin Mu had for the city, Jiang Luo went even more extravagant and asked that if they are doing it for the city, why don't they just do it for the entire kingdom? Hearing this, everyone was shocked as well, and they didn't know if this was viable at all. To this, Jiang Luo explained that while security on the same level as that of the capital might not be possible, it would still be possible to set up lower levels of securities across the entire kingdom. At the borders, there would be a basic formation array that detected and recorded who left and entered the kingdom. Of course, this was a rather grand project, but under the support of the entire kingdom and their other formation masters, Jiang Luo didn't have much problem in starting it. Even the Hua San and Hua Wu joined in to help. While they weren't specialized in formations, they still had enough knowledge to help out. Plus, They were one of the stronger cultivators in the entire kingdom, and thus just their cultivation base was enough to support more of the formation arrays which depended on power and not skill. Of course, this plan was done rather covertly, and the people were mobilized secretly. The ones involved were asked to take oaths. That would kill them if they ever broke them. Only after that were they allowed to be part of it. King Hong's tribulation was also fast approaching, and there was little time left until he would have to get ready for it. The same could be said for the former advisor Chu, but in his case, what was approaching him was death. The old man had not moved since that day and had stayed in the same state. Every day King Hong and advisor Liu would go to see him and check his condition. They were ready to give the man the funeral he deserved. Finally, 3 weeks had passed since the start of the plan, and today Xian Po broke through to the core condensation realm. Xian Po pays his respect to King Hong. The man cupped his hands in greeting and bowed his head. "At East, Minister Xian Po," King Hong said with a smile. Xian Po looked up at the king and the rest of the people sitting in the royal court. He was the last one to join, and the rest of the positions had already been fulfilled. While he was technically the first to be added to the new court, since he entered seclusion, it took him longer. "Take your place, Minister Xian Po. It's time we begin," King Hong said and gestured to the third seat on the left side of the court from the king's position. On the left of the king sat advisor Liu, while on the right sat none other than Lin Mu. He was actually feeling rather awkward here. "Should I even be here? This feels strange," Lin Mu thought to himself. He didn't know why, but King Hong had specifically requested for him to be here for the royal court. It was fine before since they were in a more informal setting and discussed the plans. But not all of those members were here. Hua San and Hua Wu weren't invited. Lin Mu looked at the ministers sitting in their seats. Their clothes showed their rank and position with it being embroidered on their outer robes. The ministers sat closer to the king on the left side, while the junior ministers and other officials such as army officials sat on the right side. "Today we are here to start a new journey. This will either take us to a safer future or lead us to our eventual end." King Hong spoke, turning the vibe in the room a bit cold. "I have decided to tell you what we are facing now. It is an unprecedented threat, the likes of which only our ancestors have faced before. Some of you here already know about it or have an idea about it, but I'll be properly telling about it to you all," King Hong said, turning the faces of everyone serious. Hearing this, Lin Mu now understood why King Hong had asked him to be here. Hua San and Hua Wu were helping out Jiang Luo, and thus were out of the capital at this moment in one of the other major cities. No wonder, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu felt a little less anxious now, and listened to how King Hong spoke about Gu Yao, and the threat he posed along with the threat of the northern tribes. Once King Hong Hua finished with his explanation, the people of the royal court finally understood the reason for the recent upheaval in the kingdom. Having learned that there was someone who could control them and others wouldn't even know was a terrifying thought. "Now that I am done, you all can speak if you wish to," King Hong spoke. Lin Mu looked around and saw that most of them weren't really in the mood to do anything and were still digesting the tough information that had been dropped on them. The ones that had a stronger mentality, though, were already thinking of plans to do. "Your Majesty, I have something to say," the new Minister of Law Xian Po suddenly spoke. "Please do, Minister Xian Po," King Hong replied. Xian Po stood up and looked around at his fellow court members. "We all have heard King Hong speak and have even seen the effects that this man Gu Yao has brought upon our kingdom. While we were lucky that we had senior Lin Mu this time who helped us avoid an even worse situation, I do not know if we would be lucky in the future. I have personally experienced the distress brought on by the former minster Fu Delun and the difficulties it brought. I do not want anyone else to go through it, yet there is a chance someone among us may end up being controlled anyway. Thus, to address this, I propose we take up an oath," Xian Po stated, surprising everyone. While it was fine asking the formation masters and other lower officials to take oaths, One must know that asking their ministers and other higher officials such as army generals was not usually done. This was considered to be offensive in many places and basically meant that the king did not give them the respect they deserved and also made them into slaves. Since taking an oath meant they would be binding themselves forever, giving a sense of safety and trust, it also meant that they were cutting off their other routes of escape. If for some reason the kingdom fell and they had no other choice, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape, as that would mean them dying anyway. Of course, the specific conditions of the oaths varied, but this was the general consensus among them. Xian Po and Lin Mu looked around, seeing the hesitation on the faces of some people in the hall. "I volunteer to do it first," Xian Po spoke up with determination. "I shall take it as well." This time Advisor Liu stood up. "And I'll be doing it as well," King Hong said, shocking everyone. "But, why you, Your Majesty?" one of the generals asked. "The situation we are facing is not just any threat. While you can be controlled, I can be controlled as well. Besides, it would be unfair if you all are bound to just me. Rather than that, I would prefer it to be a unified oath so that all of us are on equal terms," King Hong replied. Hearing this, the court officials were left speechless. Chapter 727. An oath. It wasn't often that a king would allow such an oath to be taken, not to mention taking it himself. This went against all that was considered usual for the royalty and kings. One could count on one hand the number of kings who had ever done this. There were oaths taken by kings, sure, but they were taken among others of equal or higher status. And thus, the court members were left speechless. Only after a minute of silence did someone speak. "I volunteer too," one of the generals spoke. "I do too," a junior minister spoke. "I shall take the oath as well," another minister joined in. One by one, hands rose up as more and more people joined. In the end, each and every person was ready to take the oath, and this put a smile on the face of the king and even Lin Mu, who had not expected this. "I thought there would be at least some resistance among them, but looks like the new people that were chosen were perfect for it, and the ones that were not corrupted were good from the start," Lin Mu thought to himself. "Excellent. With our unity, we shall either rise through the calamities or die trying," the king exclaimed, sending waves of excitement across the hall. He then looked at Lin Mu, prompting him to turn a bit serious. "Senior Lin Mu, since times immemorial when oaths as big as these were taken, the eldest or the strongest person would act as the officiator. Would you please grant us the honor of being one?" King Hong asked. Lin Mu was a bit stunned, and didn't speak when suddenly Zhukong's voice rang in his mind. "Do it," Zhukong spoke. "You sure, senior, but I'm not the oldest here?" Lin Mu asked. "That is just a formality. In reality, anyone can act as the officiator, but the strength of the officiator does decide how strong the oath will be as well. While most people think oaths are unbreakable, it is not so. There are certain methods that can be used to nullify them, and one can break them. Then there are also some methods that allow one to bypass them while keeping an oath intact. We do not know if Gu Yao or the powers backing them have such means, but it would be better to be cautious," Zhukong replied. "Then how do I prevent that, senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "Well, the easiest method is to change the oath terms. Most people give blood oaths or take an oath against their cultivation. These are the easiest ones to bypass and break. Oaths can also be given to the heavens, which are far more stronger, but that also requires one to be a cultivator and have a certain cultivation base. In here, only the nascent soul realm cultivators would be able to do that, and others won't. But right now they have you here. You have something that others don't, and it will help overcome that flaw," Zhukong answered. "I see. Then what do I do?" Lin Mu asked. "Just follow my words," Zhukong replied. "Okay, senior," Lin Mu replied and nodded his head, giving affirmation to King Hong as well. "Thank you, Senior Lin Mu," King Hong said. Lin Mu then closed his eyes for a couple of seconds and took a deep breath. The next moment when his eyes opened, they had a completely different aura. Everyone that looked at him felt their hearts shudder. They couldn't look into Lin Mu's eyes and felt like their hearts would jump out of their chests if they did so. "Repeat after my words," Lin Mu said in a calm voice. "Yes, Senior," they all replied. "I Lin Mu. I Hung Kikyang. I Hung Liu. I Xian Po." They all repeated. "Shall not harm the interest of the alliance, my allies, and humanity as a whole. And if I do so, I shall be struck down by the world, erased by the bloodline, extinguished by the heavens, and have my soul removed from the cycle of reincarnation." Lin Mu completed. The oath was a harsh one, but this was not the time to hesitate, and thus they all repeated properly. Once everyone was done saying it, Lin Mu added the final part. "So mote it be. Tilde hung tilde." The moment the oath was completed, a heavy presence descended in the hall. Everyone felt like boulders were pressing down on their heads and that they would collapse at any moment. Then a glowing character appeared on the forehead of Lin Mu. It was visible to everyone and was, in fact, hard to not notice with the intensity of light it was casting. "What is that?" everyone wondered while simultaneously struggling under the presence. The character on Lin Mu's forehead glowed even brighter and shot out several tiny motes of light. Their number was equal to the number of people that were in the hall at this moment. The motes of light flew to each person and entered their foreheads. Then, a character appeared on their foreheads too. This character read Oath. It lingered on their forehead for about 3 seconds before it faded away. The pressure on their bodies also disappeared, and they could take breaths of relief. But while this was all happening, Lin Mu did not see it. Rather than that, the moment the character had appeared on Lin Mu's forehead, his vision had gone white. He appeared in a white space and could see a character floating there as well. It was the same one that had appeared on his forehead. "Isn't that the mark of the ordained?" Lin Mu recognized. Then it was as if an explosion happened, and Lin Mu was sent hurtling across the empty skis. He kept on going higher and higher until he could see the entire world below him. It was a bit hard for him to see things, but after a couple of seconds, his vision adjusted. What is this?" Lin Mu couldn't help but question. Chapter 728, Gazing at the World's Senior Yukong. Lin Mu called out but received no answer. He looked below and saw a massive sphere. Most of it was blue, but 1/3 of it was made of different colors such as green, brown, yellow, white, and red. Lin Mu noticed that the top of the sphere was white and looked like a pear. Is this my world?" Lin Mu wondered. He checked the other points and was able to recognize several of them, such as the pear's waist and the belt. Then below he could see the northern mountains and the northern forest. This was enough to confirm for him. "There's no doubt, this is my world," Lin Mu spoke. And when he did, he could hear a voice in his mind. The voice was familiar to him and he had heard it before. "Ziofen world," the voice spoke. So the name of my world is Ziofen," Lin Mu muttered. So far, he had never heard the actual name of his world and had not seen it anywhere either. Since the world had only one continent that was now named the Great Zhou Continent, the people also called it the Great Zhou World. But Lin Mu now realized that it was just a name given by the people, but the real name of the world was something different. It was named Ziofen. Lin Mu didn't know if it was written in the records somewhere, but he decided to check up on it later. Lin Mu continued observing and could see the vast expanse of the forests that spread across the continent at the bottom of it. That should be the part which was once the southern continent, so that is the Great Southern Forest, Lin Mu identified. Above the Great Southern Forest, he could see several areas that had small black and gray dots. Those should be the cities, I guess, and seeing the location, it must be one of the kingdoms in the south. I think that is where the Noon Grass sect is located as well, Lin Mu muttered. On the northeast of that, he could see a small patch of dense red color. Lin Mu instantly recognized what this was. "The Honglin Forest," Lin Mu said. He then went west from there and saw several different areas, including one place which was densely packed with buildings. "Is that The imperial capital of the great Zhou Empire. Yes, that must be it. Lin Mu spoke. He went a bit northwest from there and saw the deserts and volcanoes. This was also the area where the fire fang snake was supposed to be a native of. He continued further up from there and saw a change in the color. The area here was significantly darker, and the ground seemed to be black in certain places. That should be the Black Dawn dynasty, Lin Mu recognized. Then to the east of it, Lin Mu saw the Shuang Qian Empire, and further east of that Lin Mu saw the part of the continent that protruded a bit outwards and went to the north. The area here was multicolored, with different hues mixed in such as red, green, blue, yellow, pink, and many more. That should be the Eastern Ming dynasty, Lin Mu recognized. He could also see several small dots in the great ocean that were sparsely spread. The biggest ones, though, were closest to the continent and were none other than the Echo Conch Kingdom and the First Sun Kingdom. As Lin Mu continued observing, he wondered where the sects were. He couldn't particularly see them. From what I know, the top sects are rather spread around. The Sky Precepts sect is located somewhat east of the imperial capital, while the Zither Wind sect is southwest of it. Then, some distance south from the Black Dawn Kingdom's border, there is the Centennial Sword sect. The Rainbow Pill sect is the furthest from all sects and is the Eastern Ming dynasty. Then finally, there are the northern tribes, Lin Mu muttered. He could see that within the frozen white northern part, there were small dots of red and black. He realized that they must be the settlements of the northern tribes. If only I could see more, Lin Mu wished. The moment he did so, he felt his vision flicker. Then red dots appeared all over the map. These dots were all of different sizes and intensities. Some of them were bright enough that they looked like beacons, while there were some that were dim enough that they couldn't even be seen unless Lin Mu squinted. The ones that looked like beacons were located in 4 different parts of the world. One of the red beacons was near the Black Dawn Kingdom, which Lin Mu recognized as the Centennial Sword sect. One of them was located in the central part of the continent that Lin Mu recognized to be the Sky Precepts sect. Then there was another one located in the northeastern part of the continent, which Lin Mu recognized to be the Rainbow Pill sect. What are these red beacons? They are the strongest ones. Seeing the pattern, they may be cultivators. Lin Mu wondered. After thinking for a bit more, Lin Mu realized that this was likely. Considering the different intensities of the light and them being in a few locations, they might be immortal Ascension Realm cultivators. But then at the north, this can't be, Lin Mu exclaimed. What Lin Mu saw in the north was surprising to him. In the north, there were 3 such red beacons. One of them was a bit to the south in the mountains, while the other 2 were together in the populated area. If these really are immortal Ascension Realm cultivators, then the northern tribes have the same number as the rest of the empire. But how can this be? They should have all been killed in the past. Unless they are new, Lin Mu understood the startling reality. Chapter 729, Stormy Ocean. Seeing the world and the cultivators on it, Lin Mu felt a bit overwhelmed. While the general consensus was that cultivators were rare, being 1 in 1,000, seeing their total population, was still shocking to him. They have the same number of immortal Ascension Realm cultivators as us, Lin Mu muttered. He then looked at the other red dots that were still big, but did not look like beacons. These were the cultivators who were in the Dao Treading Realm. Of these, Lin Mu could see about 29 dots in the Great Zhou continent and 11 dots in the northern tribes. So the total number of Dao Treading Realm cultivators is 29. Lin Mu said as he gazed in the direction of the Black Dawn Kingdom. There his gaze was on a particular location that was close to the northern coast. No red dot there. If Jiang Wei was there, the dot should have been there. Guess he really is in the ancestral land of the Jiang clan. No wonder it doesn't appear here. But this also means there should be other such Dao Treading Realm experts that don't appear on the map if they are in other such minor planes or worlds. Lin Mu analyzed. Lin Mu wondered if he could find Gu Yao with this, but that was a tough thing to do. He knew that Gu Yao had reached the Dao Shell Realm, but when he tried to see the red dots for Dao Shell Realm cultivators, he found there to be over 200. Some of them even overlapped, so it was hard to tell how many there actually were. The actual number is bound to be higher. Plus, there is a chance that Gu Yao might have taken to hiding in a minor plane. It could be one of the reasons why finding him is hard. If I was him and had the information, I would probably do the same, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Seeing the entire world at once had given Lin Mu an overview that enhanced his thinking. He could now think from a broader perspective and realized just how little prepared he was for the coming battle. He knew that the entire world would be embroiled in this. While both the parties had the same number of immortal Ascension Realm cultivators, he didn't know if they would be able to work together when Gu Yao was sowing discord. No, rather than that, Gu Yao would never even let them have the opportunity to fight. With the speed at which he is controlling others and taking over sex, he will probably try to neutralize the top sex before they can do much. They should definitely have something that can restrain or even kill immortal Ascension Realm cultivators, Lin Mu concluded. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and deeply gazed at the world, trying to memorize each and every bit of it. He tried to see which places had the most cultivators and why. He didn't know how he had ended up here, but knew that him being ordained by the world had something to do with it. If I have the opportunity, why not take it? Even this much is enough to give us plenty of perspectives, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu moved from one side of the world to the other, and eventually ended up completing it all. I've done as much as I can right now, Lin Mu said, but after a few seconds he wondered something else. What's there behind this? This world is a sphere, right? There should be more behind it, Lin Mu said. And just as he said this, the world started to turn and showed the side which was hidden to Lin Mu. But what he saw shocked him even more. What is this? Lin Mu said in shock. So far, from what Lin Mu had learned, after 4 of the 5 continents were combined, only the Great Ocean was left behind. Lin Mu had thought that all he would see there would be water, but he saw much more than that. On the other half of the world, a massive storm was churning. It looked like a white vortex that continued to spin in one place. Clouds from all over the world would join it and then get dispersed into the ocean. At the eye of the storm, Lin Mu could see nothing. It looked like a pitch-black hole and no light was seen there. It was like the deepest depths of the sea where no light could penetrate. From time to time, streaks of light would spread across the storm, showing that it even contained thunder and lightning. The streaks were like dragons swimming in the seas and weaved through the storm. There were no islands or any landforms that Lin Mu could see on the other side, either. It was as if all of them had disappeared or sunk. Is this the effect of moving entire continents, or perhaps something else? Lin Mu wondered. But this gave rise to another question for Lin Mu. These continents, were they floating that they could be united? No, that doesn't make sense. If they were able to float, they would have to be far lighter. But then how would one move something that is attached to the ground? Lin Mu pondered. It was now that Lin Mu noticed another thing. The color of the water was different, or rather the shade of blue was different in the different parts of the world. The water around the continent was of a lighter shade than the water in the depths of the ocean. Lin Mu realized that the further one went from the continent, the darker the color of the water got. Then arrived the storm where everything was white due to the clouds. And in the center of the storm, in its eye, there was just pitch-black darkness within which nothing could be seen. Chapter 730 World Nexus. So the farther one goes from the continent, the deeper the ocean becomes, and the storm should be the deepest part of the ocean. Lin Mu understood. Having seen this, though, Lin Mu realized another thing. Hang on, if the red dots are the markers where there are cultivators and shows their cultivation base, then where are the beasts? The population of beasts should be far more than humans. Especially the ocean, it should be filled with strong beasts, shouldn't it? Lin Mu questioned. He even looked at the great southern forest, but didn't see any markers for beasts there. In fact, there were only a few red dots dispersed in the entire southern forest. It looked rather empty, which looked strange to Lin Mu. Those few red dots should be the cultivators who entered the forest to get the resources. But then, where are the beasts? Why does it now show beasts? Lin Mu wondered. Sadly for Lin Mu, this question remained unanswered, and his vision turned to white again. The next time he blinked his eyes, he realized he was back in the real world in the palace of the Hong Lin kingdom. The people around him were looking at him in awe, and he didn't know why. Senior Lin Mu, what was that? How did you make the oath so strong? King Hong questioned while the rest looked on. Lin Mu, though, didn't answer and had a question mark in his mind. Senior Zukong, what happened? Lin Mu asked. Just as I had expected, with the oath you managed to trigger the world's will to descend. Now with it as the witness, no one will be able to break the oath since they will all be observed by the world. Zukong spoke. No wonder they looked like this, Lin Mu muttered. And what about you? Your mind disappeared for about 10 seconds there. Zukong spoke, finding it to be strange. Wait, Senior, you didn't see it, Lin Mu questioned. See what? Zukong asked. Hang on, let's deal with this situation first, and then that, Lin Mu said as he began to focus on the task at hand. He looked at King Hong and spoke. I just used an oath that my master taught me. It's stronger than the normal oaths and should protect us better. Lin Mu answered the king. No wonder. Of course, Senior Lin Mu's master must be far beyond us. King Hong nodded his head. They didn't know who Lin Mu's master exactly was, but hearing that he had one meant a lot to them. If Lin Mu was so strong, then they thought his master must be beyond what they could imagine. This gave them an additional sense of security that they didn't even know they needed. Well then, now that this is done, we can get back to work, King Hong said to everyone. Yes, Your Majesty, everyone replied. Lin Mu also sat down and listened to their plans. There was little for him to do other than to speak at a certain moment when King Hong and advisor Liu sought out his opinion on a few matters. Most of the matters were just internal things that related to the kingdom, but there were also other matters which were more of a diplomatic nature. For example, what do they do if someone they know is being controlled? Or if a person from a sect arrives that they know is being controlled? They needed to know how to behave during these times, and that was also where they asked Lin Mu's opinion. The entire meeting lasted over 20 hours and only stopped because it was midnight now. Once it was over, Lin Mu got to leave and went to the courtyard that he had Jiang Luo rented out. King Hong had just gifted it directly to Lin Mu after having bought it from the previous owner, who was actually one of the ministers. They owned several properties across the capital and the kingdom, and thus doing something like this was very easy. Lin Mu had become something of an unofficial elder of the Hong kingdom by now. So what is it that you saw? Zukong questioned Lin Mu after he sat down in the room. Why don't you take a look, Senior? Lin Mu said as he moved some of his memories to the shared mind space they had. Zukong read through the memories and saw all that Lin Mu had seen: the world, the beacons, cultivators, the storm, and the shades of the water. He saw everything. After he was done, he couldn't help but be internally shocked. Why did this happen? How can he see something only a celestial should be able to see? Even if he is ordained by the world, something of this sort is impossible. Zukong thought to himself before turning back towards certain direction. Unless it's something you intended to do, Zukong said while looking at the ethereal altar. So, what do you think, Senior? Lin Mu questioned after a few minutes. Zukong had been silent the entire time, so Lin Mu wondered if he was done or not. The most I can tell you right now is that you have seen something that should have been impossible to see, not just for you but the world itself, Zukong answered. What do you mean, Senior? Lin Mu asked for clarification. What you saw was the world, or rather its representation. In the higher worlds, it is known as the world nexus. It is something every world has, but only a few worlds can actually access it or see it, Zukong replied. You mean to say, Senior, only a high-leveled world should be able to see it? Lin Mu asked. Indeed, if it has appeared and you managed to see it, that means, Zukong stated. The world has been growing and has reached a new level. Lin Mu interrupted. Indeed, even if it hasn't fully reached it, it is close since the nexus is still not complete. That is also the reason why you could only see the humans on there. Zhukang explained. Chapter 731, Power and Solutions. Having learned of this, Lin Mu felt as if his understanding was expanded. That's why there were no markers for the beasts. Now I get it. Lin Mu spoke. Humans are the most likely to create upheavals in the world and have higher comprehension of the heavenly Tao. That's why the world might have added them first, Zhukang replied. Then what's next after the senior? Lin Mu questioned. The world nexus is like the central part of the world itself. You can think of it as a separate dimension itself that exists within the world. But it can only be accessed by someone that is ordained by the world or permitted by it. Seeing the Zaya-Ofen world's current state, I reckon the growth of the northern tribes might have contributed to its level increasing. Zhukang answered. How ironic. The ones that want to cause disaster are the ones that are causing the world to grow, Lin Mu said, finding it strange. Such is the cruel game of fate. It will favor you sometimes and hate you sometimes, Zhukang replied. But this is also a good point, isn't it? Lin Mu asked. To be honest, it can go either way, Zhukang replied. What do you mean, senior? Lin Mu questioned. Seeing as how the world is upgrading, if you manage to succeed, the overall power of the world will upgrade too. The spirit chi level within the world will rise, and all the beings of this world will be blessed. Their talents would elevate, and there will be far more cultivators, thus further developing the world. But on the other hand, the Zaya-Ofen world is in a sensitive situation. If the northern tribes manage to use the invader or even call more invaders, they might just plunder the world. The world is like an egg. Once it hatches, it will be able to protect itself, but before that, if someone attacks it, it will just be ripe for the taking. The stronger invaders won't have a problem tearing down the world and taking all that it contains, including the people, Zhukang answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu was surprised. While he had learned about some things from the lost immortals' memoirs, there was no mention of such people. But for someone to do something like this, they would have to be very strong, right, senior? Then their numbers should be less too, Lin Mu spoke. Unfortunately, there are cultivators that have turned their entire profession into plundering worlds. And that doesn't really need much other than being at the immortal realm, of which there will be plenty of cultivators in the higher worlds, Zhukang replied. Hearing this, Lin Mu's brows furrowed, and he realized the level of danger they were truly in. That invader that we have right now might actually be the thing stopping the world from being discovered by the others as well. After all, if a thief has found a good loot, he won't expose the location and allow other thieves to steal it. This, in addition to the world's barrier, are the two things that are hiding the world from the perception of the others. Once either of those is gone, it may become difficult for the world to survive if someone attacks, Zhukang explained. But we have to get rid of the invader. That is the mission that the world gave us, Lin Mu spoke, finding it to be difficult. That is also where the situation resides. After the invader is gone, the world should manage to strengthen itself too. The only problem will be the brief period of time when it will be vulnerable. As long as it is safe during that time, nothing will happen and it will come out better, Zhukang replied. I understand, senior, so for all this I need to be strong, Lin Mu spoke. Indeed, to 99% of the problems in the world, strength and power are the solutions. As long as you have sufficient power, anything can be changed. Even death is not the exception, Zhukang replied. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up and a new wave of excitement spread through him. So power is the absolute factor, Lin Mu determined. His gaze turned serious, and a faint change occurred within his mind that was unnoticeable to Lin Mu and Zhukang as well. The altar within the mysterious ring, though, flickered as a few dark runes appeared above it for a few seconds before fading away again. A couple of days passed, and a certain piece of news spread across the capital city. The former advisor of the Honglin Kingdom, Advisor Chu, had passed away. Lin Mu, who received the message from the king, sighed to himself. So he finally passed away, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He did manage to last longer than he would have otherwise. You helped him live longer, so don't be down, Zhu Kang replied. Still, he was at the peak of the adult soul stage of the nascent soul realm. If only he was able to break through, he would have had another 1,000 years of lifespan. Lin Mu spoke. Sometimes things cannot proceed as we want them to, Zhu Kang replied. Lin Mu stayed silent for a while as he processed his thoughts. After about an hour of pondering, Lin Mu spoke again. Advisor Chu ultimately died because he lacked power. Even if he did not have physical power or his cultivation, he could have used other ways to overcome it. He did not even attempt it, and neither did he ask for help from others, Lin Mu muttered. I told you before, his body had deteriorated to the point where nothing would have helped him, Zhu Kang reminded. No, senior, Lin Mu interrupted, surprising Zhu Kang. You said that power could do anything, even defy death. Then tell me, was there absolutely no solution to the man's situation? Lin Mu questioned. Well, there was a solution, Zhu Kang replied. Just one, Lin Mu asked again. Well, solutions, Zhu Kang said. See, he lacked the drive to find them, Lin Mu replied, as his expression turned cold. Chapter 732. A funeral and tribulation. Zhu Kang did not know what Lin Mu was going through right now. He isn't like this normally. Why is he acting like this? Zhu Kang wondered to himself. He tried to check Lin Mu's mind, but was unable to enter it. He felt like he was blocked, and no matter what he tried, he could not see anything within it. There wasn't anything within the shared mind space either, so he was left with nothing. He's growing and developing. I need to let him figure things out on his own as well. Zhu Kang shook his head. Lin Mu sat there for a few more hours, and only moved when another message was sent to him. Senior Lin Mu, will you be attending the funeral? King Hong questioned. Lin Mu took a deep breath and stood up. I'm coming, Lin Mu said before disappearing from the courtyard. A few minutes later, he appeared at the royal palace. The vibe of the entire city was somber, and the people seemed to be in mourning. Though the ones that knew of the former advisor were very few, the people still joined in. Most of the generations of citizens that lived in the city currently didn't even know of the former advisor, and even less had lived during the time when he was the advisor. The ones that did live during their time were either old cultivators or the officials. The funeral was carried out in a grand manner, befitting of the man's contribution and status. It lasted about 12 hours, at the end of which the former advisor was finally buried in the royal cemetery, along with the other deceased advisors. His memorial tablet was then placed in the royal shrine, along with the rest of the ancestors. Lin Mu watched the entire procession silently, without speaking a word. He learned a few things during it as well, but kept them in his mind for now. A day after the funeral of the former advisor, Lin Mu felt another change in the area. It's time for the heavenly tribulation, Lin Mu said, as he sensed the spatial fluctuations occurring in the sky. He disappeared from the courtyard and appeared in the sky. He squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky, using his spatial perception at the same time. There, he could see the cracks in the fabric of space and the tribulation energy that stirred within it. Lin Mu estimated the time of the tribulation and knew that it was not long. He quickly contracted Jiang Luo and the others about it. You can head on to the tribulation attenuation formation. I already have it ready, and the control plate is kept in the abode there as well. You should be able to use it, Jiang Luo spoke. Jiang Luo was currently in White River City. It was one of the major cities of the Hong Lin Kingdom and was located to the southeast border of the kingdom. It was also the only city that was not directly in the forest itself. Jiang Luo would not be able to come back, thus Lin Mu would have to do it himself. The two disciples Hua San and Hua Wu would be acting as the Dharma protectors during that time, along with Advisor Liu as well. Time to get to it, Lin Mu muttered before he sped to the royal palace. Using phase, he directly passed through all obstacles and appeared in the royal court. It was currently empty, and other than the king, there was no one else present there. Lin Mu was the first one to detect it, as even the king had yet to fully get the sense of it. "King Hong, it is time," Lin Mu spoke. King Hong opened his time, and slight confusion could be seen in his eyes. But a second later, his eyes went wide, and he realized what Lin Mu spoke about. "He knew before me, but isn't this my tribulation?" King Hong was surprised. Tilde creak tilde. The door of the royal court opened, and Advisor Liu appeared as well. Lin Mu and sent him a transmission as well, but he had still managed to reach here first. "Senior Lin Mu's already here." Advisor Liu was also surprised, but he quickly suppressed it and looked at his nephew. He, too, could feel the fluctuations of space around his nephew. They were very faint for him, but he knew that was a telltale sign of the heavenly tribulation. All nascent soul realm cultivators would be able to sense such spatial fluctuation, but not on the level of Lin Mu. "The tribulation attenuation formation is ready. We should leave. Hua-san and Hua-Wu have already on their way there as well," Lin Mu spoke. "All right," King Hong nodded his head. Lin Mu waved his hand, and a broad sword appeared in front of him. He sent it to the king and spoke. "Get on it. It'll be faster if I take you two there." "Thank you, Senior," King Hong replied with gratitude. "Advisor Liu should get on too. I'm still faster than you as well. If we go normally, you will be left behind," Lin Mu added. "As you say, Senior," the advisor said and jumped onto the broadsword as well. Lin Mu had intentionally picked this spirit weapon since it was the widest and wouldn't have problems in accommodating 2 or even 3 people on it. Having done this, the 3 of them flew up into the sky. The commoners could feel a strong wind blowing for a few seconds as they saw a streak moving across the sky at great speed. They could not see what that streak was, but it was certainly the source of the wind. Lin Mu and the other 2 reached the mountain, where the abode was located, in about 30 minutes. The speed at which they traveled was shocking to King Hong and Advisor Liu. While they had heard that Lin Mu was fast, they had not expected him to be this fast. Chapter 733, The Tribulation Arrives. Tilde thud tilde thud tilde. The broadsword came to a halt on top of the mountain, and King Hong and Advisor Liu got down. "I'll get the formation ready. King Hong can take his position," Lin Mu spoke. "All right," King Hong nodded his head. "We're here too." In the next moment, the voice of the 2 disciples could be heard as well. Hua-Wu and Hua-san were already on their way back when they got the message that it was time for the heavenly tribulation. Thus, they sped up and changed their destination to the mountain directly. "Perfect timing. Let's get started," Advisor Liu said, and all of them sat down in their respective positions. Advisor Liu sat to the northern direction, while Hua-san and Hua-Wu sat in the east and west. About a minute later, Lin Mu returned as well, and he had the formation controlling plate in his hand. "Let's get this started. The clouds should start appearing at any moment now," Lin Mu said and took a look at the sky. The spatial fluctuations in the sky were getting stronger, and the crack in the space had widened. The only reason it was not visible to the naked eye was because the world would hide it, and the world barrier assist in doing so. The formation plate lit up on Lin Mu's hand, and he tapped on 2 points on the plate, activating the tribulation attenuation formation. A circle appeared on the ground, and at the center of it was none other than King Hong. Then more runes appeared from it and created a square around the circle. At the corners of the square sat the Dharma protectors. Lin Mu took his place in the empty corner, and the formation was finally ready. This was the tribulation attenuation formation that was made for having 4 Dharma protectors. The number of Dharma protectors could be adjusted according to the need and availability of the people. For King Hong, since there were 4 people who could act as one, Jiang Luo had made one for 4 people. The corners of the square were the points that were just out of the range of the tribulation, and thus it was the limit till one was supposed to be. Once the formation was activated, it glowed for a bit before fading away. It would now reappear when the tribulation lightning struck. Tilde woo tilde. Tilde rumble tilde. The sound of wind blowing could be heard, and a faint sound of thunder could be heard, despite the fact that there were no clouds in the sky. That's the spatial tier expanding, Lin Mu recognized. The sound was similar to that of thunder, but was different in nature. Soon the winds started to get stronger, and black clouds appeared in the sky. The clouds spread very fast, and in less than a minute, the sky was fully covered in dark clouds. This is different, Lin Mu muttered and furrowed his brows. King Hong was already sitting with his eyes closed in a cross-legged position and was mediating to reach his optimum condition. It might be a variant tribulation, Zukong suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Lin Mu was surprised. You sure, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. It's hard to tell exactly, but the delay in its appearance and the spatial tearing beforehand are two of the common signs, Zukong answered. But don't they only appear for people with unique physiques or cultivation techniques? Lin Mu asked. Yes, that is usually the case, but there are always outliers. Perhaps the talent of King Hong is enough for the tribulation to change, Zukong replied. If that truly is the case, then this tribulation attenuation formation does make sense to use. And just as Lin Mu said this to Senior Zukong, he heard Advisor Liu yell out something. Heavens, it's the same, Advisor Liu said. You knew about this, Advisor Liu? Lin Mu questioned with confusion. Yes, this is the same tribulation that King Hong's father, my brother, had. His grandfather and my father, the king of 2 generations ago, also had the same tribulation. It is this tribulation that both of them perished as well. Advisor Liu spoke. Huh. Is that why you two were desperate for a tribulation attenuation formation? Lin Mu questioned. Indeed, this tribulation has haunted our family for generations. It's different from normal heavenly tribulations and affects the firstborn of the air. That is the reason why I managed to break through to the nascent soul realm, but my brother that was far more talented could not. Advisor Liu answered. I see, but then if you have this tribulation, that means there is something special about you guys. There is no other way it would appear across multiple generations. Lin Mu replied. I don't know what it exactly is, but all of the kings have died to this very tribulation. Perhaps the only ones who managed to overcome it were the first 3 kings of the Hong Lin kingdom, Advisor Liu explained. Hearing this, Lin Mu was now quite intrigued and was wondering just what kind of a variant tribulation was it. Tilde rumble tilde. The black clouds in the sky started to stir and move. Soon arcs of lightning could be seen swimming within the clouds. Though when Lin Mu looked at them, he found them to be slightly different from the normal tribulation lighting. Why is it of a slightly different color? Lin Mu questioned. Instead of the usual white-purple color of the lightning, it had a white-blue color instep. Its inside was white, while its edges were blue in color. Looking at it, Lin Mu got a cold feeling on his skin. It is certainly strange, Lin Mu muttered. That's the Aqua Wisp tribulation lightning, Zukong suddenly spoke. You know about it, Senior? Lin Mu questioned, feeling curious. I do indeed, and I think I also know why they get this tribulation every time they try to break through to the nascent soul realm. Zukong answered. Chapter 734, Aqua Wisp Tribulation, lightning. Hearing that Senior Zukong knew about the reason, Lin Mu was intrigued. I think the entire Hong clan might have a dormant physique that never managed to awaken. The first King Hong finding the use of the Hong Lin trees might also be due to that. We already know that they contain fire attribute spirit chi, thus it makes sense. The dormant physique is definitely of the fire attribute, and thus, to oppose it, the Aqua Wisp tribulation lighting has appeared. This is a dual attribute tribulation lighting and has the water element in addition to the lightning, Zukong explained. Lin Mu felt enlightened and didn't know that there were different elemental variations in the tribulation lightning as well. It was new for him, and he was also surprised by the fact that the Hong clan had a dormant physique. This was the first time he would be seeing another person with a unique physique. Is the physique they have an innate physique too? Lin Mu asked. It is bound to be. If it were an acquired physique, all of their heirs wouldn't have had it either. Plus, it makes sense that only one heir in the family has it. Many physiques can only be passed on once by a person to a single offspring. This is where the physiques differ from the bloodlines. The bloodlines can be used by an entire clan, but physiques are limited to a few people. Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded his head and watched on, wondering just what kind of a physique it could be. Unless the physique was awakened, he would not be able to tell what it was. Wait, if the first 3 kings managed to survive this, then doesn't it mean that they knew what physique they had? Lin Mu questioned. Not necessarily. Even if they managed to survive, there is a great chance they never awakened the physique or reached the point for that. Some physiques require a certain cultivation base to activate, while some can be utterly random. I can't exactly tell what the problem is unless I know the name of the physique. Zhukang spoke. I see. Hopefully he is lucky and we get a strong ally, Lin Mu muttered. To Lin Mu, this was both welcoming and a bit of disturbing information at the same time. If King Hong managed to live through this, he would come out far stronger than before and might even have his talent increased to a new level. Lin Mu could only hope that something like that happened. Tilde rumble tilde. About 5 minutes had passed since the appearance of the tribulation clouds, and it was now time for it to start. The first tribulation bolt was quick and struck down without much wind up. Tilde dang tilde. The tribulation attenuation formation activated and runes spread across the air, forming into a dome. The lightning hit the dome with a loud sound, making it tremble. The might of this lightning was certainly not something that normal one could compare to. Still, the formation managed to come out on top and blocked the lightning before reducing its power by half. Once that was done, it passed through the dome and struck King Hong. Tilde sizzle tilde. The sound of something burning could be heard as the lightning bolt passed through King Hong's body. The man was unyielding, though, and did not let out a single sound. He held his ground and quickly resisted the lightning. The first one is done, Lin Mu said. That's just the first one. We don't know how many he would be getting, Zhukang reminded. Tilde gulp tilde. Lin Mu swallowed his saliva and felt lucky that he didn't need to go through a tribulation that was similar to this. The ones that he had used before were the normal tribulation lightning bolts, even if they had come from different beings. One of them was taken from Alchemist Billow, one was taken from the Fire Fang snake, and the last was taken from the Black Water snake. But the power of this single bolt was definitely stronger than that. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes as he tried to sense the spirit qi in the air. It was moving in a rather strange pattern, and it was like the sea, ebbing and flowing. Something is different, Lin Mu muttered. Tilde rumble tilde. The rumbling thunder quaked in the sky as another bolt was charged up. The second bolt descended and stuck the formation, making it tremble, but it still managed to hold well. The power of the bolt was reduced by half before it shot down to King Hong. The man let out a muffled grunt, but held on, letting his spirit qi strengthen his body. Tilde rumble tilde. The third bolt charged up very quickly after the second one, and struck down before the formation could fully block it. This time, only 30% of it could be blocked, and King Hong received 70% of the bolt's power. One must know that the power of the bolts got stronger as they progressed, and thus the third bolt was far more powerful than the previous two. Argh! This time King Hong let out a cry of pain and almost fell from his position. Blood flowed down his head, and his clothes were now burning. The lightning had set them on fire, and they were now an additional hindrance to the man. Advisor Liu noticed this and waved his hand, sending out a wind skill that extinguished the fire. But it was now that Lin Mu noticed something. He's shivering, Lin Mu muttered. He could see that King Hong was shivering as if he was cold. And not only that, but his skin had also taken on a slightly blue tone as if out of blood. It's the Aqua Wisp Tribulation Lightning's secondary effect. It has managed to penetrate his meridians and is now clogging them up with water elemental qi that will prevent his own qi from circulating properly. Zhukang spoke up. Chapter 735, Critical Action. Hearing Senior Zhukang's words, Lin Mu became concerned. He knew just how dangerous it would be for someone if their meridians got clogged up at a time like this. Withstanding heavenly tribulation lighting was no easy task, and most that went against would end up dying. Having one's meridians blocked basically made it so that they would be bearing the full brunt of the lightning with just their body. If it were a body cultivator or someone like Lin Mu who practiced both, they wouldn't have a problem, but for a pure spirit qi cultivator, this was no less than a death sentence. Damn it, Lin Mu cursed out loud. Advisor Liu and the other two also heard this and knew that the situation was bad. They could observe the condition of King Hong as well and saw that he was not in the best state for this. What do we do, senior brother? Hua Wu questioned Hua San. Hua San pursed his lips, unable to come up with anything. He didn't know just what could be done here without harming himself or the others. If they interfered without precautions, they may very well end up dying themselves. Not to mention, they might trigger a punishment tribulation instead and cause even more problems for King Hong. I don't know. Only someone as knowledgeable as Master or strong enough can do anything, Hua San answered. It's the curse. This is the curse that stops them from defending properly, Advisor Liu recognized. I know. This is called as the Aqua Wisp Tribulation Lightning and is a variant tribulation, Lin Mu informed them. Thankfully, after the third bolt, the next bolt needed to gather again. The power within the tribulation clouds was seething and increased steadily. It was evident that King Hong would be having more than just 3 tribulation lightning bolts. Usually even one was enough to crack one's core and hatch the nascent soul. Lin Mu needed 3 as well, but King Hong was in a different situation. Not only did his core affect the state of the tribulation lightning, but his dormant physique did as well. What in the name of heavens? Advisor Liu muttered in shock after hearing the truth behind the tribulation. He watched his nephew with a concerned look on his face. He wanted to help him survive the tribulation, but knew that if he interfered now, the tribulation may only get stronger. He then looked towards the only person who could potentially help in this time. Senior Lin Mu, you know what this tribulation is. You must have a solution too. Please, please save my nephew, Advisor Liu pleaded. Lin Mu furrowed his brows. He truly wanted to help, but he was at a loss as well. Senior, do you have any solution to this? Lin Mu questioned. Unless the water elemental spirit qi can be purged from the man's meridians, it would be impossible for him to overcome this. Even if the tribulation lightning is blocked, he still needs to depend on himself to overcome this. At most, you can buy him time and hope that he survives, Zhukang answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu knew he didn't really have many options. His mind ran at the speed of lightning as he went through numerous thoughts. Wait, an obstruction in his meridians should be similar to the obstructions caused by pill toxins, right? Lin Mu questioned as an idea came to his mind. In this case, yes, they should function similarly, Zhukang replied. I got it. The toxin cleansing pill. A high-grade one should do the trick, and if not one, I can add 10 more, Lin Mu said. Zhukang narrowed his eyes and thought over it for a second. That may actually work, but he will have to be undisturbed during this time so that the pills show their effect. He will also need to actively get his own spirit qi to push it out. So unless that is done, this option will not work either, Zhukang replied. That can be done, Lin Mu said as a dangerous glint shone in his eyes. Wait, what are you doing to do? Zhukang asked, feeling concerned. I'm going to block the lightning for him. I've taken it before and I sure as hell can do it again, Lin Mu said. Wait, but before Zhukang could say anything, Lin Mu flew straight towards King Hong. Seeing this, Zhukang sighed to himself and shook his head. Youth, they will do as they see fit in the end. I suppose this will be a learning experience for him, Zhukang muttered to himself. Besides, you won't let it go too far, would you, Zaya Offen world? Zhukang said in his mind. Lin Mu moved like the wind and appeared right next to King Hong. Seeing this, Advisor Liu, Hua San, and Hua Wu were stunned. He's actually doing it, Hua Wu muttered in disbelief. I can't even. Advisor Liu was also shocked by the risk Lin Mu was taking. Even if someone was a nascent soul realm cultivator, interfering in a heavenly tribulation was not something that came without a price. Perhaps if this was a normal tribulation, the four of them could have combined their strengths to reduce the impact of the tribulation lightning, but that was not an option with a variant tribulation. Besides, that was something done only for tribulations that had less than 3 bolts. In the case of King Hong, it had already reached 4 bolts, and it didn't seem like the 4th bolt would be the last one either. King Hong was listening to everything as well, and felt touched when Lin Mu decided to risk his life to come to save him. Lin Mu quickly took out the toxin cleansing pills and shouted, "Open your mouth, King Hong." King Hong did as he was asked, and a pill was dropped into his mouth. He had not eaten this kind of a pill before and didn't know of its effects. But since Lin Mu was the one who had given him this, he was fine with it. Chapter 736. Fearless King Hong had developed enough trust in Lin Mu now that he knew Lin Mu didn't mean any harm to him or his kingdom. All he wanted was strong and loyal allies that would help him stand against Gu Yao and the northern tribes. He quickly swallowed the toxin cleaning pill, which turned into a medicinal liquid, and waited for its effects. They didn't take long to show either, and a warm sensation spread through his belly. It started to spread all the way to his extremities, and the cold he was feeling earlier was reducing. Focus on removing the blockages in your meridians. I'll handle the lightning, Lin Mu said as he looked up at the lightning arcs streaking across the black clouds. The blue-white color of the lightning looked threatening, like the axe of an executioner hanging over one's neck. One could tell that the heavens were angry and did not want King Hong to exist anymore. It was as if his existence was against the rules of the heavens, and it wanted to wipe him off the face of the world. Cultivation was doing against the heavens, and that was exactly what King Hong was doing, and all nascent soul realm cultivators did. Right now, there was no fear within Lin Mu's heart. Rather, there was a strange sense of excitement spreading within his body. He felt like he was made for this and anticipated the lightning. Tilde rumble tilde. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on his face as he flew up. The sound of thunder accompanies the arcs of lightning that were forming into a rather large bolt. It was bigger than the previous 3, and its power could only be imagined. The air was torn apart as the lightning fell from the tribulation clouds. Lin Mu didn't falter and met the bolt head-on. Tilde kaboom tilde. A blinding flash occurred, forcing the rest to close their eyes. A couple of seconds later, the flash faded away and they could see again. But when they looked up at the sky, they were far more shocked than before. How? This was the only word that was in their mind as they saw Lin Mu standing in the air. His hands were crossed above his head as a brown layer of armor protected his body. The bolt of tribulation lightning was as if frozen above him. The tribulation attenuation formation had managed to reduce its festiveness by about 40%, but even then, blocking it was no joke. He's actively resisting it, Hua-san said in disbelief. They watched on as Lin Mu pushed against the force of the lightning bolt. Crackle tilde. The bolt tried to get past Lin Mu, but could not. The armor made by the mortal strengthening scripture was strong enough to hold it back. Tilde crack tilde. Still, the power of the bolt was quite strong and the armor started to crack as well. Lin Mu opened his eyes as well and saw the bolt. A stern expression appeared on his face as he conjured more power. Begone, Lin Mu yelled as he pushed his hands apart. The bolt that was blocked by his hands was deflected to the side before striking a tree in the distance. The tree exploded instantly and was reduced to ash in a second. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he looked at his arms. They were undamaged, but the armor of the mortal straightening scripture was cracked. I can do this again, Lin Mu said as he looked fearlessly at the sky. Tilde rumble tilde. The tribulation clouds let out a thundering shake, as if they were infuriated. Arcs of lightning streaked across the clouds once again before gathering up into a bolt. This time, the speed was far quicker than before. The lightning bolt descended again, and Lin Mu clashed against it. Gah! Lin Mu grunted as the impact of the lighting made his body tremble. He still held on forcefully and didn't falter. Ch-ch-ch, Lin Mu shouted as he pushed the bolt away. Tilde kaboom tilde. The tribulation bolt struck another tree, but this time spread to the ones around it as well. The small group of trees was quickly reduced to a pile of ashes with cinders glowing within. The armor made of mortal strengthening scripture cracked further, before the part on his arms dissipated entirely. The parts on his shoulders and torso were cracked the most, following his head and legs. King Hong was feeling angry right now. He was angry at himself and angry at the world. Why is it that my clan has to suffer this? Why is it that others have to suffer because of my suffering? Why are heavens punishing us when all we want to do is to protect the world? Why, just why? King Hong shouted in his heart. The toxin cleaning pill Lin Mu had fed him was doing its part and had managed to remove half of the blockage in his meridians. But King Hong knew this was not enough. He gritted his teeth as his anger overflowed. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked up. Leave Senior Lin Mu. You've done enough, I shall bear the rest, King Hong shouted. Lin Mu saw the awakened King Hong and furrowed his brows. No, it's not enough, you are not ready, Lin Mu replied. Trust me, this is more than enough. If I can't even bear this on my own, what kind of a king will I be? King Hong said with determination. Hearing the voice of his nephew, Advisor Liu was awed. Brother, your son has become a true king, he muttered. Seeing the determination in King Hong's eyes and voice, Lin Mu wavered. Go back, this is enough. Any more and the punishment tribulation will truly descend, Zukong warned. Okay, Senior, Lin Mu replied and blinked back to his previous position. With Lin Mu gone, King Hong stood up and faced the sky. Come, do your worst. I'll take it all, he taunted, his fury flowing like magma. Chapter 737, Rage of the Unwilling. Right now, King Hong exuded a dauntless aura. It soared to the sky as if clashing against the tribulation lightning instead. Lin Mu observed it too and found the aura to be powerful and even a little bit familiar. Why is it familiar? Lin Mu wondered. He observed King Hong, who was facing the tribulation, and saw his spirit chi roiling. Survive, Lin Mu said. Tilde kaboom tilde. The tribulation thunder descended and pierced the tribulation attenuation formation's barrier. This time it barely managed to reduce it by 20%, and King Hong faced 80% of its power. King Hong let out a battle cry as he bore the force of the lightning. They flowed in through his head and spread throughout his body. His robes were charred and his skin was burned in many places. His hair was either burned away or stood like spikes. His eyes shone with an unyielding light, and he forcibly held his ground. His bones, though, creaked under the pressure and his knees started to bend. I will overcome this, King Hong said with determination. Lin Mu looked at the man and tried to see just how far he was. He wanted to see if his core was anywhere close to hatching or not, but in the current situation, it was hard to do so. The tribulation should also be a good judgment, right? Lin Mu muttered as he observed it. His spatial perception activated, and he peered past the clouds. There he could see that the spatial crack from which the tribulation energy was entering this world was still there. It had shown no sign of reducing. Not over, Lin Mu said. It may have ended at this bolt if you had not blocked the earlier bolts. This may have just made it more difficult for him. Senior Zukong spoke. We had no choice. It was either giving him the chance to survive for long on a harder difficulty or dying early. Lin Mu replied. Though his core should be close to being fully cracked, this single bolt was already as powerful as the first 3 bolts combined. Zukong spoke. Hopefully it's enough, Lin Mu replied. He then went silent and watched on as the tribulation seared the body of the king. The lightning bolt was finally overcome by King Hong, but it had left him in dire starts. His knees were half bent, and it now looked like he was in the horse stance instead. His eyes had also dimmed down considerably. Haya, haya. King Hong took labored breaths as he tried to stabilize his condition. That single bolt had managed to take all of his strength and stamina. Tilde rumble tilde. The sound of thunder echoed in the sky again, as if taunting the king again. Ahaha, not over yet. Come on, I'm free to take it, King Hong shouted in rage. There was already water attribute tribulation, chi starting to settle in his meridians again. The efficacy of the toxin cleansing pill had already been used up, and now the king had nothing to rely on. Lin Mu sensed the change in the king, and his spirit sense leaped forward like a harpoon. It pierced the body of the king and quickly entered his danshan. The man didn't even realize that a spirit sense had probed him due to the state he was in. His meridians are damaged in several points, and the water attribute tribulation chi has returned. Damn it, Lin Mu cursed. He continued to the depths of his danshan and saw the state of his core. It's still not fully cracked. Lin Mu was surprised. Zhukang took a look as well and saw that it was barely hanging by a thread. Only a bare smidgen left, Zhukang said as he saw the core that was cracked over 99%. So close to the breakthrough, Lin Mu said, feeling uneasy. Things are like this in life. Fate likes to play a lot and every being is a toy for it, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu's expression fell as he observed the king. The man had been staunch earlier, but the lightning bolt had sapped his energy. Lin Mu had started to like the king and had found him to be a good person. Not only did he care for his people, but he also honored his promises. He was a man worthy of honor. He was someone who Lin Mu would like to be friends with, and having him in his alliance would be invaluable. Lin Mu felt unwilling. He felt it was unfair. No, he cannot die like this, Lin Mu said as a mix of unwillingness and rage appeared in his eyes. It was at this moment that a few words echoed in his mind. Ignite thy heart as a furnace. Let your rage fuel your strength and unleash rampage upon the worlds. The Burning Heart Sutra echoed in his mind, and Lin Mu knew what to do. Zhukang was stunned by it as well, since he had heard the words as well. That is certainly the demonic path. That voice, that is not normal, Zhukang said to himself. Lin Mu, on the other hand, started to chant the Burning Heart Sutra, but the way he was using it was different this time. He was not using it on himself, but was rather targeting King Hong. King Hong, whose eyes had dulled and whose vigor had wavered, suddenly heard a voice speaking in his ears. It seemed like it was coming from far, yet he could hear each and every word. The only thing was he could not tell what the words were. They were in some unknown language. Still, the meaning of the words as something he was able to understand on his own. It was as if these words resonated with him. They told him he was right to be angry, that he was right to be unwilling. It was the heavens that were forcing his hand, and thus he would push back. Chapter 738. Dauntless Hua-san. Hua Wu and Advisor Liu looked at the king, who let out a shout that was more close to a roar. His entire demeanor had changed, and so did his looks. His body seemed to have swelled up as veins popped up on it. His eyes turned bloodshot and his muscles bulged. The vitality in his body was burning at a rapid rate as he let out a dauntless aura that was many times stronger than before. What? Hua-san and Hua Wu were stunned. What's happening? Advisor Liu was confused as well. Just a few seconds ago, he was convinced that his nephew was going to die, and there was nothing he could do. But now suddenly, he seemed to have gained a second wind. Lin Mu observed it too and kept on chanting. He had not used the Burning Heart Sutra on anyone else other than him after his breakthrough, and didn't know what level of an effect it would have. He had already seen the effect of the other sutras, though, and knew that their effects were enough to affect nascent soul realm cultivators. It was fine if he used the calming and severing heart sutras on other people, as they didn't really cause any direct harm. But the burning heart sutra was not exactly normal. It would put a strain on the body when used and would rapidly drain one's vitality at the same item. For someone like Lin Mu, who had massive stores of it was easy to use. Not to mention he had vital essence rather than vital energy in his body, which was a higher version that could last far longer. But for others who had not even reached the 10th stage of the body tempering realm, the amount of vitality within their body was limited, even if their cultivation base was rather high. Though the boost that it gave in exchange for that was also significant. Every inch of King Hong's body was exuding a power that was unseen before. Even when he had exerted all of his cultivation base before, he had not come close to this power level. But now it was beyond that. It was as if rage fueled his strength and unwillingness fueled his heart. The restraints he was feeling earlier were freed, and he didn't feel the pressure from the tribulation either. It was as if some shackles that were put on him at some time were broken. Lin Mu, who was observing the man using his spirit sense, realized that the water elemental tribulation chi that was starting to block King Hong's meridians were forcibly being pushed out by the burning vitality of King Hong. "I will defeat you," King Hong let out a roar. Tilde kaboom tilde. As if to reply to him, the tribulation clouds gathered all of their power and sent out one final tribulation bolt. It descended at blinding speed, but King Hong did not waver. Instead of letting it fall on him freely, he punched out in retaliation and his fist was hit with the bolt. Tilde splat tilde. The skin on his fist was instantly charred by the lightning and the flesh direly exploded. His bones were exposed now, yet the man continued to push. It was as if the pain was a foreign existence to him, and the only thing in his mind was to defeat the tribulation. He didn't even think about surviving now, but rather wanted to show the heavens his unwillingness. But of course, the power of the lightning was far stronger than before and continued to push through his hand. His skin kept on falling off as it got turned to ash and his flesh became mangled. It spread from his fist to his forearms to his shoulder and finally to his torso. In a few seconds, it was about to reach his heart as well. Hua Wu, Hua San, and advisor Liu closed their eyes as they were unable to watch the cruel sight anymore. But Lin Mu did not. He kept his eyes on the king and observed each and every instant of this time period. To him, it would be unfair if there was no one to witness the king's actions now. Alas, the force of the tribulation was not something that could just be overcome with will. The lightning had already spread to his neck and was about to reach his heart. The moment it reached either of them, the man would perish. "Is this it?" Lin Mu muttered. Tilde hung tilde. But just as he said that, an almost imperceptible wave of aura spread out from King Hong. This aura was different from his own, and had something else in it that Lin Mu found hard to identify. Tilde shua tilde shua shua tilde. As the aura spread across the area, the Hong Lin trees started to rustle. Lin Mu looked around and saw that the trees were resonating right now. He could feel it even more because he had practiced the embrace of Hong Lin and was sensitive to it now. What is the Hong Lin trees are reacting?" Lin Mu muttered. Tilde poof tilde. Then a rather unexpected change occurred in the area. One after the other, the Hong Lin trees started to burn. Did fire spread when we were not looking? Hua San was confused too. But then the phenomenon started to spread at a rapid rate. In less than 10 seconds, a radius over 1 kilometer was burning at the same time. Lin Mu, who had greater sensitivity, could feel the fire element spirit chi spiking in the air. Its concentration was rising rapidly, and it was even more than when he had trigged the spirit chi influx before. Tilde whoosh tilde. A wind started to blow, and one could see tiny embers floating within the wind. They glowed in a red light and looked rather beautiful. The wind tried to blow them out, yet they kept on burning and let out their warmth and light. All of these embers flew towards King Hong, shocking everyone. Chapter 739, Crushing Pressure tilde shua tilde. The embers sped up, and soon it was as if a tide of embers was drowning King Hong. In less than 3 seconds, the man was completely covered in embers and looked like a flowing red man without any features. Advisor Liu didn't know if this was good, but in the current situation, he could only think bad. His heart shuddered, and he just hoped that some miracle would happen. Tilde crack tilde. All of a sudden, a resounding crack was heard, and King Hong's fist, that had been frozen in one place, started to move. It's rising, Hua Wu shouted. Tilde huala tilde. The aura of King Hong appeared again, but this time it had transformed. Previously, the dauntlessness in his aura was like a secondary factor, but now it seemed to have fully assimilated within it. Begone, King Hong's voice echoed. The tribulation bolt was forcefully dissipated by the king, and it disappeared. Wind started to stir as the spirit qi in the air became volatile. Wow, what's happening? Hua Wu was concerned. Are the tribulation clouds angry? Hua-san was in a similar state. No, it was at this time that Lin Mu spoke. It's time, Lin Mu muttered. Tilde hanglang tilde. The spirit qi in the air started stirring as a vortex formed above the king. Since the fire attribute spirit qi was concentrated and was present in the highest amount, the air was tinted fire red. The spirit qi started to pour into King Hong at a rapid pace as his cultivation base rose. An audible crack was heard, and the moment it did, a heavy pressure exuded from King Hong's body. He broke through, Hua Wu exclaimed. Kikyang broke through, Qianji broke through, Advisor Liu said out loud with joy. But this was merely the start of the change. The pressure exuding from the man kept on increasing, and soon it reached a state where it was getting uncomfortable for Hua-san, Hua Wu, and Advisor Liu. Seconds passed by, and after about 2 minutes, it was hard for them to even breath. Hua Wu grunted in slight pain. Lin Mu was the only one who was fine in all this and noticed their state. King Hong's aura was still increasing, and he had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, but the spirit qi infusion was far from over. Come over to my side, Lin Mu called. The 3 men heard him and hesitated since they were supposed to be Dharma protectors. Come on, your work is over. If you stay there, you will just get injured. Lin Mu spoke again. They nodded their heads and went over to Lin Mu in the next second. Lin Mu took out the formation array controlling plate and tapped on it a few times. Hundreds of runes appeared in the air in the next moment as the entire formation array was revealed. Let me make it a bit more accommodating, Lin Mu said before waving his hands in the air. Runes started to fly around and arranged themselves into a different format. The tribulation attenuation formation had already been broken earlier due to the increased power of the tribulation, and thus Lin Mu was basically recycling the remnants. While his skill was not enough to make a tribulation attenuation formation on his own, he did have enough skill to remake it into something of a defensive formation. Tribulation attenuation formations fell into a defensive category of formations anyway, and the complexity only came from the fact that they needed to process tribulation lightning. Other than that factor, they could work in any defensive formation once the necessary parts were removed. And the thing was, the tribulation lighting damaged that very part which processed the lightning. That was also why normal defensive formations and spirit tools were either not effective at all, or were very less effective against tribulation, lightning, due to its inherent property of piercing against all defenses. There were numerous foolish cultivators who had thought that they could hide somewhere strong to stop a tribulation, but that was just being ignorant. Even if someone hid all the way inside the depths of the earth, hundreds of kilometers deep, the tribulation lightning will still find its way there. If anything, the lightning will merely feel some resistance, but for that, the tribulation clouds will just increase the power of the tribulation to compensate for the weakening over the travel period. In fact, there were several species of spirit beasts that lived underground and actually never went to the surface. There were many that also reached the nascent soul realm and would break through underground. They still managed to experience tribulations there. And as Lin Mu had already experienced, Hiding away in a different world or plane would not work either. Tribulation, lightning would literally tear through space to hit you. Thus, manipulating the defensive part of the formation was far more easier for Lin Mu. But as he was doing this, Hua-san and Hua-Wu were watching on in surprise. Senior Lin Mu is proficient in formations too, Hua-Wu said. I'm just learning, I'm barely a beginner, Lin Mu replied. But hearing this was just even more stunning to Hua-Wu and Hua-san. Casually manipulating runes of a broken formation and repurposing without the use of assertive spirit tools is a beginner. Then what are we? Less than beginners. Hua-san couldn't help but think. This should be enough, Lin Mu said. He then pulled his hands apart and pointed them in 6 places around them. The runes turned into 6 flags and planted themselves on the 6 points Lin Mu had pointed at. Then strings of runes joined up from the 6 points and formed what looked like a tent around the 4 of them. Hexapole tent defensive formation, Hua-Wu recognized. He then looked at his senior brother in confusion, before coming close to him and speaking. Does the tribulation attenuation formation even use the same lower formations as that of the hexapole tent formation? I don't think I've seen this before in our records, Hua-Wu asked. Hearing his junior brother's words, Hua-san furrowed his brows. No, it's not. This isn't even the normal hexapole tent formation. The runes, they're all different, Hua-san said after observing it for a few seconds. The runes are different, Hua-Wu said, as he focused on the runes specifically. Once the runes turned into the components of the formation, it was hard to tell what they actually were. It was either because they became too small to see, or that they would merge directly. But Hua-Wu and Hua-san were nascent soul realm cultivators, and thus had a high enough sensitivity to observe it in detail. What script is even this? Hua-Wu was confused. Lin Mu heard their little conversion, and knew that they were unable to recognize the Tao script. So even the top sects do not know about it fully, Lin Mu thought to himself. He quickly finished up the formation, and the pressure that was on the 3 men was lifted. Lin Mu himself didn't feel it at all and could stand there freely for days with no problems. But for them, it was still harder. Advisor Liu took a breath of relief once the pressure was lifted from him, and his back straightened. He had not even realized the level of pressure he was in, and felt that he was starting to hunch over. That should be enough, Lin Mu nodded his head. He looked back at King Hong and saw his cultivation base continually increasing. He tried to use his spirit sense to probe it, but met a block when he got closer. How? Lin Mu was surprised. So far, his spirit sense has been strong enough to go past several formations as well. But in front of King Hong, it was like it had met a steel plate, unable to pierce through. The aura around King Hong was continually forcing his spirit sense away. It was like he was trying to swim against the river, and it was only getting more difficult as time passed by. King Hong, who was now fully encapsulated within the embers, was hard to see. More and more embers flew in from the area around them as the Hong Lin trees continued to burn. The area that they were burning in had continued to expand, and now the entire mountain they were on was bare of Hong Lin trees. All of them had been turned to embers, yet not a single speck of ash could be seen where they were. Instead of that, only plain ground was visible. Seeing the strange state of King Hong, only one thought came to Lin Mu's mind. It's his dormant physique, it is awakening, Lin Mu muttered in realization. Crack. The sound of coals crackling could be heard as a long crack appeared in the encapsulated form of King Hong. Chapter 740, Dauntless Ember, physique. Everyone watched on with rapt attention as the cracks kept on increasing on the cocoon made out of embers. Crack. Once the cracks fully covered it, a fist broke through the cracks, fully breaking the cocoon apart. From within appeared a naked man with a domineering appearance. His muscles were filled with overflowing vitality, and his long amber-colored hair swayed with the wind. There were red lines that looked like flowing magma going down from his head, and then spreading all over his body. 2 of the lines spread out from his neck, onto his shoulders, and then onto his hands all the way where they split to join his 10 fingers. The same was the case with his legs, as well as the red lines spread and joined his toes. On his back, the red lines formed a rather simple pattern that looked like a burning flame. On his chest, the lines joined up at his heart to form another pattern which Lin Mu could read. Dauntless, Lin Mu read the character that was written in Dao's script. It was now that Zhukang suddenly spoke up. "Oh, it's this physique," Zhukang said. "Senior, you know about it?" Lin Mu questioned. "I do, of course. This physique once belonged to a peerless cultivator of a high-leveled world. Relying on it, he defeated his foes and established his hegemony. Later on, he became a great emperor. It has been several thousand years since his death, and now the physique has returned," Zhukang said, thinking for a bit before continuing. "The name of this physique is the Dauntless Ember Physique. It allows the owner to become like the ember that never goes out no matter how many winds blow nor if water tries to douse it. The ember will go on and so will the person. This physique contains an immense vitality such that even the Xianshan physique is outclassed by it. But of course, that is understandable since the Xianshan physique is an acquirable physique and can be gained by anyone," Zhukang expanded. "Dauntless Ember Physique, huh," Lin Mu said before a smile appeared on his face. "Excellent," Lin Mu exclaimed. Everyone heard his voice and looked at him, including King Hong, whose appearance had changed significantly. Other than his facial features, his body was quite different, including his hair that had become amber red as well. Tilde rumble tilde. But just as he said this, the sky rumbled all of a sudden. "Huh, what?" Hua-san and Hua-Wu were surprised. They looked up and saw thunder seething within the clouds. "How can this be? The tribulation was over." Advisor Liu was shocked. "What is happening, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned. He was observing it with his spatial perception as well, and could see that the crack from which the tribulation energy was leaking had actually expanded. I should have expected this. The Dauntless Ember Physique is not something that should have normally appeared in a low-leveled world like this. That may have also been why all of the heirs of the Han clan died to the tribulation. The heavenly tribulation could not allow it to exist in a world like this. If this was a higher world, they would not have so much trouble. In fact, if they were in a higher world, they might have become a great clan. The previous owner of the physique was cursed and died without any heirs, thus his dynasty ended, but the current Han clan is vastly different, Zhukang answered. Another tribulation, Lin Mu said as his brows furrowed. King Hong also looked up, and anger appeared in his eyes. You tried to strike me down and were unsuccessful. I broke through and you still want to try again? Never. King Hong let out a bellowing shout. He clenched his right fist, which had fully recovered. It was this very fist that had been destroyed by the tribulation lightning earlier, but now it was fully healed and even better than before. His fist was like a hammer within which immense energy was condensed. King Hong raised his fist and punched at the sky with all his might. Before the tribulation lightning could even get ready, a red pillar of light pierced the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds were forcefully dissipated, and the blue sky was fully revealed again. This was a scene that was not only witnessed by Lin Mu and the rest, but even the citizens that lived around the area and in the capital city. The light of the red pillar was bright enough to catch everyone's attention. Advisor Liu and the Hua brothers were stunned upon seeing this as well. Forcefully dissipating tribulation clouds, HEAVNS, Hua Wu exclaimed. With the tribulation clouds gone, King Hong descended to the ground. Advisor Liu hurriedly walked towards him and handed him some clothes. King Hong's spatial storage treasure had been handed to Advisor Liu because there was a great chance of it being destroyed. King Hong quickly dressed in some simple robes for now and then walked towards Lin Mu. Till now, he had spoken a word to anyone rather than the sky, and they were feeling a bit tense. He came to a halt in front of Lin Mu and looked at him. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply before speaking. You have my eternal gratitude, Senior Lin Mu. Not only have you given me a chance to live, you have given all my descendants a chance at survival. You have given me the solution to our curse. One could hear the deep veneration within his voice. Lin Mu placed his hands on the man's shoulders and lifted him up. You do not have to thank me. It is you who managed to do this and came out on top. I'm pleased that you survived, Lin Mu said with a smile. King Hong smiled, as well before a serious expression appeared on his face. Regardless, I shall help you in any way possible. We shall defeat Gu Yao and the northern tribe, King Hong declared. Chapter 741, Increased Might. Hearing King Hong's words, Lin Mu was pleased. Very well, we should take our leave now, though, Lin Mu said as he looked around the bare mountain. The formation arrays that Jiang Luo had made earlier had been broken, and only a few of them had managed to survive until now. But even those that survived did not seem like they would last long. I never expected the tribulation to reach this level, Hua-san commented. Indeed, it was no normal tribulation, of course. That was the Aqua Wisp Tribulation Lightning, Lin Mu replied. I don't think I've heard of it before, Hua Wu said before taking a look at King Hong. But what's happened to you, King Hong? You're different. King Hong took a look at his hands and chuckled. Even I don't know exactly. All I know is when I was just about to die, something deep within me awakened and pushed through, saving me and transforming my body, King Hong said. Oh, you don't know the name of your physique? Lin Mu asked. This is a physique, Advisor Liu was stunned. Yes, this is also the reason why your clan was cursed. This is not a physique that should appear in a world of this level. But now that it has, and you have survived, I do not know what changes will happen, Lin Mu spoke. Not of this word, King Hong muttered. Do you know what its name is? King Hong asked next. It is called as the Dauntless Ember Physique. As for the abilities, I believe you should know them far better than me, Lin Mu replied. King Hong looked at his hand and clenched his fist. A red flow appeared on it as the red lines glowed like flowing magma. The spirit chi fluctuations coming from his body also became apparent, giving them another shock. The child soul stage of the nascent soul realm. Advisor Liu was stunned. King Hong was confused and looked within his danshan, only to be greeted by what looked like a child version of himself. His nascent soul looked like him when he was 10 years old and had red glowing lines on his body as well. One could tell that the nascent soul was a unique nascent soul, due to the virtue of his physique as well. Looks like I managed to break through all the way to the child soul stage, King Hong said. That is expected with your physique. It won't be long before you gain full control of it and your cultivator base will soar. From what I know, the previous owner of the physique was a great emperor who conquered an entire world. But you have an advantage over him such that you can still have heirs unlike him, who was cursed, Lin Mu explained, shocking them completely. King Hong was also stunned, wondering how his clan ended up with a physique like this. You mean to say, my children will also have this physique? King Hong asked. Well, your firstborn will. As for the rest, now that you have awakened your physique, I can't tell what changes they will have. But one thing is for sure, the talent of your children will be far higher than most cultivators in this world, Lin Mu replied. I see, King Hong replied. Ehahaha, Advisor Liu suddenly started laughing. King Hong can finally get married. Hundreds of women are dying to join you, Advisor Liu said out loud. Uncle that, King Hong was a bit embarrassed. Now you have no excuse to deny their offers. You shall have hundreds of children, Advisor Liu declared as if there was no other option. Lin Mu simply chuckled on the side, and so did Hua-san and Hua Wu. Well, that can come later for now. We have more important things to get to. King Hong spoke, trying to divert the topic. Of course, Advisor Liu said with a smirk. King Hong knew that his uncle would not waver, and that he would have to deal with an extra headache in a few months. Now that King Hong has successfully broken, though, all he needs to do is to focus on cultivating. In the meantime, I'll wait till little Shrubby finds the location of the wandering sinkhole. We have saved you, but we still need to save the supreme elder of the Noon Grass sect, Lin Mu stated. Indeed, if you need anything senior, just ask, King Hong replied. Lin Mu nodded, and all of them then left the mountain, which was now bare of all trees. It looked rather strange as there were no ashes left behind by the trees, either. Lin Mu wondered about it, as he found it to be rather different. The area of about 5 kilometers around the mountain had turned empty, as all of the Hong Lin trees had been burned away. Only the grass and other plants that were not Hong Lin trees were present there. If they were not there, the area would certainly look a lot more eerie. Soon, the 4 of them reached the capital city, where everyone was talking about the appearance of the red light pillar. We'll need to do an official announcement later, King Hong spoke. Or rather than that, we can just keep it a secret, Lin Mu spoke. Oh, King Hong was intrigued. I think it is better for us that your breakthrough and physique are kept a secret for now. If it gets out, it will definitely cause a commotion which may bring Gu Yao's interest. Though you do have an advantage against him now, he can't control you with the human-controlling blood curse, Lin Mu replied. He can't, King Hong was surprised. Yes, those that have bloodlines and physique can be affected by the curse, but only up to a certain extent. Even if they are, they can still break out of it. But with your physique, I don't think the curse will even work at all, Lin Mu stated. Chapter 742, Appearance of the Wandering Sinkhole. Having gotten the confirmation from Lin Mu, King Hong certainly felt better than before. He just hoped that it would never come to the point where Gu Yao would act before them, and they would be left as sitting ducks. That's good then. We have one less thing to worry about, Advisor Liu said in a relieved tone. We can't get complacent, though. If Gu Yao finds something he's unable to control something, he would rather have it eliminated permanently. You will have to watch out for that. Though for now, the best would be to stay hidden and get stronger. Those that have already taken the oath will keep the secret, thus King Hong can still run his kingdom while here. The only thing you mustn't do is appearing in front of the public. Your appearance, well, it's more than enough to catch a lot of attention. Plus, your vitality, you need to learn how to control it, Lin Mu stated. My vitality? King Hong questioned and looked at himself. Indeed, King Hong, your vitality is quite oppressive, Hua-san spoke. King Hong closed his eyes and focused on his body. After about a minute, the pressure exuded by him reduced considerably. That was slightly more difficult than I had expected, King Hong muttered. That's good. You'll get a better hold over it soon enough, Lin Mu spoke. Thank you for your help again, Senior Lin Mu, King Hong said with gratitude. It's fine. We just need to focus on the upcoming events now, Lin Mu said before discussing some matters with everyone. An hour later, the other members of the court appeared too, and they were shocked to see King Hong, to say the least. A cacophony of cheers was heard once they learned the fact that King Hong was a nascent soul realm cultivator and even had a unique physique. Every cultivator had heard of bloodlines and physiques, and thus it was quite intriguing for them that their king had one as well. While they didn't speak of the details of his bloodline, King Hong did tell them that it was something that needed to be kept secret. Everyone agreed instantly, and even gave suggestions by which they could keep the public suspicion and external suspicion to the lowest. Quickly, solutions were given to hide the red pillar of light that had appeared when King Hong forcefully dissipated the heavenly tribulation clouds. It was then decided that they would attribute it to the appearance of a natural treasure. The treasure was powerful enough that it wiped out the trees in a radius of 5 kilometers, and thus that's why the area is barren now. While it was bound to bring some attention to the kingdom from the sects, it was still far better than letting them thinking that someone broke through to the nascent soul realm there. To further solidify the claims, they would even send out searching squads to look for the said natural treasure, and allow other cultivators to come and search for them if they wanted to do so. The suggestion got approval and was quickly approved. It was announced the very next hour, much to the excitement of the commoners. Even if they weren't cultivators, this was an exciting thing in their normal and mundane lives. Cultivators, on the other hand, were excited and wanted to go search for the natural treasure which was allowed by the kingdom. In fact, they even decided to announce a reward for whoever finds the natural treasure and an appropriate compensation if they so choose to sell it to the kingdom. There was, of course, no actual natural treasure, but this served to further solidify their claims. In the coming weeks, this proved to be useful, as the news had spread rather quickly to the nearby areas and then into the other kingdoms. 2 weeks after the breakthrough of King Hong, multiple cultivators from different sects arrived. Most of them were from unranked or low-tier sects, with a couple from mid-tier sects. It was also during this week that Lin Mu finally revived the news that he had been waiting for. "Master, I found it. I found the wandering sinkhole." Little Shrubby sent out a message through their link. Lin Mu, who was deep in cultivation, woke up immediately as his aura spiked for a few seconds. He quickly controlled it and responded, "Where?" While Lin Mu could sense the approximate direction of Little Shrubby, it was still hard to pinpoint the exact location. Lin Mu could, of course, fly in that vague direction till the link got stronger and he could find the exact position. But with the characteristics of the wandering sinkhole, there was a specific time period that they needed to keep up with. 200 kilometers to the south from where we met the weird herb. Little Shrubby answered. "I'm coming," Lin Mu said before flying out from the courtyard. A gust of wind ran through the city as Lin Mu left at a very high speed. A lot of commoners complained about the strange winds that came from time to time, unaware that it was actually caused by a cultivator. As for the cultivators, they could not see Lin Mu either, as he would end up using blink in addition to flying. Plus, his speed was simply too fast for them to observe easily anyway. While on the way there, Lin Mu informed King Hong and the rest that he was leaving and that the wandering sinkhole had appeared. They had already been informed how he would be acting upon the appearance of the wanderer sinkhole due to the time limitation, and were fine with him leaving without telling them before this. Lin Mu also contacted Jiang Luo, who was now on the western border setting up the formation array there. Little Shrubby found the wandering sinkhole, Lin Mu informed. "Excellent. Keep an eye out for some other useful resources and be careful about the dangers. I hope you can come back as soon as possible," Jiang Luo replied. Chapter 743, New Phenomena, into the sinkhole. Lin Mu continued flying towards the direction Little Shrubby had pointed out at full speed. He used blink in addition to flying and covered large tracts of the area at once. Little Shrubby was also heading towards him so that he could meet him midway. This way, they would be able to reach the wandering sinkhole quicker. In about 20 minutes, Lin Mu saw Little Shrubby appearing from the distance. He was running at his maximum speed and started to brake when he saw Lin Mu. Crack, crack, tilde. Tilde, thud, 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 tilde. Unfortunately, his braking was still not enough, and several trees had to sacrifice themselves in order to reduce his momentum. Little Shrubby, having gotten used to it already, quickly turned around and the harness appeared on his back. "Let's go," Little Shrubby said with excitement. He had not seen Lin Mu for a while now, and was feeling pleased seeing his master again and spend time with him. "MMHMM, run at full speed," Lin Mu said as he strapped into the harness. Little Shrubby's paws dug into the ground, and he shot forward like a cannonball. Tilde whoosh tilde. The nearby trees were forcibly bent and broken due to the wind generated by Little Shrubby running, and a path was carved out. They kept on running for about 5 minutes, after which they reached the location of the wandering sinkhole. Seeing the sinkhole, Lin Mu couldn't help but take in a breath of air. "Damn, it's far bigger than I expedited," Lin Mu muttered. The sinkhole was over 10 kilometers wide and had an uneven edge. The strange thing was that around its edges, some trees had disappeared halfway. It was like they were sliced clean in different ratios, but even then, they seemed to be still alive. "Use your spatial perception. I think you may have just come across one of the rarer phenomena." Zukong's voice was heard. "Oh," Lin Mu responded before using spatial perception. The moment he did this, the scene in front of him changed vastly. Instead of the forest and the open sinkhole, Lin Mu saw two different layers of spatial fabric overlapping. It was as if someone had cut out a hole in one sheet and then placed it over the other one. Lin Mu also saw that the hole was not stationary and was actually moving around very subtly. Its boundaries also seemed to stutter every so often, making him think that the current situation was not very stable. Just as I thought, this is an example of plane overlapping, Zhukang spoke. Plane overlapping? What's that, senior? Is it like the mountains I saw when I was in the Ripple Mist sect? Lin Mu questioned. No, that was different. Back then, you were seeing a tethered fragment of a minor plane. This time, this is a complete minor plane and is actively linked to this world. The only difference is the kind of anchor it has. The fragment of the minor plane in the Ripple Mist sect could be described as floating in a sea, and in that sea this world was also floating. But in the case of this sinkhole, the sea is the Zayaafen world, and the wandering sinkhole is a floating boat on it. The anchor is affixed to this forest, and it can move about in the area just as how an anchored boat can move around due to the waves. Zhukang explained. Lin Mu pondered over the explanation and understood it rather quickly. I get it now, senior. So what are the differences that I need to watch out for? Lin Mu questioned. While he had already gotten enough information from the former advisor Chu, what Lin Mu wanted information on was the spatial characteristics of this world. Well, I would say that you are in good luck. With your skills, leaving this minor plane will be easy, so you don't need to worry about that aspect, though re-entry would not be possible unless you find the location of this place again, Zhukang answered. Seeing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up, and he felt excited. He looked into the sinkhole and saw that it was pitch black. Just as Advisor Chu described, it looks dark, but once you go deep enough, the appearance would change, Lin Mu muttered. Tilde hung tilde. Just as he was observing, a faint spatial fluctuation spread around the area. No time to wait, let's head inside, Lin Mu said. Okay, Little Shrubby responded, and they jumped into the wandering sinkhole. To any normal human or even many cultivators, jumping into such a hole would be really terrifying. They couldn't see inside, and neither did they know just how deep it was. They couldn't even tell if they would survive or not. But for Lin Mu, it was not a problem since both he and Little Shrubby could just fly. The two of them descended at a relatively stable pace while observing the changes around them. They kept this up for about 2 minutes, during which everything was the same. Lin Mu could see the normally blue sky above him that kept on getting small. It was as if the boundaries of the sinkhole were closing upon him. But at a certain point, Lin Mu felt a change in gravity, and they started to fall in uncontrollably. Huh, what the hell? Lin Mu and Little Shrubby both were surprised by this phenomenon. Senior, what is happening? Lin Mu questioned. It's normal. You are transitioning between two planes, and this is just the vacuum effect. You've seen this before, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu was reminded of the many black cracks he had opened up before and nodded his head. The two of them kept on falling at a great speed, and soon the sky above them had turned completely dark. It was like the shutter of a camera closing in a circular manner. It reached the point of complete darkness and then opened back up as a new blue sky appeared above him. Chapter 744. A vast plain. Lin Mu could see the sky changing and the area changing as well. The sky turned blue but without a sun in it. There were a few clouds dispersed around the sky, but they were relatively small. Below him, he could see different kinds of areas. There were swamps, marshes, forests, lakes, rivers, dry lands, mountains, hills, and even a volcano. Overall, the area was quite varied and was far larger than the fragment of the minor plane that Lin Mu had been to before. The ground was expanding at a rapid pace as Lin Mu got closer and closer to it. Lin Mu could already match several of the areas with the map that the former advisor Chu had given him, but there were also some differences that could be seen in it. At one point, the force that Lin Mu and Little Shrubby were feeling faded away, and they could fly on their own again. Finally, Even though I wouldn't necessarily get hurt by falling, I still don't want to feel that, Lin Mu muttered. Tilda growled Tilda. Little Shrubby growled in response and reduced their speed of falling. They slowly landed on the ground, and Lin Mu spread his spirit sense around the area as far as possible. Everything that was within it came under his observation, and he noted some interesting parts. The area that Lin Mu had landed in was between a few hills and a forest. There were several small ponds nearby as well, and some flowers grew within them. These flowers exuded a peculiar fragrance that was quite nice, but at the same time made one feel a bit dizzy. What is that? Lin Mu wondered as he got closer. Little Shrubby followed behind him, and the two of them soon reached the ponds. Looking at the ponds, one would realize that they looked like they were made from craters. There were several of them, and the boundaries definitely looked like they were created due to something falling. This is rather strange, Lin Mu said and looked around. There were no spirit beasts here other than a few insect beasts, but they weren't really strong. Lin Mu approached one of the flowers that were a bit closer to him and took a closer look at it. The flower was white, but had yellow streaks at the base of its 20 petals. At the base of its petals, leaves spread around like flat spoons, and long stems could be seen going into the water. The water itself was clear, but its color was a deep blue. Lin Mu could not recognize the flower and wondered what it was. He checked the records he had and found them after a while. Advisor Chu mentioned that he saw some flowers like these, but never approached them because there were strong beasts nearby. But now that I'm seeing this, the area is completely empty, Lin Mu said. The flower had no name and was only mentioned in the records that Advisor Chu himself had made. Do you know what this is, Senior Zukong? Lin Mu asked. I don't know either. It could be something that has specifically been born in this minor plane itself and is unique to it, Zukong replied. Is that something that often happens in minor planes? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, minor planes are complete and stable habitats that can give birth to a myriad of forms of life. That is also why they are considered to be so valuable to cultivators regardless of their professions. Each minor plane could have resources that are unique to it and couldn't be found anywhere itself. Many alchemists spend decades and centuries of their lives researching and learning about the spirit herbs and plants that are found in the minor planes. That's why whenever a minor plane is discovered, the value of exploring it is considered to be very high, Zukong explained. I see. I guess I'll take a few flowers just in case, Lin Mu said before plucking the said flowers. There were easily hundreds of flowers in the multiple ponds, and they gently swayed with the wind in water. But just as Lin Mu was done plucking the flowers, his gaze went to the depths of the water. He narrowed his eyes and extended his spirit sense into it. It kept on going deeper and deeper until it reached a depth of over 100 meters. This pond is far deeper than it looks, Lin Mu said. He peered into it and felt like he saw something glow beneath it all. What was that? Lin Mu questioned. He looked toward Little Shrubby and spoke. Did you see that too? Little Shrubby was hovering over the water, ensuring that his feet did not touch the water. Yup, looked like a spark, Little Shrubby replied. Lin Mu thought for a bit before saying, should I take a look? You're going into the water, Little Shrubby asked with reluctance. If I want to get it then yes, I have to go into the water, Lin Mu replied. I'm not touching water, he stated right away. Tilda, okay, I'll go alone, Lin Mu said, not minding it. He had already checked the area with his spirit sense, and there wasn't really anything dangerous within the pond or around it. Lin Mu stimulated the mortal strengthening scripture and let the armor appear on his body. He then descended into the water with the armor protecting his body. Not only did it keep him dry, but it would also protect him from anything that may have been mixed into the water. Even if he had checked it all, he didn't know if there was something unknown that his spirit sense could not detect in the water. It was better for him to be cautious, and this was a fact that he had internalized a long time ago. Lin Mu continued his descent and found that the water only got colder and colder the deeper he went. This is strange, I shouldn't feel cold due to the armor. Chapter 745, Glacial Snail Shell, and Aurora Lin Mu was rather surprised due to this discovery and wondered if there was really something problematic about the water. Suddenly he saw the glow again, and this time he could somewhat see the appearance of the object. It looked like a snail shell and was gently glowing in a blue light. From the surface of the water, it looked like a spark, but here he could see it better. A snail, but I didn't detect any life here, Lin Mu said. He finally reached the bottom of the pond and went closer to the shell. It had dimmed down again and was hidden in the darkness, but for Lin Mu's spirit sense, it was no problem seeing the shell. Lin Mu accurately picked it up and found it to be cold to the touch. As he was holding it in his hand, he found the shell to suddenly become ice cold. It was then that it glowed again and let out the blue light. Lin Mu was mesmerized by its appearance. The shell was a pale white and blue line went along the spiral on it. The shell was empty, and it was evident that the snail that it belonged to had died. He took another look around the bottom of the pond, but did not find anything else here. Lin Mu returned to the surface and let the water drip off the armor. "Did you find it?" Little Shrubby questioned. "I did," Lin Mu replied, and showed him the small shell in his right hand. The shell was barely an inch in size, yet the cold it could exude was enough to make Lin Mu feel cold despite the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture. "This is certainly not anything common if it can bypass the defenses of the armor," Lin Mu spoke. "That might be the shell of a glacial snail," Zhukang spoke. "Oh, what's that, Senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "It's a spirit beast as well, but it's not really the same as normal spirit beasts. It can have a high cultivation base and yet not have a similar level of intelligence. They live in icy cold glaciers and can be found in its depths," Zhukang answered. "I see, wonder how this shell got here though," Lin Mu said. He had not seen any cold areas when he was falling from the sky, and even Advisor Chu had said that there were no cold areas in the minor plain. Even on the tall mountains, there was no snow. It could have been brought in by some other cultivator that fell into the sinkhole, perhaps. Glacial snails aren't really that uncommon. They are hard to find just because they live beneath the thick glaciers. But once you get to the right place, you will find enough of them, Zhukang spoke. "But how can it affect my armor? I'm not supposed to be able to feel temperature easily," Lin Mu asked. It could be due to its inherent properties. The glacial snail is a beast of the extreme yin water attribute. Its body naturally contains the traces of the Tao, and thus it can bypass the defenses of the armor," Zhukang answered. "That's rather strong. Isn't that only possible for Tao-treading realm cultivators and beasts?" Lin Mu said. "Usually, yes. But some beasts are just unique in that way. They don't need to be at the Tao-treading realm and can still contain the traces of Tao in their body," Zhukang replied. Lin Mu nodded his head and wondered if he could make use of this shell. "I guess I can use this for the 5 treasures realm cultivation maybe," Lin Mu said. "That might not be the best choice. Even though this shell is of the water element, it's not the normal water but rather extreme yin water. It may conflict with your body, thus it's best not to use it for that," Zhukang suggested. "I understand, Senior," Lin Mu agreed. If Senior Zhukang said something was not right, it was best not to do it. So far, Lin Mu had avoided many problems due to Senior Zhukang's advice and wasn't intending to go against it for no reason. Lin Mu put the shell away in the ring and went to explore the rest of the areas with Little Shrubby. "We should first try to find the place where the 1,000-year-old Hong Lin trees grow," Lin Mu said. "Do you want me to search at a fast speed?" Little Shrubby questioned. "No, not now. There are some strong beasts hidden in this place and they might be far stronger than us. It is better to be careful for now," Lin Mu answered. "Okay, Tilda," Little Shrubby replied. Lin Mu nodded his head and took out the map that the former advisor had given him. Now let's see which part matches what," Lin Mu said as he looked at the details on the map. The area they were in didn't really match the place, and so he headed ahead, trying to get to an area that was actually mentioned on the map so that he could find a reference point. While doing this, Lin Mu and Little Shrubby could hear the roar of a beast coming from the distance. Little Shrubby's hair stood on its end, and so did Lin Mu's. "It's a very strong beast. I can sense it," Little Shrubby spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head. "Looks like Advisor Chu was right. There are Dao Shell Realm beasts in this minor plane." The roar had come from about 2 kilometers away, and Lin Mu definitely did not want to get close to that area. This also made him realize something else. No wonder the area was empty of beasts. No beast would dare to come near the place where a Dao Shell Realm beast lives, Lin Mu muttered. The two of them quickly went as far as possible from the earlier location and reached one of the many forests that Lin Mu had seen from the sky. Chapter 746, Stronger Beasts, and a vantage point having confirmed the existence of Dao Shell Realm beasts, Lin Mu decided to stay clear of such areas, at least until he was confident of taking them on. He was still in the adolescent soul stage of the nascent soul realm, and needed to reach the adult stage at the very least, before he would be able to have some confidence in battling Dao Shell Realm's beings. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby continued their search through the forest and observed the flora and fauna around. There were a variety of plants and animals that Lin Mu had not seen before. There were also plenty of spirit herbs that were unknown to him here. "May as well take some of everything, just in case," Lin Mu said to himself. Thus he picked whatever herbs he could while walking around and stored them in the ring. He didn't know if they would ever come in handy later, but he reckoned it was better to have it than not need it than need it and not have it. Tilda growl tilde. Lin Mu was about to pick another spirit herb that looked like a cross between an orchid and a lily when he heard a growl from the back. His spirit sense extended immediately and caught the beast midway. Tilda whoosh tilde. But before he could even do anything, a fireball hit the beast and it was knocked to the side. Little Shrubby was the one who had attacked, of course, and he was now standing just at the head of the beast that had just tried to attack them. He bared his fangs at the beast and pressed upon its head with his paw. "Oh, it's a nascent soul realm beast." Lin Mu was surprised. He was surprised because the beast had let out no spirit chi fluctuations and had a rather fast speed. Normally, his spirit sense would have detected anything way faster than they could get to him. Still, Little Shrubby was way faster and reacted before he could. Looking at the beast, Lin Mu found it to be rather different. It had the head of a jackal, body of a bull, tail of a wolf, and broad hooves like that of a horse. It had no horns, but it did have bumps on his head that looked similar to them. A wood trampler beast, Lin Mu recognized after a few seconds. He had read about such beasts before and knew that they lived in dense forests. They could be found on the Ziofen worlds as well, but were only seen in the Great Southern Forest. "It's at the infant soul stage, and yet it's quite fast. Didn't expect them to be this good," Lin Mu said as he stabbed the short sword into the neck of the beast, killing it. "This will serve a good meal," Little Shrubby said, feeling pleased. "Indeed," Lin Mu replied. It was now that an idea struck him. "Hang on, if there is an abundance of nascent soul realm beast here, then we may as well kill as many as we can and stockpile for later," Lin Mu stated. "Yes, we should do that," Little Shrubby agreed as well. First we'll get the lay of the land and then decided which beasts are safe to attack. Though I also think that we should get the 1,000-year-old Honglin trees first, since that may be a bit time-sensitive. Hua San said that his Supreme Elder might have 3 more months at most, but won't be able to hang on for any more, Lin Mu said. "We'll try to find the 1,000-year-old Honglin tree first then, and mark the interesting locations along the way. We can come to them later once we are done," Little Shrubby spoke. "That seems perfect," Lin Mu agreed. He felt pleased with the smartness of Little Shrubby, which was no less than that of a human now. It could even be said to be higher than a lot of humans, considering some had the IQ of non-cultivating pigs. One couldn't even say someone was as dumb as a donkey in the cultivation world, since a donkey could very well start cultivating and gain far better intelligence than you. Who knows, one day you may even have to call it ancestor. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby continued their search and gathered spirit herbs and whatever interesting materials that they could find. They were attacked by some beasts during that time too, but managed to kill them with ease. They also found 2 more areas that were considered to be the territories of Dao Shell Realm beasts. Lin Mu had not seen them himself, and neither had Little Shrubby felt their presence. But the eerie absence of beasts in that area was a telltale sign that there was a strong beast living there. With that in mind, Lin Mu simply marked it on his map and continued onwards. Advisor Chu had said that there were a total of 5 beasts that he had suspected to be at the Dao Shellback when he was here. 2 of them were wolf beasts, 1 was a snake beast, 1 was a turtle beast, and 1 was a squirrel beast. Wonder if they are still here or not. He did say that there were conflicts among the beasts as well, and seeing as it has been over 200 years since he left the sinkhole, there are chances that some of them may have perished. Lin Mu thought to himself. About 36 hours had passed since they had arrived in the sinkhole, and they had yet to get out of the forest. Are we going in the right direction? Lin Mu wondered. He flew up and checked the area, finding that he was now at the edge of the forest. Finally, we're out, Lin Mu said as he gazed in the distance and spotted something familiar. That should be a decent vantage point. Chapter 747. A tall mountain in Dagger Beak birds the location that Lin Mu had just seen was a mountain that was one of the tallest ones in the sinkhole. He had seen it while falling down, and it was the tallest object in his view. This plain was far bigger than the one at the Ripple Mist Sect, and at this point, Lin Mu was sure that it was possibly bigger than the entire Shuang Kaiyan kingdom in size. Even Advisor Chu didn't know just how big this place truly was and had barely scratched the surface of it when he explored it. My estimate might not even be close enough. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Minor planes like these can be up to 10% the size of the world they are anchored to. Zhukong suddenly spoke. What, 10%? Lin Mu was shocked to hear that. Yes, 10%. Of course, that is the maximum estimation that I can give you. It is likely to be smaller than that, Zhukong replied. If it really is 10% then, I don't even know if a year would be enough for us to find it, Lin Mu said. One must know that the entire Great Zhou continent, along with the Northern Tribes territory, was barely 30% the size of the entire Xia world. The remaining 70% of the world was covered with water, and was inhabitable for humans at least. If the minor plane was really 10% in size, it meant that it was 1/3 the size of the entire Great Zhou continent. One must know that it had taken Lin Mu nearly 6 months to travel halfway across the continent, and this was at his full speed. If it really came to searching on his own, it would be close to impossible for him to do so in the given time constraints. The mountain is really tall. I don't think I've seen one this tall before, Little Shrubby spoke. Indeed, I think mountains this tall are only in the northern mountain range back home, Lin Mu agreed. The 2 of them flew to the mountain, while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Pi tilde. Their vigilance turned out to be correct, as several bird beasts came to attack them. Bah, annoying, Lin Mu said as he sent out the short sword to deal with the bird beasts. 6 of the bird beasts were killed rather quickly, but the cry they let out attracted more of the bird beasts. This time the cry that came was stronger than before. Lin Mu's spirit sense detected the presence of several nascent soul realm beasts approaching them. More enemies are coming, Lin Mu spoke. No, more food is coming, Little Shrubby replied while eyeing the corpse of the bird beasts that were dripping with blood. Lin Mu could only chuckle and get ready for the first. The spirit chi fluctuations he had detected were at the infant soul stage, thus they weren't much of a problem for him or Little Shrubby. The bird beasts that had attacked him were at the core condensation realm and were called as dagger beak birds. As their name said, their beaks were sharp like daggers, and they would kill their prey by stabbing them with it. They would dive from the sky and pin the beast that was targeted on the ground. Lin Mu noticed the ground and saw that there were multiple holes in it as well. The more concerning thing was that the ground was mostly rock. Those holes are definitely caused by these dagger beak birds. We'll need to be careful with sneak attacks. Lin Mu thought and changed the form of his spirit sense. From the normal single tendril form, it changed to a net that spread around him equally. While this did reduce the overall range of his spirit sense, it did allow him to sense everything within a 500-meter radius. Tilde pi tilde. The cry of the dagger beak birds was heard again, and Lin Mu spotted them approaching him from one of the cliffs. That must be their nests, Lin Mu took note. Lin Mu waved his hand, and several spirit weapons appeared in front of him. The short sword floated at his side, and he held the iron thorn spear in his right hand. Several smaller daggers floated above him as well along with a hatchet. Tilde roar tilde. Little Shrubby let out a thundering roar and was the first to act. Tilde whoosh tilde. Only a red streak was seen as he crashed headfirst with the first infant soul stage nascent soul realm dagger beak bird. There were 6 in total, and the strongest of them was actually at the child soul stage. Let's take out the leader first, Lin Mu said as he moved as well. Tilde shua tilde. The spirit daggers were all launched at the same time, and they flew towards the incoming dagger beak bird. The ones that were at the infant soul stage flew to the side to dodge them, but that was exactly what Lin Mu wanted. Now the child soul stage dagger beak beast was alone with another dagger beak beast that was weaker than him, and Lin Mu could attack it freely. Iron Thorn Bloom, Lin Mu chanted as the ability of the Iron Thorn Spear activated. Tilde hung tilde. The spear lit up with a dark light as tens of dark blades burst out from its tip. The blades moved like deadly scythes through the air and hit the 2 dagger beak beasts. The child soul stage dagger beak beast flapped his wings and created a barrier of chi. The chi was arranged in the shape of feathers, and it was evident that this was a chi skill it had learned itself or was innate to its kind. Tilde clang tilde. A few of the black blades clashed with the barrier and were blocked, but the rest hit the second dagger beak bird that was with it. Tilde kia tilde. The infant soul stage dagger beak bird cried as it fell from the sky after having its wings injured. Chapter 748, Scared Nascent Souls. 1 down, 5 more to go, Lin Mu said as he accelerated towards the child soul stage dagger beak bird. Tilde dang tilde. The iron thorn spear hit the barrier that the dagger beak bird had created and vibrated due to the impact. Oh, that's rather strong, Lin Mu said, finding the technique used by the beast better than a lot of defensive chi skills that he had seen till now. But not enough, Lin Mu added as he cocked back his fist. Spirit chi swirled within his right fist as an imposing aura emanated from him. Tilde ki tilde. The dagger bird let out a wary cry as it flapped its wings to distance itself from Lin Mu as fast as possible. It could tell that the attack Lin Mu was charging up was nothing weak. Too late, Lin Mu spoke. Boulder collapsing fist, second form piercer. The needle-like condensed spirit chi shot out of his hand and traveled at a speed hard to see. Tilde crack tilde. It pierced through the barrier easily and entered the body of the dagger beak bird. Tilde splat tilde. The very next moment, the head of the dagger beak bird exploded like a watermelon, splashing brains and blood everywhere. It couldn't even let out a cry before it died. But then a pale light could be seen from its corpse that was falling. Tilde whoosh tilde. Lin Mu saw the nascent soul of the beast trying to run away. Not so fast. Lin Mu blinked and reached the nascent soul instantly. Both of his fists clamped around the nascent soul like a vice. The nascent soul tried to struggle, but under the power of Lin Mu's fingers, it was all for naught. Little Shrubby will like this, Lin Mu said as he stored the nascent soul in his ring. He had already learned that Little Shrubby liked the taste of nascent souls, and since it helped his cultivation as well, he didn't mind capturing them additionally. Tilde pi tilde. The remaining 4 dagger beak birds that saw their leader die were shocked and angry. They let out loud cries and rushed towards Lin Mu in a mindless rage. Lin Mu didn't really mind them and passed through their charge using flicker. The beasts were confused when they saw that nothing had happened to Lin Mu, despite the fact that they had pierced him with their beaks. Their powerful beaks that had killed thousands of beasts had failed today. Tilde whoosh tilde. Unfortunately for them, their confusion was short-lasting as the short sword flew in from the top. It had been hiding in the canopy of the trees, and Lin Mu had just been waiting for the right opportunity to use it. Tilde pi tilde. Two of the dagger beak birds were killed instantly, and their nascent souls tried to escape. Lin Mu quickly got to catch them, while the other two tried to escape. Tilde roar tilde. But just as they tried to run away, a red streak hit them, and a fiery explosion was heard. Both of the dagger beak birds were killed in an instant as little Shrubby crushed their heads. "Ah, there you are," Lin Mu said as he saw little Shrubby grabbing the nascent souls of the two dagger beak birds that he had just killed. Little Shrubby quickly ate the two nascent souls, while they cried out in horror. "They always taste so good, Tilde," little Shrubby said in pleasure. "I got 3 more," Lin Mu said as he withdrew the 3 nascent souls he had put in the ring. But when he pulled them out, he saw a rather strange reaction. "Huh, what's up with them?" Lin Mu was surprised. Little Shrubby looked at him too and saw the 3 nascent souls in Lin Mu's hands. 2 of them looked like small featherless baby birds, while one of them was like a feathered bird that had yet to learn to fly. "Why are they not trying to run and are shivering?" Lin Mu looked at the 3 nascent souls that were frozen in one place. Little Shrubby came closer and gazed at them as well before speaking. "They are scared of something," little Shrubby spoke. "Huh, they are scared," Lin Mu said in confusion. It was now that a voice was heard in his mind. "Those 3 were noisy, so I made them shut up," Zukong stated. "Ah ha ha, no wonder," Lin Mu chuckled. Zukong's aura was something that even human cultivators would be scared of, not to mention actual beasts. Lin Mu could imagine the 3 nascent souls going crazy in the ring's space. Finding oneself in a completely different space was often disorienting as well as confusing. Unfortunately for them, there was someone far more dominating in the space of the ring. "Well, at least it makes it easier," Lin Mu said as he passed the nascent souls to little Shrubby. He quickly ate them and let out a pleased purr. He then looked at Lin Mu and spoke. "What was that aura on them, Master? There was an extra aura on the nascent souls," little Shrubby asked. "Extra aura? Oh, that must have been Senior Zukong," Lin Mu replied. "Senior Zukong is a beast," little Shrubby was shocked. Little Shrubby had long since known that Lin Mu had a master, and that he was inside the ring Lin Mu had. Lin Mu didn't know that little Shrubby could see the mysterious ring too, but reckoned that it was due to the soul link that both of them had. What little Shrubby didn't know was that Lin Mu's master was actually a beast. "Huh, I never told you that," Lin Mu questioned. "No," little Shrubby replied. Yes, I don't think you ever did," Zukong added. "Ah, I see. Well, yeah, he is a beast, a very strong beast," Lin Mu spoke. "Can I see him?" little Shrubby questioned. Lin Mu furrowed his brows upon hearing this. "I don't know actually. Can he senior?" Lin Mu said in a confused tone. Chapter 749, Biting Plants and Strong Winds. Zukong had not expected a question like that, but didn't mind answering it. "Well, he can, just not in this world. You would either have to be in a world which can accommodate my presence, or in a place where the rules don't apply," Zukong spoke. "I see, guess we'll have to wait," Lin Mu said, and then looked at little Shrubby. "Perhaps you'll get to see him in the future." "Okay, Tilde, I'll wait," little Shrubby replied. Lin Mu nodded his head and collected the corpses of the dagger beak birds. These were going to serve as some good food for the 2 of them. Plus, Lin Mu was going to benefit from their vital energy too, since he was looking to increase his body cultivation. While Lin Mu did not have the cultivation techniques for the other 3 elements, he could still use the basic method of just absorbing more and more vital energy. A fraction of it would still be processed and be used to further the progress of the 5 treasures realm cultivation. While the progress was rather minuscule, it was still something and better than nothing. Having collected them, Lin Mu and Little Shrubby continued their journey to the top of the mountain. Their short battle had created enough spirit chi waves that the rest of the beasts on the mountain had been silenced. They had strong instincts and knew when to hide when there were strong beings around. From the previous lively atmosphere of the mountain, it was now far more calm and serene. The mountain was far bigger than Lin Mu had expected when he actually got closer. Plus, the higher he got, the stronger the winds got. Tilda woo tilde. Damn, we can't fly like this, Lin Mu said as he retreated. Yeah, even I feel like I'll be blown away, Little Shrubby said. The winds around the upper part of the mountain were the strongest, and it could even prevent a nascent soul realm cultivator from flying. Lin Mu knew that being knocked away by the winds would not really be a good thing, as he may end up in an area that was far more dangerous. We should just walk from here, Lin Mu said, and landed on the ground. Little Shrubby did the same, and the two of them continued on foot. The trees at the top were a bit more sparse and were replaced by shorter ones. There were also a lot more shrubs there rather than actual trees. Oh, there are some different herbs, Lin Mu said, spotting a few herbs that had leaves that looked like a butterfly's wings. But the moment he tried to touch them, the leaves sprouted sharp thorns along the edges of the butterfly like leaves and snapped at Lin Mu's hand. Tilde crack tilde. Of course, there was no damage done, as the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture blocked it all with ease. Lin Mu was definitely surprised through. What plan is this? It can actually attack like this, Lin Mu spoke. He checked through the records that Advisor Chu had given him, but did not find anything in it. He then checked the rest of the records, but didn't find anything in them either. Do you know anything about this senior? Lin Mu decided to try his luck with Zukong. Zukong observed the herb for a bit and spoke. It looks to be a variant of the fly trap herbs. They bite into anything that comes close. This is how they eat their prey if they are unfortunate enough to get close. It's an omnivorous plant, but mostly obtains its nutrition from other beasts. Zukong spoke. Oh, that's interesting. Lin Mu took note and probed the herb with his spirit sense. He could tell that there was quite a bit of spirit chi within the herb. What is this used for, senior? Lin Mu questioned. Well, it's used as pest control in herb gardens. Alchemists plant them there, which prevents some pests which are spirit beasts from affecting the plants. Zukong answered. So, it's not used for making pills or anything? Lin Mu asked doubtfully. Not really. Its medicinal content is relatively volatile and doesn't really match well with other ingredients, thus causing the formation of pills to fail. Well, if one really wants to, they can just eat it whole. Zukong replied. Lin Mu nodded his head and thought he may as well take these spirit herbs. Lin Mu could see several of them spread around the area, and they were quite common here. How do I keep them? Let's see, Lin Mu said as he looked around. He then found a relatively large rock and cut it apart to make smaller rocks. He then carved out a container that looked like a flower pot from it and put the fly trap herb in it. He did the same for 5 more such plants and then stored them all in the ring close to some corpses of beasts. Now they'll have some food too, Lin Mu muttered. They then continued onwards to the top and reached it in about half an hour. Tilde woo tilde. The top of the mountain was rather bare, and strong, chilly winds blew. Lin Mu's hair flapped back and Little Shrubby's fur fluttered under the strong winds. Finally, this is quite a dangerous location, though, Lin Mu said after feeling the winds. He looked at the areas around the mountain and the ones far from it. Lin Mu wanted to find the area that was either on the map that Advisor Chu had given him, or directly find the area with the 1,000-year-old Honglin trees. From the top of the mountain, Lin Mu could see more mountains and forests, along with some lakes, and in the very distance, he spotted the lone volcano as well. Red lava flowed down its mouth, looking like fiery rivers. Advisor Chu did mention that there was a volcano here, so it could be this one. But considering the size of the minor plain, there might be more than that. Still, better check it out, Lin Mu said, Chapter 750 Planets and Space. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby descended the mountain from the other side and went in the direction of the volcano. The path down was a bit rougher than the climb, but they still managed to reach the point from where they could fly. If it were not for those strong winds, we would have an easier time, Lin Mu muttered. After you go beyond a certain elevation, winds like those are common. The higher you go, the stronger the winds will become. This is the same in most of the worlds. That is also why there are limitations to how high one can fly. Even an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator would not be able to fly above a certain point, Zhukang informed. Oh, is that so? But in the memoirs of the lost immortal, I've read about some tools that could be used to travel in the sky and even go beyond it into the space. Lin Mu spoke. Indeed, there are tools like those. But the ones that can allow one to fly that high need to be at the pseudo-immortal grade at the very least. As for the ones that can allow one to leave the planet and enter the space, it needs to be an immortal tool. Immortal cultivators can do it on their own as well, Zhukang explained. No wonder it's hard for people to leave this world if they can't fly out and head to the other worlds, Lin Mu spoke. Even if they do leave the planet and head to the vast expanse of the space, there aren't that many places they would be able to go to. Since this world is in the mortal realm, there will be just more mortal worlds around it. Exploring the space is quite dangerous too, and one must not enter it without preparations. The space lacks air and even spirit chi. The sources of spirit chi in space are quite less, unless one can find some special resources floating around or such. Besides, not all planets around the world are habitable. In fact, over 99% of them will be inhospitable to all kinds of life. So while a strong cultivator might be able to go there, they won't find any native life there. Though many still go to planets such as those, since several precious resources can be found in those places, Zhukang explained. I understand. Then does it mean that the oceanic world that Senior was talking about might be close by to this world? Lin Mu asked. Yes, that is quite likely. We have already seen a fragment of it in the Lesser Void. It should definitely be close by. In fact, it might be the very next planet next to the Zayarafen world, Zhukang answered. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up, and he felt the desire to go to the space. He wanted to see everything with his own eyes and witness the truth of the world. More questions appeared in his mind as he thought ahead, and he decided to ask Senior Zhukang more. Senior, if we compare traveling, which is more dangerous, the void or the space? Lin Mu questioned. The void, definitely. It is not something that can be taken easily. Numerous cultivators have died in the void because they were careless. It didn't matter if they were peerless cultivators and owners of great powers or measly itinerant cultivators, their fate was the same. If one wants to traverse the void, one needs to be careful and strong. And one must not forget that it is the void that contains the space and not the other way around, Zhukang answered. I get it now, Senior. Lin Mu nodded his head. This was a good learning experience for Lin Mu, as his understanding of the universe had increased by a little bit. And while he was conversing with Senior Zhukang, Lin Mu and Little Shrubby finally got to flying. The directions in this minor plane were hard to deduce since something such as north, south, west, and east did not exist. There was no sun and neither was there a moon. There were no stars in this place either, and thus the only way to find a place was with respect to other places. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby had to keep an eye on everything, as if they missed a certain part, there was a chance they might get lost without even knowing it. The forests below them were thick and filled with tall trees that reached over 100 meters in height. Lin Mu had seen such tall trees only in the northern mountains before. There was a bounty of wildlife here, including various animals and beasts that could not be seen elsewhere. Lin Mu was also taking some quick notes while flying. He held a jade slip in one of his hands and quickly recorded the appearance of the beast and whatever extra information he could get on them just from observing them. With his spirit sense, it was a lightning-fast task and could be done simultaneously. Of course, This kind of information might not compare to the carefully studied and recorded information in the many libraries and clan records, but it was still better than nothing. As for why Lin Mu was doing this, he simply thought it was better to do something than to not. But the more Lin Mu watched the place, the more confused he got. He realized that the minor plane was far too developed than even the actual Zaya-Offen world. The average strength of the beasts here was higher than that of the Zaya-Offen worlds. He had already come across over 20 nascent soul realm beasts in this time, and it had only been about 4 days since he had arrived here. One could imagine from this just how vast the difference was. Lin Mu was also seeing several herbs which he recorded too, while taking a few samples. By the time he actually reached the volcano, 2 days had passed.